Tasman's POV. I still cannot comprehend everything that had been revealed. How could I have been so stupid? I trusted Kaidi with all my heart, my sworn brother in battle who was always there for us. How couldn't I have seen the brewing plan between him and Alvira? All this time I was blinded to the truth. A stupid part of me had tried to push the guilt down and had tried to get Rygan to believe that their punishment for Elise was justified. I never knew I was being brainwashed into it by my friend, whom I sought as family. But they had planned it all, and I played a part in it, a pawn in their game, and I believed Kaide time and time again when he told me Elise's body couldn't be found. We all did, and so I stopped asking. He was the one who told me to pursue my happiness and not think of the past, who would have thought he needed me to be distracted with Vienna, who I was utterly in love with. And even as my mate Vienna's nights were filled with tears and sorrow for her friend, she begged me to search, but I believed Kaide, and we all stopped searching. We all thought Elise was gone. I couldn't believe my eyes the day she appeared in the Moon City Hall, not just as any normal wolf, but as the Luna of the Calhan Pack. She was a ruthless and fearless queen who didn't blink as she ripped off Dexton's arm, the same arms he used to snap her mother's neck. She was not the Elise we all knew. Even then, the glances she gave us were filled with mistrust, and I knew then something was amiss with my friends, yet I couldn't stupidly place my finger on it. Not until Kaide's and Alvira's lies came crashing down that night. The moment they confessed to their plans, I felt my knees weaken in shock, and I cried for my friend Rygan, what he'd been through for the past years, because he chose to believe them. And only to find out Katya wasn't even his, but for Kaide, the male who we thought to be our best friend, it was all too much. I still wondered how Rygan kept it all together and not unleashed himself and their deaths in that very room. How could you do this? I asked Kaide the moment we were left alone after Rygan's confrontation. I couldn't see that bright, kind friend anywhere, but was replaced with a wicked male. How would you ever have known how I felt when you were always locked up in your fantasy, filling yourself with the pleasure of alcohol and women? You never knew how much I hungered for that throne and Alvira. I recalled the way I pushed him to the wall and punched him, but he only laughed in return. You better ask for proper forgiveness when we head back to the pack tomorrow for your trial, I warned him. At the very least, I thought they'd learned their lesson, but all they continued to do was take. They killed our friends and people just to escape the next day before we could make it back to the pack for their trial. And worse, they had taken Rygan's son. The resemblance was almost spooky the first time I laid eyes on the boy. I had so many goosebumps, but was too careful to say a word when Rygan didn't. But he was Rygan's son, Ethan, who we hardly had time to meet and know, and Kaide and Dexton took him, which raised a dark demon in Rygan. But he was trying his best, trying to show his redemption for all he's caused. And now they have both embarked on a mission to get their son back from Kaide and Alvira. My only wish is that they get there in time. Beta Taz, we are here. I hear one of the Deltas speak to me. As we reached the gates of our pack, we were home. I rushed home, passing by the town that came to welcome us, but the pack was stunned to see that Rygan wasn't part of our group. News had spread like wildfire about Kaide's and Alvira's betrayal, along with Elise's heroic endeavors and how she helped our pack wolves without hesitation when they were wounded. They felt guilt in their bones, knowing how they treated her. But I wasted no time running to the clinic where I watched my mate attend to a sick boy, even though her pregnancy, which had caused morning sickness for her, hadn't stopped her from helping people. With the last person leaving, I finally made myself known. I watched as her eyes widened and her lips stretched into a smile. I opened my arms wide as she ran and slammed into me, a warm hug that set my world on fire. Vienna changed my life. I never knew love until I found it with her, and I've loved her every day of my life. From our first kiss to that smile that brightened up my world, she made me think of no one but herself. Even as I tried to forget her and try other females, I could never go through with it. And with our first meeting, I knew my whole body belonged to and only her after that day. "Welcome back, my love," she muttered into my skin. And even now, as her warmth swallowed me whole from her hug, I couldn't help but break down before her. She held me through it, confused why I trembled, as I whispered in her nape, "Elise, she is alive," I let out. I felt her stiffen in my hold. She pushed against me till we faced each other, and our gaze locked. "What did you just say?" she muttered to me. Her body trembled, her lips quivered, and her eyes widened. I nodded with a lump stuck in my throat, clearing all of Vienna's doubts and nightmares she'd had for years, a freeing feeling of relief. She felt like chains of guilt had fallen from her. All this time, "She's been alive! She survived! She survived!" I repeated. Both our eyes filled with hope as Vienna began to wail, hugging me tightly, and I embraced her, giving all my love and pride to her. How? How is that possible? I don't know the full details, but she is alive. I saw her with my own 2 eyes. I talked to her. I assured her. Her smile immediately faltered when she stared at me. She knew immediately I was hiding something from her. "There is something wrong. What happened?" she asked, and I told her everything. From Kaidi's betrayal to the fact that Kayla wasn't Rygan's, but he had a son, Ethan. I told her about Dexton, Kaidi's wicked plan that took the lives of some of our best men, and also what they had done to Ethan. Vienna wailed for her friend's pain. I helped her through it. We both prayed to the moon gods for their safety, and that they could get their son back after what Kaide had done to them. I assured her that after the battle was over, we would meet Elise again when the dust had settled. Hope shone in my gaze from my words. I could only hope that they were both all right. I couldn't still help the wave of regret wash all over me. Only if I'd known how cruel the betters can be. But all I knew is that those monsters needed to be stopped at all cost. Back at Marcus Newman's prison, Elise's face fell the moment she recognized that voice and the daunting silhouette that stood in the shadows. His wicked gaze and lips stretched in a smirk as he came forward and into the light. Kaide. Elise had never felt such grappling rage and hatred from seeing a person, Kaide, whom she once trusted and almost gave her love and affection to. Now she could see him as nothing less than a revolting monster standing with a wicked smile on his face. "You," Elise muttered, and Rygan answered beside her with a low growl in response to sighting Kaide. He hissed out in response to his throbbing wound that was still healing slowly from Elise's blood, but no one was aware of it, not yet. Elise's body trembled with an unfathomable rage in her blood that boiled seeing him. It caused a lot of memories to emerge, especially when he locked her up and lied. She killed the virus baby, and how he threw her away with no hesitation. "Hello, Elise. Even with dirt and chains, you are still as mesmerizing as ever," he called, and Elise felt that intensified rage in her system. "It's good to see her squirm," they hear another voice beside him. Alvira comes into the light, her wicked eyes slanted in victory with her hands crossed in pride that Elise is trapped. Compared to them, they both were cleanly dressed in elegant clothes, with Kaide wearing a two-piece suit, while Alvira wore a short green sleeveless dress and her lips painted ruby red. "You freaking monsters! Why did you take Ethan? My son is innocent, and he had never done anything to you," she snarled. "And you also took Hayden. He was innocent. He only wanted to help me. Hayden was an inconvenience that needed to be gone, and I did it after someone else needed him gone for vital information, so the full blame is not on me alone, sweet Elise," Kaide muttered. Her nails clawed on the rough gravel of the cell's floor, drawing blood from her fingertips, but Elise was far too numb with rage to even feel it. "Where is he?" "In Alvira's room, of course, but soon after today he will be in the hands of the hunting guild. They like to train your son as a hunting hound for them to use as their dog," he says darkly. And Rygan growled in anger, his eyes showing that harboring power shelved in her. She hissed out, trying to fight off that painful burning shock from the sliver as he moved forward. "I will fucking kill you both if you touch him," he warns. Alvira walks forward, her eyes hard as stone as she looks at Rygan. "I loved you. I cared for you deeply since we were pups. You raised the monster out of me by choosing my sister Alana, and you still chose Elise, so don't judge me for what I will do to that boy," she says bitterly. "If you touch a hair on his head, you can't do anything." Alvira chuckled, her eyes blown wide with a mad expression, amused to see Elise in a desperate condition. "Now if you excuse me, I would rather go upstairs and lounge in my freedom and leave Kaide to you both, she mutters. Goodbye, Rygan, she says before leaving the dungeon. I still don't understand why. Why did you do this? Why'd you turn out this way? Rygan grunts to Kaide, who had been silently watching the exchange with amusement. You want to know why? Because I am your father's bastard, the firstborn of the Kajalandra's clan that your father kept a secret. He muttered as Rygan's eyes blew wide with surprise while Elise glared at Kaide. But when he got killed in battle, I was hidden with the betters, told to live like a shadow and put up with it, pitted up with everything even when I was the rightful heir, only because I didn't present as an alpha, only because I was born and kept secret. She continues, because I was always the second choice, even for the throne, for Elise's love, for power, and everything else. I was always the spare. I was supposed to be king and not you. And you looked down on me. You all did. He roars. I knew you were entranced by Elise the very first time you brought her to the pack. Alvira brought the idea of seducing her away from you, and I had taught myself that I could steal her from you, take away the one thing you craved for, and it would make me whole again, he starts. But then I saw myself falling for her, but I looked into your eyes, Elise. No matter what I did, your affection was only for him, and I knew then I couldn't break fated mates so easily, he says with a snarl. The moment I found out about the special powers, I planned to have your blood and make you give birth to my offspring. Maybe that would fill the void. As he took Elise, she could barely listen. She felt a sick-wrapped hate for Kaide as he spoke. But you found out, El, and I had to come up with a plan to trap you. But Alvira went further with the plan. It was a knowing relief thinking you were dead, but you just had to come back, he says with a pointed stare to Elise. You are a monster, evil. Evil, and you will get what's coming to you, Kaide, you, Alvira, and Dexton, Elise snarled. The beta chuckles instead. Those chains are from the purest silver. You won't be escaping, and you can't use your powers because they will keep on burning you, he drawled. Don't worry. Maybe you will meet your son in the afterlife when they're done with him, but you both will not make it alive from here. After you are done, it will be easier to raid the packs with the help of Newman's Hunt Guild and become the king of the 6 packs, he muttered. Your father Dexton is eagerly waiting for your death row that has been planned for tomorrow evening, so this will surely be the last time you see me, he says as he is walking to the door. Rygan's breathing became labored as Kaide watched with snarls before he walked to the door. Instead of focusing on me, you need to focus on your mighty alpha, who looks like he's about to die, getting infected and locked in this dump. Must bring back memories for you both in Chiron's cell, right? He said with a wicked laugh as he closed the door. The moment he leaves, Elise whirls to Rygan. She places a palm on his body, only to feel burning skin. His temperature had gotten warmer. Of all the places for it to happen, at first, she thought her blood must have failed to work, but then she feels him reach for her hand as his heated breath fans her nape. All of a sudden, she felt this intense scent clog her senses so much that she could barely breathe from his pheromones. When did this happen? Was it her head from a few days back or her blood that triggered him? Because Rygan was having his rut now. They were in a dungeon, yet there was no denying the intensity of his pheromones. Elise had no idea what to do. Rygan groaned with each second his skin heated and his member hardened. She had no absolute idea what to do. Now they were locked up, and his rut was about to start in full force. Rygan was in a rut. Elise was frozen by the fact that his body was in a rut while they were trapped in a dungeon. It was dangerous for him to be unguarded and so powerless to his feral side right now. Elise, mate, he grunts, his breath getting hotter as Elise approaches closer to where he sits up. She raises her arms to palm and caresses his face in her hold, feeling how warm his skin was. Rygan, look at me. Can you control it? You have to, she mutters to him. She held his face, peering at his gaze and studying his storm-gray pupils that were now dilated and glazed with lust. His temperature was getting hotter, and it wasn't good for the healing. Fuck, it can't, he groaned. Elise felt panic take over as she didn't know what to do at that moment. If it was anything like the first time they met in that dark cell, she knew it wouldn't take long before he completely lost himself. They were just an earshot from the door. But he couldn't hold his lust any longer, as he lunged for her, hissing from the soreness of his arm as he began to nibble on her ears as a kiss to her nape, taking a deep whiff of her scent. His hands caressed the narrow, sensitive line down her spine that caused a shiver to erupt in her as she bit back a moan. If his rut was like the first she experienced at the dungeon, he was going to be possessive very soon. "I'm sorry. We shouldn't be doing this. Not here. Not when our son—" "Ugh, fuck!" he groans out. Elise knew this wasn't his fault. It was their feral nature to react to a mate's pheromones. Elise knew this was a completely messed up situation, but she needed to do something to soothe his pain. "Rygan, look at me. I will help you," she whispered. He dipped his head into her nape, taking another deep scent that he inhaled. Even the dirt on her skin couldn't hide her sweet lavender scent from his wolf, who yearned for more. His breath was shallow as Elise knelt right in front of him, her head hovering over his shoulders, with their heads joined together. "More. I want to take you. I want to bite you mine," he snarled. This is so messed up in so many ways, but she couldn't stop her body from reacting to his fate. Their breaths calmed at that very moment, their eyes opening to meet each other's gazes. Elise knew it was wrong doing this, getting into bed with him again, but a part of her needed to feel him, needed that assurance he was still here. Her wolf needed him. And even though her mind was rid of the guilt that Hayden's body wasn't even fully cold yet, and she had jumped back for Rygan's affection. His hands move to her neck, but he growls in annoyance when he sees the spot his wolf wants to mark is covered with chains. He raises her hand, kissing along her wrist till Elise opens her eyes, seeing Rygan had marked a spot to bite. But just as he was about to spear out his canine, let that wicked power flicker in his eyes. He hissed as his chain burned from it. Elise hugged him. "Stop, Rygan, you will only hurt yourself," she warned. He grunted in return, his wolf not liking that they didn't mark what was theirs. Damn these humans. He thought of it as another reason to kill them. She peers at his ruby-red eyes until they flickered back to normal. A sigh of relief leaves her body, but her forehead creases in confusion from his next move. Instead, he takes her left hand, taking her ring finger in his mouth and biting the end of it round to form a ring marked with his teeth. Now the mark looks like an eternal ring around her finger. Elise feels a relished shiver, bathed in awe as he licks it. She feels a heated sensation run down her body as he bites her finger, a looking experience that makes her inside heated as she watches him clean the blood off. "I'm sorry," he croaks out. His voice is back to normal, filled with pain. Elise felt a tear slip from her face. Even in this condition, their fate was still entwined and their wolves fated to each other. She knew he wasn't to blame, not when a part of her wanted it to. "Don't be. It's not your fault, and we can't help our wolves be drawn to each other." She says, "You know this reminds me of the time we met at the Dark Knight Pack. You were Chiron's champion," she muttered with a sad smile. She recalled how he took her innocence in that dark cell, no different from this. "I still have to repay that bastard tenfold for what he did to you," Rygan muttered. "What he did to us, don't worry. He will pay when we get out of here," she muttered. She hears the whispers and snickers from the door, the humans talking about a party going to be held in celebration of their deaths. "We are going to get out of here, and I have a plan," she assures him. "But you might not like it." Rygan's rut had seemingly calmed from their 5 minutes of pleasure, and now his mind felt clearer with each passing minute. "I think I have a plan that can get us out of here," she said to him. The tiredness in his gaze cleared. They knew there was no time to spare. "You might not like it, but you only need to trust me, and no matter what, don't stop me," she muttered to Rygan as she relayed the plan to him. As he fully understood it, the plan was set in place. Elise crept up slowly to the barred window. One of the bars was weakened and shaky, almost undone. She prayed the guards were occupied enough as she dug in slowly, hoping the metal wouldn't make a sound. Rygan was her lookout as she watched the shadows pass. "But someone is coming, Elle. You need to get down," he warned. "I've almost got it," she whispered back. Even as her hands burned from exerting a bit of strength, she didn't care, as this was their only chance. "Elle!" he barked again. And just in the nick of time, the small iron bar broke off, and she retrieved it seconds before the male guards peered their heads into the door and watched them. After a few seconds, he walked back away. They weren't caught. A nervous, shaky breath left her body as she takes out the metal, carefully sharpening the edges until it was pointed enough, a makeshift weapon she needed since her strength was far too weakened. She drew the sharp iron deep against her skin until a large gash was open. She bit her lips to stop the pain from slipping out, and Rygan tried hard not to cringe at his mate hurting herself, but she had begged him to understand. She smeared her vest in blood and spilled some over her lips. With their plan set, she hid the metal behind her. With one look at each other and an affirming nod, the plan was in motion. "Guards! Is anyone out there?" Rygan muttered. Elise then pretends she is still heavily wounded, closing her eyes and pretending to be unconscious. "What now?" one said drunkenly, as both guards had sneaked in alcohol to drink in celebration and were now more drunk and off guard than usual. They knew humans were far easier to manipulate when drunk, so this was their only chance. "She's unconscious. She started bleeding, and now I think she might be dead," he said to both human males, who looked at each other with concern and suspicion in their expressions. "You're lying. You want to trick us," they called and pointed a gun at Rygan. "I am weak enough as it is, and you wouldn't want your boss to see that you left his prized female alpha to die on your watch, especially since she is the reason for all this?" He coaxed the men. A look of terror instantly mirrored both their expressions as they turned to each other. "What do we do? Let's tell the boss." "No, they are in the main house, and for sure we will get our hands cut off if we interrupt him. Look, the male is barely awake. Remember how wounded he was from the attack, so he won't bother to attack us, not when he is worried about the female," the other hissed in a small whisper. "And the boss will thank us if we do this," he assured the other male. They both bobbed their necks in agreement as they fished out a key. They opened the cell in haste, carefully reaching for Elise, while the other pointed his gun with his eyes on Rygan as sweat pooled on his forehead in nervousness. At the back of their minds, they still knew they were dealing with a dangerous beast. With both their focus on him, it gave an opening to Elise, who sprang into action. She knew the larger man would be a problem if she didn't act quickly enough, as she attacked first. She used her iron bar to stab the larger male in the eyes, causing a scream to erupt. She landed a punch to his throat to shut him up before pushing him backward, immediately trapping him in Rygan's hold while he tripped the other one, breaking his leg clean. Rygan then wrapped the chain around the larger man's neck, squeezing until the man's face turned blue. The large human male struggled as he tried to fight himself out of Rygan's hold, but he was no match for brute strength, and Rygan gave no chance for his escape as he watched the light seep slowly out of him and a steep crack in his neck. The second male was trapped in Elise's hold. A raw female rage took over as she continuously stabbed his eyes and throat until blood gushed all over her hands, and the man's body became lifeless. She heard a crunch as the man in Rygan's hold died, his head ripped from his body. They both reached for the keys quickly. They unlocked their chains, watching in relief as the chains fell from their bodies. They were free, the weight of those silver chains now lifted from their bodies. Immediately they felt their strength begin to be replenished by the ray of the moon that had begun to peek out from the clouds again. Elise wasted no time using her powers on Rygan, putting what she could into healing his back, but Rygan stopped her as he saw her nose begin to bleed. Rygan reacted first, pulling her hands away from his back and stopping the healing process as his face formed in concern for Elise. "Hey, look at me. You need to save your strength for later, darling. Right now we need to be ready for them, ready to take our son back," he muttered to her, and Elise nodded in response. She took off her bloodied top, exchanging it for the cleaner human's black clothes, and leaving her shorts while Rygan went for the larger male attire, wearing the cargo black pants and shirt. He patted down for a weapon, finding a dagger he could work with, stashing it, while Elise took a smaller knife. "Let's bring them all to their knees and show them torture for all they've done, for the lives they've taken, for Hayden, and retribution for kidnapping our son. Let's show them hell like they've never seen before. Elise muttered as they pulled away from the bodies. Rygan thought he had no part of him that didn't love Elise, but he felt like he had just fallen in love over again as he watched her in admiration. Rygan headed first to the door, carefully taking a peek to count how many guards they're up against, but could take another step and let Elise pull him back in. She took his lips into a short kiss, gaining strength from it as they both shared their breaths for seconds that felt like an eternity, as she whispered, "Be safe." He nodded in assurance. Both their gazes were instantly rid of any affection as they turned cold with bloodlust and revenge, and they were ready to unleash hell on all of them. A promise to the death. When Kaide left the dungeon, he felt like an accomplished man who had finally gotten his revenge. Now his only problem left was how he was going to bring Taz to his side. And if Taz didn't join and accept him as the new king, he would have to kill him. He took each stride with pride and a wicked smile on his face, recalling the look of despair on their faces and how distraught they were about their son. Revenge was so sweet, it was almost too perfect. But he didn't need to worry about them anymore, now that they'd be dead by sunrise. "Well, if it isn't the man of the hour," Newman's drunk voice called as he rushed his drink to cheer the minute Kaide entered the door. He tried his best not to squirm or squint his nose away from the intrusion of different scents around the table. Now it was filled with women and the smell of sex. They all lounged on the sofas, drunk and lavished on the expensive wine that Newman had to offer. Who knew that the Human Hunt Guild boss was so shallow, blindsided by lust, women, and drugs? Kaide had a greedy idea to take this territory too, kill the male just for fun, and be done with it. But he needed help from Newman's men to get the Black Moon Pack in his hands first. "Newman, you have done more than a good job with the prisoners." Kaide applauded the male, who gave an exaggerated bow in his drunken state as he staggered back to his seat, falling on a young lady who giggled as he kissed her breast. "Victory is ours. Those two will never see the light of day," he called with a dark chuckle. "So if you'd excuse me, gentlemen, my business associates would like to know how much they'll earn from our victory after tomorrow. As you know, werewolf blood is great business for our kind." Newman muttered before he walked away, leaving Kaide and Dexton. Dexton had a woman on his lap, his eyes glazed with lust and horniness. A smell that made the beta grimace from the old beta shambles antics. Kaide wondered if these human females knew who and what they were, but he had no interest in any of them. "Have you seen your daughter?" Kaide inquired, making Dexton pause the next sip of alcohol he was about to take as his forehead creased in disgust. "That is no daughter of mine. That witch cost me my arm, the same as her mother, both snakes and whores of the Calhan tribe," Dexton muttered with a curse. "And I say good riddance to her. Let Elise go and meet her whoring mother in hell for all I care," he cursed. Kaide watched as the man poured another full cup of whiskey before he turned to him. "Don't worry about them. They'll both be dead tomorrow, so celebrate. Everything is yours for tonight." He roared with a burst of wicked laughter. "Would you like to come home with me?" He muttered to the woman with another laugh. "Relish today, Kaide, because I am now a free man after we raid the other pack and take it for our own. We have won." Kaide watched with irritation for Dexton. He hadn't told him, but their deal would end here. He took a step back from the old beta, as he wasn't trying to be part of a slowly growing organization, as he headed to the door, about to leave the room, when a woman sneaked her fingers into his shirt. And for an unknown reason, he didn't feel good about this party. He felt nervous growing, like it was perfect, too perfect, but he'd seen how trapped and chained up they were in that dungeon, and they weren't making it out alive. So he pushed that feeling down as he pulled away from the woman and climbed up the steps to the VIP suite to see Alvira. He'd known she hadn't been herself ever since she saw Rygan and Elise. The jealousy still loomed bitterly in the system. He heard the sound of crying and Alvira's voice shouting when he entered the room. "I told you to shut up!" Alvira screamed at Ethan, who balled up in the corner. "I want my mommy," little Ethan cried, his hands covering his ears to drown out Alvira's drunken hysteria. She staggered with a bottle of scotch in her hand. "Can't you see my darling daughter is asleep in the next room, you little devil? Or do you want to go join your miserable mother in the dungeons?" She muttered with a wicked chuckle, sipping another gulp from the bottle. Kaidi rushed towards her, taking the bottle away from her. He then picked up the crying boy, taking him into another room before he locked the door with Ethan inside. "Why the hell are you saving that little prick?" she bemused with a drunken hand pointed at the door. He whirled around to face Alvira, who staggered as he walked back to her, his brows furrowed in a frown as he aimed for Alvira, gripping her by the arm and pulling her away from the child. "I thought I told you to stop with the freaking drinking, Alvira." "What? I'm just celebrating our victory because tomorrow Elise and Rygan won't be in our lives anymore," she muttered with a hiccup. "Look at me," he called, palming her face and pushing her cheek up till her gaze locked with his. "From tomorrow we are free to do whatever the fuck we want. You have been with me from the start. We will rule with our daughter Alvira. Aren't you happy? Now I can live as Kaide Andras, my true right as the firstborn instead of Rygan. Everything is mine," he said to Alvira. Alvira felt a pang in her heart from Kaide reminding her that Rygan was going to die. But what could she do? Rygan didn't choose her. He chose that bitch instead, so she was going to enjoy seeing Elise killed tomorrow. Her lips also stretched into a smile that mirrored Kaide's smirk as she leaned in, wrapping her arm around Kaide and easing her heels up to kiss him. It got more intense by the second as he pushed her tongue into his mouth, using the pleasure to rid herself of whatever feeling she might have harbored left for Rygan. Kaide picked her up and took her to their room, slowly taking off her clothes and admiring her naked body. He was going to relish his victory, knowing he got everything that Rygan had. Little did they know that a bloody night was about to befall them. Rygan and Elise make their way stealthily out of the prison cell. With their strength back and a quest for vengeance, they get to work with their first obstacle. Elise first maneuvers past the guards. She lands a direct hit to a human head as he slams it against the wall. Rygan is close behind, snapping the neck of another guard, which they quickly and quietly dispose of. Elise had mastered shadow techniques from Hayden, using them to her advantage as adrenaline coursed through her veins with each kill. She stealthily reached behind another guard, snapping his neck before they took his body and placed him in the bushes with the rest. "Here," Elise whispers, passing him a gun. She could see the grimace on his face as he held it. He wasn't a big fan of these weapons that inflicted so much pain on the people he cared about. "Such a small thing, but a dangerous beast," he says, placing the gun in a crisscross motion on his chest. "You might hate it, but we still need it to get rid of these guards, and we need to take their weapons. These are loud weapons. Of course they will hear us coming from miles away. We don't need this," he argued. He didn't want anything to do with them as he slammed it to the ground. They hide behind a low wall, waiting for a searchlight from a lighthouse to turn its light away from their position, or else they would be caught. Elise's heart pounds as she watches the light move away. Just a little bit longer. "Hey, what are you doing here? The boss wants stats on the prison." A confused voice came into the midst. They both turned to see a guard who had momentarily thought Rygan was part of them, but his eyes widened when the realization settled in. The human reached for his gun, but before he could, Rygan rushed forward, slicing his throat clean with his claws. "Good job," she muttered to Rygan as she patted the man's body. Her eyes widened in surprise as she brought out 3 black balls with metal pins in them. "What are these?" "Grenades. Small but pack a mighty punch that kills people. They used it on us a lot," she explained, her eyes glazed with coldness when recalling the moment of Hayden's death. He mutters, but she shakes her head in response. "This will be our signal in. Without the lighthouse, no more backup can be called. We need to take them out. After the grenade is thrown, that will be a signal," she assures. And just as planned, she climbs up with the help of vines, evading the sight of the guard from the lighthouse, careful not to raise an alarm yet. With no warning, Elsie released the 3 grenades, chucking them into the window of the guard room before she jumped down, with Rygan catching her mid-air. Before the blast rocketed, the explosion was loud and powerful, killing over a dozen men on impact and blasting the door to the mansion open. They had taken over 30 guards already, and now it was time to strike. Alarms began blaring as Rygan began to shift. That familiar midnight black fur growls along his mighty frame, his claws and canine enlarged to that of a real beast. "What is the meaning of this?" Newman calls with a shout. She ran out of his room with nothing but a robe and a gun in his hands, but before he could comprehend what was going on, Newman's eyes widened in pure horror when he was face to face with the black mighty beast. The man could only pee on his body. He raised a gun at the black wolf, and Rygan attacked with no mercy. Dodging all the bullets as he tears down all the guards surrounding Newman, the guild's boss screamed in horror as Rygan clawed down on his right leg, severing his foot. "Ah! Ah! Someone help me!" he screamed. "Guards? Where are all the guards?" he shouted, but all the men beside him had been slaughtered. It was a bloody bath with blood splashed on the windows, walls, and doors. Elise watched in awe of Rygan's speed, reminding herself of the reason he'd been called the Beast of the Black Mountain, because of his strength and fierceness. "You both will not get away with this," Newman mutters, holding his leg as he tries to crawl away. Elise sees this as a chance, the sound of her feet echoing through the bloody hallway as she finds Newman. Please stop," he begged. "I will give you money. I will tell you where Dexton and Kaidi are. They are both in the East Wing, so spare me," he begs. His eyes were heavy with real fear and his lips quivering with each step that Elise took closer. But Elise was far from being merciful. Her eyes were hollowed for revenge as she bent down to meet his terror-filled stare. She placed a hand before she peered out her claws and began to dig into his chest, hearing the sound of bones crunching. "This is for my people," she mutters with Newman screaming. Her hands led deeper, till it was wrapped around his beating heart. "And this is for Hayden," she gritted cruelly as she plucked his heart from his chest, his beating organ pumping in his hands as life slowly left Newman's face. She gains her standing back, seeing what she had done as she dropped his heart on the floor. Heavy tears pricked her eyes as she took a deep breath, and a part of her felt relieved to see Newman dead. To know this monster was part of the people who killed him. Rygan had watched in awe of her deadly pheromones, a queen not be messed with, and his wolf prideful of his mate. She looked to Rygan, who bent his large head to give her shoulder a nudge, understanding her wrath. "We need to find our son now," Elise muttered, stepping away from Newman's body and walking towards the steps. "We will find him. With Newman's clue, we know where to go." "The East Wing," Elise replies. "I'll find that bastard Kaidi, and you find Dexton before they try to escape. Be careful, Elle," he tells Elise before they walk into separate wings. For a second, her gaze showed affection and something else, like she wanted to say something, but stood her leg as her eyes blazed back to a cold gaze filled with fury, ready to unleash their wrath on the monsters who've wronged them, moments before the attack. After a night of drunken sex earlier, Kaidi had his hands wrapped around Alvira as they both slept, but then a thunderous explosion erupted from nowhere. Waking them both up, Kaidi sits up. In panic, it takes a full second to register that something is happening. He feels goosebumps on his skin, and his hair rises from the tremors. Alvira woke up groggily, still drunk. "What was that?" she asked, cleaning the sleep from her face. Shit! Go hide now!" he mutters, wearing a shirt, while Alvira stares at him confused. "What? Why?" she asked in panic, standing up from the bed and tying on a robe, looking around frantically as the alarms began to blare. Kaidi should have known it was too good to be true, that they should have executed them when they had the chance, and now they were under attack. Terror filled the beta's veins as he heard the heavy thud of a monster climbing up the steps and pheromones surrounded with death. He knew then he'd messed up, and now he had to face the music of the Black Moon's beast. The battle had begun the moment Rygan and Elise rushed past the once heavily guarded hallway of the East Wing, which had fallen eerily silent with no guard in sight. But Elise could detect her father's ashy scent from a mile away. Rygan gave her one last look. "Be careful," he noted, before he raced down the hallway to his target, while Elise headed in the opposite direction. She should have known it was far from peaceful when she saw two suited men run up with guns and begin shooting at her. She reached both males at lightning speed, but they could barely react as she clawed at their arms, with them both screaming in agony as they heard a crack, their arms crushed on impact. A cold queen with no mercy, only a quest to destroy anyone who tried to stop her fire from reaching her goal. She pushed the large white doors, staining them with blood on her hands as she walked into the room. It was eerily silent, but from the pheromones of her ex-father's potent scents, she knew the monster was here, lying in wait for her to drop her guard down so he could attack. On the bed, she saw two human women whose faces and eyes were wet with tears as they raised their trembling arms in surrender. "Please, please, don't hurt us! We are innocent! We want to live!" They begged Elise the moment they saw her bloody hands. "Get the hell out now," she warned as they quickly ran from the bed, covering themselves with bed sheets before they raced out of the room. Now the room was eerily silent as Elise looked around for Dexton's hiding place. "Ah! You bitch!" Dexton roared, springing out of his hiding place with a claw ready to strike Elise, but she dodged it. "You are such a coward. I let you off easy by leaving with a hand, but you just had to ruin my life again," she snarled, getting a rise out of him, his eye twitching and vein popping in anger. "I should have killed you that day so that you would have joined your mother," he snarled. Elise's eyes were cold and merciless as she retracted her claws. "You should have. Now I've been reborn as a powerful monster, and your life ends here," she declared, but Dexton attacked first, taking a hidden silver dagger this time as he lunged for her. But Elise was quick. She caught his hand, slamming him to the wall with Dexton screaming out when she twisted his wrist, the knife still wielded in his hold. As Elise pushed and pointed the silver dagger to his throat, "You wouldn't dare," he muttered out. But it was very clear this was no longer the old weak Elise. He watched her gaze and saw there was no mercy or hesitation as he began to panic as a blood-curdling gargle left his throat. "Please, daughter, think about this. Think about how I raised you. I am your father. Did you listen when my mother begged for her life before you snapped her neck? I doubt it," she muttered darkly. She looked at the man she recalled as her ex-father and how he made Elise and her mother live in fear of him, but now he was just a weak man, a loser. "No one will remember you. No one will love you," she muttered as the knife was pushed into his throat and blood began to gush out. His throat slit open and his mouth gargled with blood, his eyes red and bloodshot with horror as Elise watched life leave him. She watched as his lifeless body slid down to the floor till no breath rose from his chest, and she knew her work was done and her vengeance for her mother had been paid. She heard a loud crash as she immediately left the room, heading for the hallways where Rygan had parted. With each step to the silent halls, she had expected to hear anything but her silent hallway. She peered over to see the large floor-to-ceiling window had been shattered, and she heard snarls outside. Her heart pounded as she raced to it to see Rygan and Kaide down. Both shifted to their wolves as Elise called out to him. "Search for Ethan now. I'll take care of this bastard he sends," and Elise knew that this was his battle, and now she was going to end hers. She was going to make Alvira regret her very existence. As Rygan reached the west wing in search of Kaide, like a predator on a hunt for its prey, his mind was shrouded in bloodlust. And for the past few hours the Alpha spent in that cell, Rygan had imagined how he'd kill Kaide for all the things the bastard had done to them, for what he'd done to Elise and his son. The explosion from the lighthouse had spread to the main house, and everything was going up in flames, and he had to act fast. "Kaide!" he roared with a howl as he snarled, smelling the familiar pheromones of his beta, who walked out of his hiding place, his eyes ridden with anger. "I knew my day was too good to be true. Hello, brother," Kaide called. Hearing that word felt unsightly to Rygan as he lets out a snarl. "So don't call me that, you filthy bastard. You betrayed me, all of us, and you crossed the line by harming my son. I will make you pay." Rygan snarled. "Not if I kill you first," Kaide muttered before his canine and claws speared out, his bone cracking as he shifted into his dark brown wolf, snarling deeply as his claws dug into the ground like a bull ready to kill its prey. But Rygan's rage knew no bounds as he raced headfirst. They collided in a brush of canine and claws as both of the wolves wrestled and pushed until both of them fell out of the large wide that crashed and both fell into the courtyard. The edges had started burning, but none of them cared, as they were both laser-focused. Both of their claws and teeth were sharp, ready to attack. Kaide lunged first, his claws nicking Rygan's skin on the first attack. It didn't surprise Rygan knowing they'd grown up as brothers, and they trained together, so he knew his moves. This time, Rygan attacked back with a brutal blow. Kaide knew Rygan wasn't fully healed and took that to his advantage. His claws latched to Rygan's shoulders as he sank his canine into Rygan's shoulder. The alpha roared in response, flipping them over till Kaide's back connected hard to the ground, and his wolf yelped in response. Rygan's next attack was quick and ruthless, and his jaws clamped up on Kaide's throat. "This is for everything you've done, all the lives you have ruined," he snarled. "This is for Ethan and Elise," he growled with a deeper bite to the beta's neck. He watched as the beta thrashed for release, his eyes wide and pleading, but Rygan had no room for his heart, even for the male who claimed to be his brother and could still commit all those atrocities. He could not look past the pain he's caused his mate and child. He couldn't forgive him. And with one agonizing crunch, Kaide's body stopped fighting back, and his heartbeat stopped. "Goodbye, Kaide," he muttered as he howled out his victory. Yes, deep loss. But now he needed to focus on what's important. He needed to go back and help Elise. But Rygan wouldn't expect the scene he would meet when he got there. A scene that would break his heart. Elise watched with eyes blown wide in shock at the brawl below her. How both wolves were ready to charge at each other for a moment, her eyes locked with Kaide's wolf. She says no words to him. He didn't deserve any. She sees the hate in his gaze before she hears Rygan's promise one last time. She knew the bloodshed that was about to begin. Rygan had told Elise to go and look for Ethan and not to worry about him. She knew their main goal was their son. So she raced to the end of the hallway. She pushed in the large doors of an open suite, and she was met with multiple doors, already making it a difficult place to search for her son in many rooms. But she tried to track with her sense of smell, taking in different pheromones scattered in the space. Her eyes were alert the moment she heard a noise. As she pushed open the doors to the main room to see Kayla, who began screaming when she saw the blood on Elise's clothes. "Ugh, stay away from me, scary lady!" she cried as Elise came forward. "Where is your mother?" She mutters, but the girl shakes her head, fighting back another fresh set of tears, probably horrified by all the lies that Alvira has told her. "No, I won't tell you. You will hurt us. Mom says you're scary and wicked. Now Mom is acting scary because of you," she whimpers. "Where is Uncle Kaide? Wah!" she cries again louder. Elise didn't have time for this. "At least tell me where Ethan is, okay?" she asks Kayla, shaking the girl's small shoulders with shaky hands as the girl points at the door. Elise rushes to it to see that it is locked. She begins slamming the door with her foot, and then she hears a scream inside. "No, no, stay away! The scary lady will kill me!" She froze as a wave of terror ran through Elise's body as she began to slam harder on the doorknob. "Baby? Ethan, it's me!" she called, confused about what he was saying. "Mommy is here," she called, stalling her foot one last time before she finally slammed the barricaded door open. The scene in front of her made Elise's heart flip in panic. There was her baby boy Ethan in Alvira's arms with a silver knife resting on his neck. Elise's eyes flashed with so much rage for Alvira as she paused, her eyes glazed with tears when she saw the small bruises on his skin. "Alvira, whatever you are thinking of doing, stop!" she screams to Alvira, who begins to laugh like a maniac. "No, this is the only way to hurt you and Rygan, to take the one thing that you both created from the love you shared, to make you both miserable," she muttered. For a moment, Elise's gaze peered up at the glass window already embedded with frame behind her, the glass already glazed with cracks. This was a dangerous place, and they needed to escape soon. "Baby?" she called to her son. She peered at his face, and her heart broke looking at his face, wet with tears. But the way his eye calmed, she knew he could hear her. She practiced with him back at the Calhan Pack, and he found it intriguing to hear her voice in his mind. "Right now I need you to be brave for me," she sends as she looks back at Alvira, whose hand is tucked beneath Ethan's chin. This place is burning down, Alvira, and no one will win in this. This isn't the way to prove your love to someone. Just like the way you killed your sister Alana, you need to stop all this, she says to Alvira. Shut up, she screeched. You have no idea how her face has haunted me. I just wanted to have Rygan all to myself. I sacrificed my sister for his love, and you just swooped in trying to claim him again. You made me this way, she accused. Baby, on my count, you bite as hard as you can, she tells Ethan telepathically, with Alvira having no idea what they are doing. Now! Ah! Alvira pushed him off her. You little bastard, I'm going to kill you! She roared with a knife, but she already made the mistake of letting him go. Elise leaps as the knife lands down to stab Ethan. She hissed painfully when it stabbed her arm instead, but she had protected her son from getting stabbed. Mommy, Ethan cried. Good job, baby. Now I need you to close your eyes for me, baby, she says calmly, making sure he doesn't see the blood. Alvira's eyes shine with horror when she sees Elise's hard gaze dead set on her, and awoken by a sleeping giant. Elise spares the claws of her right hand, scratching down Alvira's hand, making her just before she goes of the bloody knife that clatters to the window, making hot glass shatter into the room. She lunges for Alvira, twisting her wrist till a loud crunch is heard, and the hired screams of pain from her as she falls to the ground, and a mother's scream erupts from Alvira when her face lands on the hot glass that marks her face. A face that Alvira admires and prides herself on. Ah, look what you did, you bitch! Shut the hell up! Do you think it's my fault for everything that happened to you? You brought this all on yourself. Elise screamed, her eyes glazed with retaliation as she moved quickly. She straddled Alvira, turning her face to the side to see her melting flesh before she began to rain punch after punch on her face, adding more punishment to her injury. All the hurt and suffering she caused her son was out to each blow that connected to her jaw. Each punch caused blood to spill from Alvira's mouth, painting the walls splattered with blood, each blow bloodier than the last. A mother's rage knows no bounds as she continues hitting Alvira, ready to kill her. She had speared out and aimed her claws high, ready to strike and give the killing blow to Alvira's barely conscious frame, but paused when she heard a scream. Stop! Please don't kill Mom! Please! Kayla's small voice comes from the door. Elise's hand hangs in the air, a trembling temptation as she hears Kayla plead for her mother. She fights back the urge as her body calms from the small child's plea, and her hands drop down to her side as she fully gains her composure back and looks around the room to see the children. It was over. Mom, she hears Ethan call out to her. She turns to look at her little brave and beautiful son, who had endured so much. She leaves Alvira's unconscious body. She crawls to her son, who runs into her arm as they both cry, I'm sorry, baby, I'm so sorry, baby. She cried. It was her fault. Dark thoughts swarmed her mind to some of Alvira's words as she held her son tightly. Elise was tired of everything, but it was over. It was finally over, and for a moment she had a little clearance. She knew what to do now. Meanwhile, Rygan watched the lifeless body of Kaidi on the ground as he howled in victory. His heart panged knowing this was his longtime friend for many years, but his trust and loyalty weren't returned. With a wounded paw, Rygan had shifted back to his human form. His flesh was embedded with glass shards in Kaida's bite. He grabbed his wounded forearm with a hiss before he began to head to the burning house again, in reach for Elise and Ethan, hoping they were all right. He passed the plethora of dead bodies that they killed, while some humans were still alive but wounded, and ran in horror the moment they watched him come closer. He pays no mind as he heads for his family, ravaging up the steps. He heads to the east wing, smelling a trail of blood as he finds Alvira on the floor, tied up with chains, and her face bloodied up with claw marks, while her daughter sat close to her in tears. Rygan was shocked at the scene, but he saw a small letter in Kayla's hand. The lady said I should give you, she sniffled out as Rygan collected the letter and read it. I know you did what you had to, and I'm proud of you for winning, but no child should have their mother taken away from this world no matter what they've done, so I'm handing Alvira over to pay for the sins she's committed. But I can't stay. Not when the guilt of my sins is so strong. This is my punishment. Not having you in this life will be payment for my sins, but I need to go. Don't come find me, because I've rejected you as my fate. I'm sorry. The letter ends as Rygan lets the paper drop from his hands. No. He mutters as he rushes room to room, calling her name, Elise. He sent down the bond, but there was no answer back. No, this wasn't going to happen. He couldn't believe she left. No, he wasn't going to accept this, not after he'd found the love of his life after all these years. He was going to find her. This time he wasn't going to let her go or lose her. Never again. Elise watched from a distance as Newman's estate went up in flames, and as much as she'd like to kill Alvira there and then, what difference would she be from her monstrous ex-father if she took that small girl's mother away? No one deserved that trauma. Mom, you okay? Ethan says in her hands as he tugs on her shirt. She responds by holding him tightly in her arm and nodding to assure him. She then takes them to the garage of the large house, stealing one of the cars that was easily accessible because of the chaos. She steeled herself, nodding her head and assuring her son as she took Ethan to the back seat, covering him up with a clean cloth before she got into the front seat, turning on the ignition of the car and watching the engine roar to life. The only reason she knew how to drive was that Hayden had helped her learn how. She could still recall how she drove into a ditch the first time she tried and how much he laughed. Every memory of him hurts. I'm okay, baby. I will be. We are okay. She called, sniffling and wiping the tears that fell from her eyes. Before she'd left, she called Hayden's human acquaintances, a resistance against the Hunt Guild who helped them. She told them their situation, and they were on their way as reinforcements to help Rygan. That was the best she could do. She didn't want to see him. It takes everything for her not to turn back and go to him. She bites her lips so hard that it almost draws blood as her eyes prick with tears. Yes, she was a coward running away. Even when she heard his voice call to her through the bond, she blocked him out. Her punishment was not having him to herself. That way she'd suffer more. She could barely hold back the tears as she bit her lips and looked at her son through the rear mirror. Let go. She muttered to her son as she drove out of the wrecked compound. They drive until she ends up at the old cabin that Hayden had taken her to, hoping to spend a few hours of rest for her son. But the moment she reached the cabin, she couldn't help but notice different scents. It was crawling with wolves. Probably from the Black Moon Pack, she saw someone familiar walk out of the cabin. She was sure as Taz was part of the cavalry and had come to help. No, she couldn't let him see her, but that didn't stop her from sending him a telepathic message on Rygan's behalf. She didn't let him find her as he drove away, finding another spot as dusk was coming soon and her eyes grew tired and heavy. After finally finding a dark enough shade, she uses a rag to clean off the crusted blood on her body and wipe off Ethan too. Her blood boils when she sees dark marks on his skin, abuse from Alvira. Every fiber in her body decides to turn back and kill her, but she fights against it. Her son is the priority right now. She lays him down on the back seat and closes her eyes for a much-needed shut-eye. But her sleep is short-lived by nightmares that plague her sleep. She is brought back to the scene with Hayden dying, but this time she rips his heart out herself. She wakes up with a gasp as she gasps in early for air, her body clammy with sweat as she feels cramped in the car. She runs out, taking a deep breath of air. That was when her tears began to flow freely. She bent to the ground inwardly, screaming in agony for her loss and what her stupid decision had done to Hayden, and that made her terrified. The people she loved always suffer. She couldn't lose Rygan too, so it was better to stay away. That was a punishment she'd take and live with for the rest of her life. She watched as the sun rose slowly, her body lax and still trembling slightly, but she knew she needed to head quickly to the Calhan Pack and tell them the news of their alpha's passing. They drive for another long hour until they reach the borders of the human territory. Elise knew from then on she needed to leave the car, so they did, abandoning the car as she took her son in her arms and continued the hike. The roads were still familiar from when she, Rygan, and Hayden had passed by. Only if she had seen the future, she'd have begged for Hayden to stay back. Her heart panged in her chest as regret slammed into her like a brick of thorns. The journey takes half a day, But no matter how exhausted Elise might have felt, the only thing keeping her going was reaching the pack. She was ashamed that she couldn't even have Hayden's body to show for it, since Newman had told her they burned it. With her son's head burrowed in her nape as his soft, shallow breath proved that he was asleep, a sense of relief filled her when she saw the lights of the familiar gates of the Calhan Pack's gates. They were still rebuilding part of it from the attack. 2 male guards had spotted her in a hooded cloak as they approached her, eyes cold and careful. "Who are you?" one of them hissed. Elise lets the cloak on her head slip away from her face. A gasp escapes the wolf's lips, and they both bow in surprise when they see her with Ethan in her arms. "Luna, you are back! How are you alive?" They called surprised. "We heard about your journey and your demise with Alpha Hayden." "What? How did you hear that?" She asked, shocked, because there was no way news of Hayden's death should have reached him here already. "We were told your body couldn't be found with Ethan's and only Hayden's. A burial procession is going on right now." "Move," she cuts in quickly, and she hurried towards the Calhan Manor with her heart pounding. What do they mean by a burial procession with nobody for it? She wonders as she climbs up the steps of the palace with her son still in place. She races toward the courtyard but stops, frozen in her step in shock, when she sees whose body is laid on a high altar, a body covered with flowers, as all of the pack were gathered crying at the loss of their alpha. It was Hayden's body. But what confused and stunned Elise was why Hayden's body was here. How is this possible? She sputtered, almost stumbling back. How was his body here when they had told her they burned it? But Hayden was there, his body intact and dressed in royal garments in his coffin. But how did they get his body when no one knew where they were? Her confusion was broken when she heard Holden's voice. "Here lies my beloved brother and Alpha of the Calhan Pack. He gave his life trying to help his Luna, a Luna who led him to his death. A Luna who lied about who her son's father truly was and blamed it on my brother when Ethan isn't even his son. Now he is dead because of her." Elise watched the altar and watched how Holden stood with a cold gaze after berating her to the pack, but Elise could see something was amiss. She could read behind his facade and see Holden wasn't at all sad but happy. That was her Kaidi's words beginning to ring. Someone else had ordered the hit for Hayden. Someone wanted him dead. And it was Holden. Holden is the culprit. Holden is the one who wishes for Hayden to be killed. A sense of wrath took over Elise as she screamed through the quiet morning courtyard, "Stop everything right this instant!" She cries out, and the whole crowd gasps in shock at seeing someone break into a burial. "You bastard! You are the one that killed your brother!" She shouts to Holden. The whole crowd turned in shock to see the enraged Luna female was none other than Elise. She pulled her cloak down for all to see, and their eyes widened in shock when they marveled that the person underneath was their Luna. A testament very different from Holden's words. The beta stood tongue-tied as they all faced Elise, and now it was known to all the pack that the Luna of the Calhan Pack is alive and back. You're the one that planned everything. How could I have been so blind?" She mutters under her breath in realization. "Stop everything right this instant." Elise muttered with a fiery focus as she climbed down the steps of the courtyard. Whispers fill the whole crowd when they peer at the voice and see it's their Luna. The whole pack erupts in shock, like they have just seen a ghost. She walks into the crowd, her clothes battered with blood and torn, showing the struggles she's been through while she keeps her son Ethan tucked by her side. Holden's eyes widened in horror when he saw Elise gaze dead set on him as she took fast strides up the altar. "You? How? You are supposed to be dead," Holden muttered in terror as he swallowed a gulp of nervousness. He had immediately ordered guards to block her from coming close to him as Elise was about to lunge for him. "What you wished never came true, you monster." She snarled at him, but Holden scoffed out in fake disbelief. His eyes filled with anger that his plans didn't work, and even in rage, Elise stood as a queen. "You planned this. You ambushed us when our guard was down, and you had your brother killed, and you thought I was dead too," Elise mutters. "Do you all hear what she is saying, accusing me? She is clearly lying. How dare you accuse me of killing my brother, you witch? Then explain to us how you got his body, and how were you certain I was dead? Elise asked, and the male was immediately silenced. His brow twitched with irritation from her questions. The whole crowd erupts in whispers, and one of the Calhan elders, Sam, has to rise in shock. Luna, Elise, what you've made accusations of is very big. This is Holden, the alpha twin brother we are talking about. From the things I've learned, even a blood brother can kill you if they have a reason enough for the throne, she called with a snarl. She wanted to attack Holden right there, and then cut off the smug look on his face. You little bitch! You think I'd kill my brother when you are the one that did. You have been greedy ever since the moment you stepped into this pack. You fooled and blinded my brother. And who cares if you were Alpha Edgar's child when the only thing you and your mother had brought to our land is the death of our beloved Alphas? He mutters with a wicked intent to his tone as he continues. You think your son's legitimacy to the crown isn't questioned? That child could not be for my brother. And when he knew, it was enough reason for you to kill Hayden when he found out your secret, Elise. He was accused. Elise feels her wrath rise with each passing second that Holden spills more insults to hurt her. She clings harder to her son, letting that power flicker in her gaze. Don't you dare speak about my child that way or else, she warns. She takes one step forward, and she could see Holden immediately freeze up in fear, knowing the beta had always been terrified of her powers. You all see? She is threatening to kill me, he called, moving backward, making a show of his fear towards Elise to point her out as a monster, to make her look like a killer to all the pack members. But she had already resigned her fate, so be it if she gets to kill him for doing that to Hayden. She doesn't care if she would be called a killer. She spears her claws out but freezes when she hears a voice filled with so much pain. Both of you should stop it. Abby's voice rang through the ceremony. Her eyes were wet with tears not only from Hayden's death but from the feud going on. Everything was a mess. For a moment, everything in Elise's head goes blank and numb, like she'd finally gained clearance. What you're doing, El? Especially at Hayden's burial? She thought to herself, you'd both think Hayden would want this? This bloodlust, the hates and fights at his burial when his body is still cold and waiting, she muttered. A guttural silence spread. For the first time, Elise had looked towards Hayden, his body covered in a royal gray color, his skin pale as now, and something broke in her. Mommy? Ethan whispers worriedly. But a hand comes into her view. It's Abby, who stretches out to hold Ethan, the only person whose body willingly releases her son's into the older lady's hold. Elder Sam then clears his throat. If you truly believe both of you have something to do with it, then a trial will be set in 20 days after the traditional mourning days for a king have passed, and then you both can plead your cases of who caused our Alpha's death. And we shall find out who the true killer is, if it's his brother or his wife, he orders. I will not wait for a trial to tell you all that he is Hayden's killer, Elise argued. Luna, please, are you really going to do this with all the people here? This pack will be in shambles if you continue, so wait for the trial. Elder Sam pleads. Elise had never felt frustrated like this in her life. She heated to cry, scream, and break everything. She looks at Abby, who is also silently pleading. Don't for once think this is over. She channels to Holden. Not counting on it. Elise lets all that hate simmer down deep into her heart, her only focus now on Hayden. He looks so pale, his body stiff, and his life gone, and Elise once again breaks down into a mess and lets her tears fall. She made her way to the coffin, each step weighing heavy on her legs. It was a heavy loss that made her feel numb. With trembling arms she raised to touch his cool skin. Even in death, he was still so beautiful to her. She recalls how he always teased that his beauty made the females in the pack swoon. She recalled being pissed at him, smiling at one of the single ladies that blushed in return, and how irritated she'd gotten, not until she felt his lips on her cheek before he laughed. Lips that were now pale blue and his body frozen in time. She bends down, leaving a kiss on his forehead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll avenge you, I promise. She cries out quietly. The whole crowd is filled with sorrow and tears in reaction to Luna's grieving. She watches as his body is lowered to the ground before the flames are lifted, and set on the coffin as it begins to burn, an ancient tradition of the Calhan wolves. Elise doesn't look away. She watches Hayden throughout, clawing at her palm until it draws blood. It was the only way she could feel something that wasn't this aching despair. She looks to the crowd to see them mourning and to Abby, who gives her a small yet sad smile, a relief to see her back. But then she looks back at Holden. There is no love or respect in his gaze, only victory that his plan was working. Elsie felt her body rave with anger. This wasn't fair. She watched as Holden stood smug with his shoulders squared up in pride. Murderer, she thought. She vowed to make him pay for what he's done. Better look forward to Hayden's body, Luna. You'll miss his corpse burning out. He sent with a sly smirk that no one could see but her. Her claws were spared out, ready to leap to tear his throat out. Not till she sees Abby, who quietly shakes her head she was right. Elise knew that she needed to respect the burial procession. Elise flinched when she felt a drop on her skin. The clouds had turned gray and began to drizzle, yet the winds blew calmly, like it felt the loss, as the sky began to cry for Hayden too. Elise's tears are drowned with the rain, while the rest of the crowd remains under the tent in the courtyard, unscathed while she is soaked to the core. Even though her body jittered, she stayed and watched the flame till the end, till Hayden was no more. She whispered her last goodbye, a vow to make his brother pay for what he'd done. And he would not get away with this. Holden had made sure to keep his distance, and she was sure the bastard was plotting behind the scenes. Elise pushed herself to be patient, and no matter how much she wanted to snap his neck off, she needed to wait for the trial. So Elise immersed herself in Hayden's mourning. Even though she was the Luna and leader of the pack, she was his wife, and in Calhan tradition, the wife must wear black for those 20 days of mourning. But for her, it was a countdown to taking Holden down. And right now, Elise's soul felt as black as the clothes donned on her, but instead of the dark colors dampening Elise's shine, she reveled in it, her aura strong and deadly when she dressed in the mourning attire. She wore a slim black dress lined to her curved bodice, and she had a dark veil over her head when in public to show she was mourning, but that didn't stop her from helping the pack and attending to her duties where needed. It was a welcome distraction. She could tell there was a change in some of the pack members' demeanor, like they didn't know who to trust, and she didn't blame them. There were a lot of secrets she'd kept hidden, but it would all come to light when she brought that bastard down and exposed him. She had tried to be patient until the day she heard about a secret meeting Holden held without informing her. The moment she was told of it, Elise interfered immediately, barging into their presence. With steps echoing power and grace, she pulled back her veil to watch the elders, whose eyes widened from her appearance. The moment all the elders recognized her entrance, they all stood up with respect, yet were confused as to how she found out. Why is the meaning of this? Why am I not invited to this meeting? Am I not allowed to have one in my own home? She asked the round table. Forgive us, Luna. We thought it was too soon since you are still in mourning, and I didn't. Elder Small started. I told them we can go on without you, my dear Luna. Holden said the last word sarcastically. He believed the mourning period would protect him from Elise, since violence was prohibited during that time, and now there were only 10 more days to go. And how was that your place to call? She asked with a cool, stoic expression to mask her rage. Oh, moons, it took everything for her not to cut that smug gaze. Because, dear Elise, your dark circles are very obvious to the court. Whether it be your conscience or grief keeping you up at night, it's best to keep you healthy before the trial, he said with the most sickly sweet tone. She knew the hate and accusations hidden in his words. A chair was pulled out for her by one of the elders, who nervously cleared his throat to clear out the tension, but her gaze was still heavily on Holden before she muttered, "Let us continue." The elders were impressed by her strong presence and advice, implementing all her orders while Holden fumed silently watching her control the meeting. Something he couldn't do since he barely kept up with politics and only sought power. His only hope was that she couldn't find any evidence, and soon enough she would be locked up for his framed-up crimes, and he would be rightfully made king. He wouldn't be weak and swayed by a woman's skirt no matter how beautiful she was. He wasn't his brother. The meeting ended with all the elders leaving. Holden trudged out slowly. He gave a short and disrespectful courtesy to her, but Elise wasn't having it. The doors immediately closed in his face, a command Elise had given to the guards outside, and now he was locked in here with her. "So you trapped me in here for what? If you're looking for someone to warm your bed, I'm sorry I don't fuck my brother's leftover." He felt his breath almost taken out when Elise was in front of him in mere seconds and slammed him into the walls. Holden's heart hammered in his chest in pure terror. "You can fool everyone, but not me. I know who you are and what you did to Hayden, and I will make sure you spend the rest of your life paying for it, and whatever you are planning to do with my court, drop it," she warned. What if they want to follow a man that isn't blinded by a woman's skirt for a change? She didn't let him finish those words as she lands a hard smack to his face, leaving the beta's cheek throbbing. No one would disrespect Hayden. "Now fucking run with your tail tucked between you legs before I do something else you would regret, bastard," she snarls. Holden tried to hold his shudder and swallowed down the nervousness he felt from her aura and that wicked power in her gaze that overpowered him. And for a moment, Holden saw his brother's will in her eyes, as if telling him he won't succeed. She pulled back and watched as he skittered out of the meeting room with his heart lurching in his throat and the curse of revenge in his eyes. He wanted her gone, and he'd make sure of it. The minute he left, Elise let out the breath she was holding. She felt a warm liquid trail down her arms to see that she'd unconsciously drawn her claws out and nicked herself to stop ripping his arm off, but she immediately healed it. But now her gaze was on her hand, and she saw then the mark on her ring finger hadn't disappeared. It wouldn't. It was like an eternity ring and a forever constant reminder of the Alpha, who had been constantly in her dreams and on her mind, and their emptiness ever since she left him, her Rygan. She had quickly gotten word after that day, and she knew he returned safe, but she had cut off any contact with the Black Moon Pack, hoping no instance would make them meet, making her miss him. For Moon's sake, she was a widow yet thinking about him. This time she couldn't erase his mark, not when the bond was completed the day she gave herself to him in that cell. She had given whatever was left of her could and his promise and mended it all together again. Now she was his, even though she denied it, denied herself of him. "Let them in, quickly," she orders the guard. They bow in response, surprised to see that this was the first time their Luna's eyes had lit up since the weeks she'd been cooped up in the palace. They quickly nod as they head out. Elise couldn't contain her excitement over seeing her best friend she hadn't seen in over 3 years. Yet she couldn't help feeling her nerves had begun to eat her, wondering if Vienna hated her for not ever reaching out to her in 3 years. She wondered if their relationship wouldn't be the same as it was. She swallows a breath when they are announced. She bites her lips and layers a hand over her skirt, nervously straightening it like she wasn't the Luna of a powerful pack but a young, naive child. She thought she could stay strong, but the moment she saw that familiar brunette, tears ran down her cheeks. Vienna did the same as tears rolled from the healer's eyes. "Elle," she muttered with a whimper, her eyes raking over Elise as she could barely believe that she was real. Taz squeezed her hand before he let his mate's trembling hands go. "I mean, Luna, Elise, it is an honor to..." She was cut off by a warm hug from Elise, who'd thrown herself over her friend's shoulder, taking in that familiar scent. Vienna hugged back with stronger feelings of love and relief. "You're here, you're alive," Vienna wailed in Elise's arms. "I missed you so much, Vienna," she cried. Taz watched his mate and Elise with a sincere smile on his face, glad of their reunion, a final closure for Vienna, who smiled through with tears still running down her face as she hugged her friend tighter. They finally move apart, with Vienna touching Elise's cheeks, which have hollowed in these past few weeks because of her lack of sleep, her eyes solemn with worry. "Oh dear, look at you. I'm so sorry about Hayden and everything those monsters caused you." Vienna called with a watery voice. Elise grabs her hands, caressing them in hers to assure Vienna, "I'm okay. I am, especially since you're here." Elise's voice croaked. She needed the comfort. She shifts to Taz, who watches her with a careful glance. He sees Elise let out a smile before he opens his arms up and pulls her in for a much-needed embrace. It was a calming comfort for her, especially since the past few weeks had been like a turbulent of emotions that she had to hold in. Her eyes moved back to her friend, getting a whiff of Vienna's sweeter scent. She looked down to see Vienna caressing her bump, and her face morphed into the realization of her friend's pregnancy. "Oh, moons, Vienna, you deserve it. Congratulations," she mutters, hugging her again. "Of course you're going to be the baby's aunt. You need to visit or I'll stay here instead," she pleads, making Elise smile. "Of course I would, but you do need to meet your godson first," Elise calls as they both turn to see Ethan, who walks out nervously. Elise stretched her hands out, which he quickly took. He was still apprehensive of strangers, especially since Alvira abused him. He watched Vienna, skeptical and careful from under his lashes. Elise sends a quick telepathic message to Vienna, who turns toward Ethan. His grip hardens against Elise, and he watches as Vienna bends down, her smile kind and calm, and her scent wafts off to Ethan to know she isn't dangerous. "Hey, little man, can you give me a hug?" And Elise was shocked to see how fast his wall had crumbled as he let out a smile before he nodded. Going into Vienna's warm embrace, Elise had to hold herself from crying again, watching how her son went lax with relief in Vienna's hold. Vienna calmly introduced him to Taz, who got on the same level as him, and soon enough, Ethan was playing swords and monsters in no time. They had moved to the balcony by the inner courtyard where Taz and Ethan played. Hearing her son laughter brought her a small ease. Taz was so excited to meet Rygan's son. Their remarkable resemblance was almost uncanny as he played with Ethan. Proud of the child Elise raised. Elise and Vienna watched from the balcony with a small smile on their faces. They held hands, still happy to see each other. "I can't believe over 3 good years have passed, after what they said about your death," I thought. She whispered out sadly. A part of me still believed, even though I argued. Kaide made me think I was going insane when I insisted we go again, even with Taz on my side, and I know he was trying to help me find closure. But Kaide and Alvira's manipulation were so deeply rooted I was already being fooled before I knew it. Even the king couldn't see past it, she says. And Elise's heart thumps with the mention of the king of Rygan. I know I shouldn't even talk about him. I scolded Taz on the journey here, yet I brought it up. And I'm surprised I'm saying this, but I've never seen Rygan like this, like he's trapped, and it scares me that he talks so little. I know you both went through a lot, and I can see how miserable. She says, Vienna, I don't. I know, but look at you both. I feel you're hanging on a thin thread, and you both need each other to breathe, she says quietly. Elise was stunned that Vienna was talking about Rygan so carefully. The situation with him must be very bad, especially since Elise has refused all his visits and letters. She wondered if she pushed too much. She knew Vienna would be the last person to talk about Rygan so carefully. Elise's heart panged through her words, her hands fidgeting as she leaned back on the chair. How is he? Does he have dreams like mine? I'm dying to see him. I miss him. All those words were stuck in her throat. She couldn't say them. Not now. He has a pack to run, and I do too. And I have to be prepared for my trial with Holden, and I cannot be distracted. I just need evidence on him, she mutters to Vienna while she's warmed with understanding. She wanted to tell her more about her dreams and nightmares, her guilt and yearning all bundled into one that rifled her sleep each night, but Vienna could already read her sleepless night from her dark circles. She asked them to stay another day, which they did. Vienna had spent the whole night with Elise, catching up and giving her best friend comfort. Vienna had volunteered to stay, but Elise begged her not to for now, especially with what was coming. She wasn't sure what the outcome would be, and she didn't want anyone here in case anything went bad. She had even pleaded with Vienna that if anything happened to her, Ethan would come to his father, and she would take care of him, and the healer promised in tears, with Elise pleading not to tell Rygan about it. The very next morning, Taz assured him he would see what he could find to catch and trap Holden. She thanked them, giving Vienna one last hug before they departed. This isn't goodbye, Vienna promised, holding back tears. It might. Elise thought she couldn't help but fear for the future. If that monster Holden won his trials, she would be imprisoned for Hayden's death. She'd rather they fight to the death and be done with it, but that was a Silver Knight tradition, not the Calhan Packs. She watched their retreating figures from the gates, and her gaze hardened. She knew how much importance the verdict would carry, and what she had on the line. She has so many things to protect. Her friendship, loved ones, her family, and so much more waiting for her. She needs to win. Needed to prove Holden's involvement in Hayden's death. And just like that, the trial day had come. The day of the trial finally arrived, and Elise felt her nerves build up. She nervously fidgeted with her fingers, her gaze darting across the room as she paced around, finally being able to wear something else than her usual black attire made for a morning Luna. This time she chose a striking green silk dress, her aura dark as poison ivy, ready to strike. She planned to fight Holden with everything she had until he confessed the truth to the pack. She stiffened when she heard her name called before turning to the large doors that opened, striding into the court. All her subjects paused at her entrance, her eyes cold and stoic as she passed all the elders who bowed slightly to her. It wasn't a shock to her that the number of elders who didn't like her never agreed to her succession and were always on the verge of fighting their king for her legitimacy when she first arrived. But now they had the ultimate chance to screw her over. She could tell by the smirks and unreadable looks passing through the group that something was brewing, something was planned for her. Luna, Holden curtsied with a mocking hand to his chest, but Elise paid him no mind as they sat at the round table with its court of elders and high wolves to judge. The room was built like an oval, round with no windows but stained glass atop the roof that illuminated the sun's brightness into the white room, giving it an illusion of stars. All the elders sat by a curved table in the shape of a half-moon, with their Calhan crested gray attire, their gazes rigid and unwavering. "Since we are gathered here for the trial on Alpha Hayden's death and suspicion of tampering," Elder Sam muttered as he looked to Elise, "we will give Holden the stand to plead his case." An elder called as Holden stood with a smirk. As for all to see these past few days, even though the Luna put on the mourning dress to try and make us forget, there is proven evidence that she had conceived Ethan with another man, and as much as I love the little princeling, he is not Hayden's son. It has been proven in the Moon City already, he muttered. Whispers passed aloud as Elise tried to control her eyes that burned daggers toward Holden, who continued. Her claws raced through the chair's arm as she watched the bastard continue. And even with my poor brother injured, she insisted he follows to save Ethan, knowing he was poisoned, far too weak and wounded, and proceeded to kill him. You can see it was her plan since everyone else came back alive but him. He pointed with an accusatory tone. Elise could feel the tides change beneath her feet like the elders were changing sides they were on. Holden must have promised them a high seat in the king's councils, and more riches that they could fathom. She felt the whole room fall silent as all their scrutinizing and judging gazes were now locked on her. "Now it all comes to you, Luna Elise. A last chance to plead your case." Elise felt her heart pound as she climbed up the steps to the stated seat for her testimony. For them to believe her, she needed to tell the truth, the full truth. "Luna, we are waiting for you if you need more time." No, I don't," she cleared, quickly taking a breath. "Ethan isn't Hayden's child." She started, and gasps spread across the room, her confession eliciting a smirk from Holden. "But Hayden knew I was with a child, and he wanted me regardless. He told me to stay because this was my birthright, as the daughter of Alpha Edgar, whom you all knew and served," she'd say with an unwavering tone. A look of guilt and understanding passed along the crowd as she continued. "Hayden loved Ethan like his own, and in no way would I have brought his death because he'd known all along. Holden Blackwood is a liar. Tell me, how is it possible that he had Hayden's body without any possible help from his pack? Did anyone ask themselves that?" she questioned. Holden's face had soured before he stood. "That is because my brother called me for reinforcements since the Human Hunt Guild was far too dangerous." "Reinforcements you never called, yet you knew our location, didn't you?" Elise muttered. Don't you dare try to trap me in the whole room with your lying witch. You are the one who killed my brother." He snarls with outrage as she slams the table. The whole room became silent as the elders cleared their throats. Elise looked at them, seeing their gaze unsure before it turned cold again. Elise knew what they'd chosen, and at any moment she could be accused of killing Hayden. She held her breath for the sentence, and a tear slipped down her eyes as she closed it. She felt trapped in this room with no one by her side or no evidence that she could trap that bastard Holden with. She couldn't just let him get away with his crimes. "Please, someone, anyone, help me." She unconsciously sent down the bond, praying to the moon goddess above for a miracle to prove her case. But then the mighty bronze doors of the room opened, causing the whole room's attention to shift from Elise. Their surprise was simultaneously chorused as they felt the dark and naughty aura of a powerful male walk into the room. It was Rygan Andras, the Alpha King of the Black Moon Pack, the dark beast and protector of the Black Mountains. The whole room shuddered from his presence. Elise watched him walk in with surprise on her face, a small gasp escaping her lips, as Rygan entered the oval room, his eyes blazing with focus, and his royal garments proved he was here on official business. Yet Elise couldn't take her eyes off him if she tried. She couldn't stop the yearning that gleamed in her gaze as she watched him settle at the front of the whole room. "Alpha Rygan, what a surprise!" the elder called, all still taken aback by Rygan's sudden arrival. The whole room was. Holden's eyes were glued to Rygan's frame in horror at the Alpha's appearance, and that his plans were about to go sideways. His hands pressed to the arm of his chair, making the wood groan from his discontent, and his brow furrowed with irritation as he gritted his teeth. "To what do we owe the great black beast presence here? Or have you come to confess your crimes to helping Luna kill my brother?" Holden said, trying to draw a reaction from Rygan and pull the public against him. But Rygan's indifference shocked him, shocked Elise too. His composure and presence were nothing short of a powerful king not shaken by Holden's remarks, as his lips stretched in short amusement. "What are you doing here?" Elise sent down the bond the moment she couldn't finally gain a grip of herself back. "To help you, my love," the moment he replied. The doors opened again. This time the crinkle of chains dragged and echoed through the halls. Elise's eyes widened as she saw who had entered, Alvira. Elise was more than shocked as Alvira was led to Rygan's side with chains by her hands. She didn't look at Elise. Her eyes only focused on Rygan. "I am here because I have evidence," Rygan started. After further questioning of Alvira after the crimes she committed, she confessed that Kaide kept important documents in a contained safe, and thankfully, even after the brutal attack at the Human Guild mansion, that safe was kept intact, he continued, and Holden stiffened as Rygan turned to him. "And with our findings, there were letters and records from Holden to let the Human Guilds use your lands as a passage to destroy other packs. How else do you think they found a way in during the attack? How were your shields destroyed so easily?" "No," Holden roared in panic. "That is a lie. I don't know what you are talking about. He is lying," he pointed with fury towards Rygan, his eyes blazing with anger as he raged out. "No, it is true." Alvira's voice cut in. She gave a look to Rygan, whose gaze told her to continue. Elsie wondered how he compelled her to talk. "There are recordings that Kaide kept of Holden giving the orders for his brother Hayden to be killed by his order. I know because I was there. Don't listen to them. I'd never do that." He screamed like a madman. He ran to the elder's table, slamming his hands on it. "I demand you give these two killers sentences for killing my brother before they make a fool of this court and back with their lies." Well, I am shocked to hear from a Blackwood prince this time," a recorder began with Kaide's voice, and Holden stiffened in shock the moment he heard his win. "I am not to keep on speaking with a better too, but I need you to get the job done. Kill Hayden, and the Calhan lands will be yours to enter and lay waste to the other packs. I don't care, I want the throne, so get it done." His voice rang around the room. The recorder stopped and utter silence took over the room as everyone stared up at Holden in shock. Rygan let out a grunt as his eyes darkened, with a cold arrogance as a pushed an invisible lint from his shoulder. Who knew humans could surprise me and make such contraptions to hold evidence? He called with a knowing smirk and winked to Elise, who shuddered in relief as she felt pricking tears well up. No! Holden's mouth gaped open like a fish out of water, but he could make no words out. He looked at the elders he'd paid off before, hoping for someone to back him up, but they all had their faces down. No one was on his side. No one dared speak or oppose the great alpha beast. The beta knew then and there that he'd lost this fight. As he feels a crumbling defeat, he knew then he'd been caught, and he was in a whole lot of doomed trouble. Holden feels his leg weaken in despair at the fact that there was no way out of this. He's been caught. The whole room peers at him with disgust, and whispers passed around appalled that he could do that to his brother. Elise didn't recall that she was holding her breath throughout the whole ordeal until Holden's desperate voice rang throughout the room. I didn't mean to do it. She provoked me. It was my birthright, and they both got to enjoy it while I rotted in the darkness. But I didn't mean for Hayden to die, I swear. He pleads desperately. But his words didn't move the elders. Only disgust showed on their faces, some ridden with guilt that they had thought to even trust this monster. You are a killer, and you don't deserve anyone's forgiveness. You lied, and you will pay for what you did to Hayden. Hayden, who was kind and ready to sacrifice everything for the people he loved. This punishment isn't even enough for you. Elise says with a lone tear that runs down her face. She watches as Holden scrambles backward, looking for a place to run when Jax and Michelle are brought into the room, holding him off as Brady puts the chain on him, cuffing Holden, who shouts, "No, you dare cuff me, your prince? I am supposed to be your king, not this false witch." "Unhand me," he growls at Jax, who looks like he is trying his best not to snap his head off at that moment. "Beta Holden, heed your sentence," one of the elders' voices boomed as they all turned to the table, Holden's eyes glowering with rage as he pushed down to his knees. "You are sentenced to life imprisonment in the dark dungeons of the Black Mountain Pass for the wicked atrocities that you have inflicted on your kin and your king, which is treason of the highest order. You will never see daylight again." The elders order a final decision that the court agrees with. "No, you can't do this to me. This isn't over!" He screams as two other beta guards take him away from Jax and Michelle's hold. They pull him up from his kneeling position. He brawls and struggles against their hold, his legs flailing around to fight the grip of the hefty guards holding him. Elise closes her eyes, and a wave of relief floods her system as she can finally breathe. She hears the sound of steady steps gaining closer to her as she opens her eyes to see Rygan in front of her. His gaze was soft and unwavering as he stared at Elise unabashedly, with no shame. Even when the elders spoke, his gaze didn't move from her frame. "We thank you for coming, Your Highness. We would have believed him and thrown Luna Elise in jail. And you would have faced my unending wrath if you had done so." He speaks with a dark intensity and promise in his tone. "My lord," the male questions confused. "Because you would have been imprisoning the mother of my child. Whatever faults you are thinking of were from my mistakes, and Hayden was kind enough to look past my stupidity," he muttered, his hands raised to clean the tears on her face, like he hadn't just shocked the whole room. "But my heart has always belonged to her, and I was a fool to let her go. Never again, and even none of your armies could have stopped me from the wrath of war that could have ensued, as I will do anything for her," he mutters. No hesitation or shame as he claimed her right in front of the Calhan Pack. Elise moves away from his hold, shocked he could say that, but she is still overwhelmed by it all, as she makes a line for the exit, but stops when her gaze locks with Alvira, who's been watching her through the whole ordeal. "You said the truth. Why?" she wondered with a cold and bleak studying gaze on Alvira. She sees the left side of her face has been permanently damaged and burned from the fire, a constant reminder of her sins. "You had all the chance to kill me. You should have after what I did to your son, but you didn't. You let me live for my daughter, and I was given a chance to see her again. It was that, or I would be subjugated to Rygan's alpha voice, so I chose the best. I have nothing left than my daughter," she says before guards take her away. Elise still felt that simmering anger in her heart, but Alvira was paying for what she had done. She watched as she was taken out of the building, and she went back to the prison, where she would continue to serve her life and end punishments. The trial was finally over, and now they had all left the halls of the court to the high balcony overlooking the city where the crowd had camped and waited for the verdict. The crowd was in shock at Holden's treason, and Elise watched the pain morph on Abby's face as she looked at the chained Holden detained for the whole pack to see. A boy she grew up with, she never knew he would be so evil to his brother. She watched as Abby wept for the loss of Hayden because of his brother's greed. "I'm glad I came in time," Rygan calls me a hushed link. It felt like they were the only ones in the world at that moment, as the roar of the crowds had zeroed down to silence as their gaze locked. "Thank you for coming for me," Elise says with sincere gratitude. Her eyes softened with a gaze that made Rygan's heart warm. His body itched to touch her. His wolf thrashed to take in her scent. "For you, El, always, even when you do not want me close, I will always make my way back to you." Just when she thought her love for this man couldn't get any more, he pieced together her broken heart once again to be there. With her gaze fully locked on Rygan, she didn't fully notice that Holden had been looking at her with so much contempt and thirst for vengeance. And in the last moment, he managed to get himself free as he pushed against the Delta guards, his hands dipping into the pocket glove of his tunic. He raises a knife and runs to Elise. The moment he raises his knife to stab her, Rygan comes in front and blocks the knife with his body, taking the hit. He hissed when he felt the knife indent his right shoulder. The crowd gasped in shock at Holden's attack. Holden was shocked at Rygan's raw strength. They all witness a terror-filled scream from Holden as he hears a crack to his wrist and one of his legs till his bone splinters out. "Ah, you beast! Why did you block my attack? I would have killed her." Holden argues as Rygan lands a blow to his face. He raises his hands to chase another blow, but Elise stops him in time. Her body trembled as her eyes were on the bleeding wound, now darker than before. She knew those symptoms anywhere. Her trembling hands covered Rygan's wound, and not only that, but she saw his blood turn gray, which horrified her. "Stop, Rygan! You're wounded, poisoned!" She calls with panic as she takes his hands and leads him away from the crowd and into the palace. She didn't mind the line of guards she'd passed, as they must all be confused to see a 6-foot male trail behind her, and not just any male, but the alpha of the Black Moon Pack. "Go to Abby's clinic and ask for the Nightbane fast," she urged quickly to Jenna before she pulled Rygan further into the hallways. Elise felt like she was going insane, like something feral had taken over, screaming, "Protect! Protect!" as she takes Rygan's to her room. "El, I'm all right." "No, you are not all right. You have been poisoned with wolfsbane, the same thing that Hayden was," and his body trembled as she stuttered. "I cannot lose you. I can't." Rygan watched her as this beautiful female was breaking down in panic because of him. Because of how afraid she was to lose him, his wolf whined to be close to her, how he's missed her these last few weeks, and could do nothing about it but wait and give her time. It was like a born reflex as Rygan swooped down, taking her lips into his as he kissed her dearly, as his life depended on it. His body deprived of her taste, now he felt could die peacefully. And Elise stiffened at the first touch. "I rejected you, remember?" She stuttered out tearfully, but Rygan's grip kept her from escaping his hold. On paper, he remained, "Now look me in the eyes as you reject me, Elise," he tells her. But she was speechless. How could she when she was so in love with this man, when her heart burned so much by just looking at him, and Rygan could see that affection all too well. "You see, you can't. Paper burns, but my love for you does not, Elise. I could give my life for you because I am yours, and I love you," he confessed, and her body warmed instantly. This time he bent down, pushing his lips towards her in an earth-shattering kiss that rocked her feet till it wobbled, making her whimper out and open up for more access. Her tongue rolled into his mouth, tears mixing in with the kiss as they heated breaths in haste like they had no time yet, all of eternity. Elise gave out a groan as she quivered in return to his kiss, and Rygan felt like he was home in her embrace and warmth. Finally home to his mate. Rygan poured his yearning into the kiss, sweeping Elise off her feet as he backed them towards the bedside table by her drawers. Only the sound of her moans filled the chambers as he pushed deeper into her mouth, claiming every single part of it. "Fuck, Rygan, wait," she whimpered. She could barely think and barely breathe as he devoured her. Each thrust and dance of his tongue set off colorful fireworks to her world. But Rygan didn't stop even when he felt the weak grip of Elise's fingers on his shoulders. His lips pressed forward, and one lick of his hot, flushed tongue had her brain going haywire as her hands trailed up and pushed into his dark locks. Just as he was about to possess her, they heard a knock on the door, immediately knocking them both apart as Elise leaped off the table. "Yeah, who is it?" she called hastily, trying to calm her fast, heated breath from the unending kiss. "The Nightbane Luna, I have brought it," the maid's voice echoed through the walls. Elise's eyes widened at the realization that she had been locking lips for long minutes with a wounded and poisoned man. And all the more, their lips were locked in her chambers when she was the Luna of the pack, for the moon's sake. But her wolf didn't whine against it. Instead, she liked it and greedily wanted more. For a good second, Elise caught the reflection of her face in the mirror, and her burning cheeks turned pink, her eyes glazed with desire for the Black Moon Alpha. After a quick second of scolding herself, she rushed towards the door, giving a glance to Rygan, who watched her hips sashay with each step. His eyes darkened with a link to his lips. His burning hunger was eager and ready for her. "Thank you." Elise stuttered at the door as she took the stained blue glass vial and thanked the maid, who then began to instruct on new clothes for Rygan to wear since his clothes were bloodied up and ruined. Rygan watched in awe of her beauty and the way she spoke with so much elegance. He couldn't help how much his heart skipped, feeling so much love for her as it pounded just from the mere sight of her. Elise closed the door and whirled around to face him, only to be met with a naked torso. She watched as the blood-drenched shirt plopped on the ground, and Rygan hissed with a grunt. She couldn't help but watch his back with a gasp on her lips when she looked at his back. Though he was fully healed from the bomb attack, she still saw scars and burns from the battle with the human guild, a reminder of what they went through. She couldn't help but trace a hand over his back. A finger that made the Alpha almost flinch from her touch. She traced it, hoping to heal the tears as she recalled how weak and almost dead it looked in that cell. She cleared her throat and immediately drove the tears back. "Turn to me," she urged him, her 6-foot frame slowly facing her. For a moment, their gazes locked, and there was so much she wanted to say. She deflected his gaze and instead led him to a chair, where he settled down as she began to work, her eyes laser-focused, putting all she learned from Vienna and Abby in the last few years to work. She opened the vial. "Your wounds have subconsciously begun to mend themselves, but we need to open them," she called as she extended her claws. Rygan's brows raised as he muttered. "If it's pain that you'd cause, I'd gladly take it," he said. Elise, at the last second, cleared her throat to stop her stupid blush from spreading on her cheeks and her heart from skipping a beat from his words. She pushed her claws into his flesh, opening the wounds again. She poured the contents of the vial into his wound. Ugh, Rygan grunted as she pulled the vial away from his arms, watching the dark blue potion work into his blood slowly. The black vines that had begun forming had immediately paused and dulled in color. "Impressive," Rygan whispered as he watched her put away the vial before she rushed to the bathroom and came back with a bowl of warm water and a wet hand towel. She began to clean the blood from his torso and arms. "I thought there wasn't a cure. How did you?" he asked. Elise paused her ministrations with the towel as she looked distant for a second. "After what happened with Hayden, how I watched the wolf's bane eat at his brain and cells, making him half mad. I didn't want anyone to have to go through that. The days I mourned waiting for the trial and for that bastard Holden to be caught, I immersed myself in research in Abby's clinic. She is a genius. She helped me, and I came up with this," she muttered sadly. "Only if she had a clue about it before Hayden died that horrible way." Rygan watched her gaze crumble with sadness before reaching for her face. He caressed her small face like it was delicate and soft, yet it belonged to his strong mate. You did what you could, and you did good, he muttered. Elise hated the way her body shuddered in warmth from those kind words. She hated the way her walls crumbled down with just a single touch and word from his lips. Rygan, we can't. I am not leaving without you. You can keep me as your prisoner if you'll have me, he said with a smile. And besides, like you said, I am your first test subject. I have to be with my healer to watch me heal through it all, he teased into his words. Elise tried to suppress the smile that played on her lips. She cleared her throat. You are right about being monitored. A room has been made for your stay with new clothes, and you will wait until you are checked in every day, she declared. Your wish is my command, Rygan's voice hummed as he stood. His huge build gained closer to her as she was left gazing at his naked torso. She peered up at him through her lashes. She watched his gaze darken, but she couldn't let it go on. She could barely understand the control this man had on her. Damn it, so she turned around and hastily called out to a maid. Pam, she muttered as the door opened with the maid bowing to both of them. Lead the Alpha of the Black Moon to his quarters and make sure he is taken care of and given whatever he needs. Goodbye, Rygan, she called as she reached for her door handle. She could barely breathe as he walked past her. I'll see you soon, Elle, he sent down the bond. She felt like an eternity before she closed the door, knowing their gazes had locked before she finally sealed it, pressing her back against the door to catch her breath. Her heart pounded fast in her chest as she moved away from the door. Moons, why did you bring this temptation to me? She wondered as she quietly headed in for a bath. She dressed in her robe. It took a while for Elise to settle down in her bed as she tossed and turned, maybe because she was aware that Rygan was just a door away from her. And her wolf was agitated. Shut up, she scolded her wolf before closing her eyes, finally thankful as she pulled it into deep slumber, only for Elise to begin dreaming. This wasn't like any dream she'd had for the past few weeks. This wasn't a nightmare or hazy dream. Elise woke up with sweat all over her body. This time, it wasn't cold sweat from nightmares, but one that made her insides warm from yearning. She felt her core clench and her sex wet. She recalled what kind of dream she just had. She had a sex dream about Rygan. And the culprit of her imagination was just a few doors away from her. She buried her head as she muttered curses out of mortification. She felt her core throb from just thinking about it. The temptation was overwhelming. She could still feel his lips tingling on hers. She whimpered out in frustration as she buried back into the sheets. Oh, Moons, help me. How long could she fight that gripping desire towards him? She knew it couldn't be for long. Because she wanted him. Elise felt mortification burn through her like 1,000 suns, yet she felt her body flame up in arousal from the dream she just had. She couldn't fall back to sleep after that. She scolded herself repeatedly that she wouldn't act like a touch-depraved wolf. There was no denying Rygan was her fate. Her wolf could stay without thinking about him. No more thoughts about that huge brute, she warned herself. Her warnings didn't last long. Why was she staring at Rygan so intently at breakfast? She watched as honey poured into his hands as he dug into the pancakes at the breakfast table, which he was invited to. And now she was regretting this torture. Mom? Mom, Ethan's voice rang through the second time, finally breaking through Elise's thoughts as Rygan's gaze locked with her, causing the knife in her hands to clatter down in shock. I'm sorry, what did you say, son? She muttered with heated cheeks. She looked up to Rygan, whose brows were raised in question about her behavior. You all right, Elle? I'm fine. Sorry, honey. What did you want? She called, turning her attention to Ethan instead to calm her flaming cheeks. I was talking with Uncle Rygan, and I begged if he could play catchball with me, but I have to ask your permission first. Elise blinked in surprise, elated that Ethan was out of his shell to ask an adult to play with him. Elise nodded happily to his request. Ethan's smile widened before he came down and hugged Elise before he ran out excitedly to go get changed. Now they were both alone. Elise tried hard to focus on her plate as she cut through her bacon, even though she felt Rygan's hard gaze on her head. Did you enjoy your night, Alpha Rygan? Any symptoms from the antidote and the food? She asked with a formal, rigid tone, which caused Rygan's brows to raise as she reached for a cup. Indeed, this is a splendid good breakfast, especially the honey since you couldn't stop staring, he muttered as her girl crashed to the plate. Rygan caught her in surprise, making Elise almost sputter out the water in her mouth. You. She stuttered out, her cheeks flamed as she watched his amused smile, his pearly white teeth showing as his lips stretched into a genuine one. There's that face I've been wanting to see all morning. You've been trying to get under my skin, is that it? Elise said with a scoff, but Rygan stretched in a smile as he stood up. The dining room echoed with each step as he marched to her. No, I've just been dying to see you for hours. I could barely sleep with the thought of having you just a door away from me. What I wanted to do with you. Elise quickly raised a pointed hand to stop those words from leaving his lips. Has the poison gone to your brain? When did you get so shameless? She muttered in a hushed whisper, but Rygan had taken her hands into his, sheltering them like a treasure before he laid a peck on her inner wrist. He had become so shameless. I don't know. Maybe because I've faced death so much, and now the only thing I want is you. That's the only thing that can kill me. But I will go at your own pace, and if you want me, say the word. How if you'd excuse me, you had a play date with our son, he said with dark eyes before walking out of the room. Elise clutched at her chest. She could still feel the warmth of his lips on her skin from his touch as she swallowed a breath. How can someone tempt her so much? Moons, this male was going to be the end of her. After breakfast, Elise had a meeting with the elders, who suggested a more deserving punishment for what Holden had done. She watched as they brought Holden in. It was just a day in the dungeons, and he looked haggard and crazy. He tried to beg and plead, lying that he's been crazy all this while, and he should be forgiven. But Elise was having none of it, not when Hayden was dead because of him, and Rygan was hurt. But death was far too easy of a punishment for him to have. She wanted him to spend his whole life paying for his sins, so they agreed to chop both of his hands off and lock him up in the dark ancient shadow dungeons of the Pack. A place so daunting and horrid that it crawled with ancient witch curses that would make a sane man mad, a befitting punishment for him to never see the light of day in those dark prisons. Elise needed a breather after that meeting, needed something to keep her sane, and she needed the comfort of her family as she searched for her son's whereabouts. The maids immediately told her that he was in the courtyard with Rygan, surprising her. Elise watched as her son Ethan smiled so widely as he played with Ethan in the inner garden, his eyes brightening with each pass Rygan made to the ball. Elise's heart flipped by the smile on both their faces, the uncanny resemblance they both shared. She then joined Jenna, who sat across them under a gazebo and watched them, also in awe and shock on her face of how much they looked alike. It's still shocking that the Black Moon Alpha is Ethan's father, she muttered to Luna, her eyes careful, but Elise's gaze softened. I'm sorry for not telling you any of this, but I begged Hayden and Abby not to say anything. I thought it would be best to keep it a tight-knit secret. Amongst us, I wasn't too sure how this pack would handle it. I'm sorry, she calmed with a squeeze to Jenna's hand. It's all right, Luna. You were brave for it, and I couldn't even fathom how much it must have been eating at you. The history between you both must have been unimaginable, and the way he did not hesitate to take that blade for you. But I see he cares for you, how he looks at you. Jen, Elise muttered, I know you loved our Alpha Hayden, but were you in love with him? I'm sorry, Luna. It's not my place to say all these things. No, Jen. It's just all complicated. I understand, Luna. You are so brave and strong doing that by yourself. You deserve happiness, you do, and everyone knows that Black Moon Alpha is courting you, especially when he announced to the whole court his undying loyalty to you. Now one bit you, Luna. She squeezed Elise's hands back with a smile. Elise didn't know why it felt like Jenna was giving her assurance that she could be happy with any other person, and that she didn't need to be swallowed by the burdens of pack rules any longer. Mom! Mom! I won, Ethan said as he climbed the steps to the rest-shaded, tarped patio. Elise pulled her son onto her lap, kissing him on the cheeks as he giggled. Now come on, you sweaty mouse, Jenna muttered, and Ethan giggled as he passed into her awaiting hold. Let's get you cleaned up, she called with a pinch to his nose. Bye. He waved shyly to Rygan before Jenna took him in to get cleaned up, leaving the two wolves alone. Looks like you seem to be having fun, Elise muttered with a deadpan look. The mother's eye caught a glimpse of his sweat running down his abs. I'm glad to know that you were watching us, he teases, and Elise knows she was guilty of looking at that perfectly toned torso. When are you going to head to your pack? She cuts off. Holden has been taken care of, and I mean, how will you rule your people and pack as alpha if you are here? She mutters, turning around to take a jar and fill a cup to give Rygan. But she felt his heated chest close to her back as Rygan leaned forward, his dark voice breathing soft words into her ear. Maybe I haven't gone back because a king needs a queen to rule by his side, he mutters. She turns, slamming a towel on his chest, but he grabs her hands instead and lays it on his chest, making sure she feels his heartbeat while his other hand locks around her waist till they were joined at the hip and their eyes met. The tension immediately became heated. Anyone could smell the instant arousal in the air as his gaze darkened as he inched closer. A breathy promise to his next words. And I intend to make the queen mine. And I intend to make the queen mine. Rygan's voice crooned with a sensual promise. He saw Elise visibly swallow and quickly tried to turn away from him. It seems like the drug is getting to you, she muttered, quickly dropping the towel back on the table. She felt his chest warm her back as she turned around to meet his gaze. Now they were inches away from each other, closer than ever, and could practically hear his every breath. Her eyes moved from his chin to his lips before they locked with his storm-gray eyes. They were so close, so damn close, that Elise for a moment lost her mind, but she put a hand between them, pushing at his chest. We are outside, she whimpered. You need to stop. I am Luna. And I am yours, Rygan said without missing a beat. He had become shameless, yet she could feel the tension. She could feel that rise in her heated core, that ache between her breasts, but she pushed that need back. She cleared her throat before she moved further away. Lunch will be soon. It would be rude for the alpha king of the Black Moon Pack to keep his host waiting, so go freshen up, she called quickly before leaving the patio. Rygan watched her hips sway as she rushed back into the palace. He was like a seeking madman at this point. He wondered how she was so unaffected. Only if he knew that the moment Elise left Rygan and rushed back to her room, slamming the door as she leaned against it, her heart was pounding so fast because of him, and Moon's Rygan Andras was truly going to be the death of her. How could she want him this badly? You loved Hayden, but were you in love with him? That question rang in her head, and also everything else, all this time, and all the feelings she pushed back down sprang up again. Oh, fuck it. It felt like she was being controlled by her heart more than her head at that moment. No, she was finally following her heart as she turned the door known for her chambers and marched out. Elise walked out of her room with a mission as she entered the guest chambers where Rygan had just come out of the shower, hair dripping, his chiseled muscles and torso like a sculptured god. Rygan's brows raised in surprise as his eyes widened. Elise, what are you? His words were cut off by a kiss. Elise had slammed into him. She raised her legs on tiptoes as she kissed his lips. For a moment, Rygan felt his mind go blank, their gazes locked, and Rygan's desires flashed between hers. He watched as the need grew. Are you sure? His voice croaked out like he was drowning in love for her, and with one quick affirmative nod from Elise, Rygan bent down and swept into a kiss. The now hurried kiss was slow and sensual. He bit her lip, drawing out another moan. So she pushed her leg off the desk, rearranging her clothes as she said to him, I want us to go for a walk. We need to talk, before leaving his chambers. Rygan watched her small frame, his lips stretched in a smile at what they just did, to see how much he could still taste of her on his tongue. His wolf thrilled for what was to come. Rygan waited by his door the moment dusk arrived. He was neatly dressed in a tailored jacket and dark shirt with plain pants, his hair brushed back and his face neatly shaven. Elise came out of her chambers, wearing a silk sky-blue sleeveless dress. Her hair was packed into one elegant plait, and even with no jewelry, she was the most gorgeous woman he'd ever seen. You are beautiful, my love, he muttered out loud without thinking, but Elsie was far from weary as her wolf preened in praise. Thank you. Let's go? She muttered as Rygan nodded, and they both walked to the garden, even since their presence filled each other with so much delight and bliss. Elise bit back the evening cold as her nerves began to get to her, but she felt the warmth of cedarwood and a mantle cover. Rygan had worn his jacket over her shoulders. "Thank you," she whispered. She watched his soft gaze on her. It felt like she could spend an eternity staring at those orbs, but she needed him to finally know her heart. I wanted to talk about us," she started, her tone iffy and careful. "I love you," Rygan declared. Elise almost had a whiplash as she looked up at him. "And I've been in love with you from the very start till the end, Elise," he continues. She felt Rygan's hands trace hers. She looked down to see that he had entwined their hands together, and he pulled her forward, inches from her lips, only for them to hear a voice that broke them apart. "Elise Alderman!" She heard her name called, and they both whirled to see someone in a cloak running toward her. Rygan immediately put himself in front of her with no hesitation as he snarled out to the stranger. Two guards ran and immediately intercepted the cloaked stranger. "I'm sorry, Luna. We found her by the borders, and she said to urgently speak to you. We had no idea she'd try to attack." But Elise immediately smelled something like blood as the masked stranger struggled with a whimper, and Elise already knew it was a wounded female underneath the cloak. "Let her go," she called, moving away from Rygan's protective position. "Who are you, and why are you here?" "Luna, I've come from the Silver Knight Pack. We desperately need your help. Please, we are in danger. Calhan," the stranger croaked out before their eyes rolled to the back of their heads. The female passed out. She pulled the person's cloak to see slashes of deep wounds on the body. This person needed her help, and her old pack was in trouble. And something she expected was happening. And she needed to get to the bottom of it. Elise finds herself in a forest, her clothes and hands once clean now stained with blood. She looks to her side to see her mom's body on the ground with her neck at an odd angle, broken beyond help. "Because you were so weak, your mother died because of your little wicked thing, and you can't protect your people either." She hears Chiron's voice taunt her. No, it wasn't because of me, no. Don't listen to him. Don't listen, El." She hears another voice, this time familiar and soothing. She couldn't see anyone else, but she knew it was Rygan's voice. "You are strong, Elise. You can fight this," his voice urged her. Elise's eyes shoot open, her breath harsh from the dream as she feels Rygan's voice close to her. "El?" She turns to him this time, seeing his worry-filled gaze as his brows furrowed and his hand clasped tightly around hers. She looks at the unfamiliar surroundings and then recalls that she'd assigned her guards to take the wounded female to Abby's clinic. She helped heal the girl, but it seems it was more of mental exhaustion, so they had to wait for her to wake up. That was why she stayed in the waiting room and fell asleep to that horrible nightmare. But Rygan had gone the extra mile, asking for an empty room where he laid Elise to sleep while he watched over her. And after that, she had a nightmare. But now she feels Rygan's cooler skin as he joins their foreheads together. "You're okay, I'm here," he assures. Elise couldn't help but smile at that voice. "Funny, that's the same thing I heard you say in my dreams just now." But compared to her dry humor, Rygan's face was dead serious. "What happened?" "I don't know. Seeing this girl made me remember things like how she was wounded and broken from the Silver Knight Pack," she muttered. "Or maybe I see myself in her. I don't know," she muttered with a sigh. "What about the guards?" "I instructed them to wait outside. Don't worry, they promised to claw me to pieces till I'm unrecognizable if something happens to their Luna, with no expectation that I'm the Black Moon Alpha," he says to make Elise smile and ease the tension in her shoulders, knowing it must have been Mikal who said that. "Silver Knight was my home," she starts, "my mother's birthright, but since she was a female and only told she was right for an arranged wedding, she was stubborn. She ran away looking for help and found the Calhan tribe. My father Edgar was the Alpha King, but then Dexton happened. He killed innocent people to get her back. My mother couldn't take it anymore and returned to him, not knowing she had me conceived already. She married him, and Dexton became the chief, and she was suppressed her whole life by those rules, of his horrible acts. He was truly a monster," she muttered out, and Rygan kissed her head before she continued. My mom and I became Dexton's puppets. We only lived in fear of him. He would hit her, and it scared me enough never to go out of line. I wish I was strong enough then. You are strong. You both were strong. He knows why he did that, because he was afraid for everyone to see the coward he truly was. As I'm sure that girl too is stronger than we think, he assures. Elise lays her head on his shoulder, their breaths evening out as they only concentrate on each other's heartbeat. The heart of someone known to be a beast pounding for her sends a warm shiver down her body, knowing he was only this way with her. Rygan stares at her like she hung the very stars in the sky, and she was a goddess. She couldn't help hiding her face in the space between his shoulder and nape, breathing in his scent. But soon enough, their heart-to-heart talk was ruined by a knock on the door, as Abby opened it a second later after they'd separated. She is awake and wants to see you, Elle, she calls her with urgency. Elise jumps off the hospital bed, now fully wearing Rygan's jacket as she envelops herself in it like a safety blanket. She sees a skeptical look on Abby's face, but the elder controls it immediately as she leads them to the room. They all head to the room, opening the white doors of the clinic. The girl's hair that was matted in so much blood was surprisingly blonde, and she turned over to see who entered. Her eyes widened. Elise Alderman, thank the moons. Elise cringed at that name as she shook her head to correct the girl. First of all, I am not an alderman. That monster cannot be my father, she assures her. I'm sorry, Luna Elise. You might remember me, but older, my sister was the last of your servants. Elise saw that distinct upturned nose and opal eyes. It's been years, but that maid was the only one who gave her an escape from the outside world from time to time. You're Lorraine's sister? Yes, I'm Nora, she calls, but her face immediately turns sad with tears. You need to help us, my sister. She's been taken by Chiron's men. All the single women have. Our pack has been in total disarray ever since your mother, Lady Malia, died. She had cared for the poor and masses while Beta Dexton made us hungry, only feeding his armies who have all faced death under Charon's attack. We are barely alive and hardly a pack anymore. My sister has been taken to his pack too. She cries desperately to Elise. What? Why have I not heard any word of this? I am a testament to why, she called, showing her horrible scars. They put us in internment camps, killing male fledglings that haven't shifted, but left the women for their sick pleasure. She explained with a horror-filled gaze as she trembled. I escaped. They all thought I was dead after the final blow to my skull, making sure no one outside the pack knew what they were doing. But I survived because I needed to get to you. We need your help, she pleads with tears. With each word Nora spoke, Elise felt her blood heat up in horror at Nora's story. Her hands curled into fists as she squeezed hard. That monster. It was her mistake for only rejecting and breaking only his arm for what he did. Now he'd gone for revenge to take everything that she cared for. Her former home wasn't an exception. So please, Luna, help us, she muttered. Elise felt her breath heavy as she looked at Rygan, who had watched him leaning away by the door, his eyes hard with killing intent. Regret loomed in his gaze that only took one of Kieran's eye out. But when Rygan looked up and locked eyes at Elise's weary ones, his gaze softened. But he was ready to do what she wants. Ready to go serve his mate. The Silver Knight pack held so many horrible memories and very bad days. She still recalled her mother's neck snapping. Could she move past them and face her past fears and torment head-on? Could she go back to the place where it all began? They returned to the palace after Nora fell back asleep again. She couldn't believe she'd gone for days with no food or water, relying only on her will to reach the Calhan Pack. Rygan watched Elise from behind her stiff frame, her eyes bleak and empty with silence, not until his hand touched hers when she reached for the doorknob. Will you be all right? I think so. I just need rest and time to think, she assures him as she nods in understanding before letting her go into her chambers. His body itches to follow but turns away to his room. In his guest chambers, he busied himself signing papers and documents that Taz had sent to be approved. He busied himself for an hour or so before he turned to the windows to see the sky darken. Then rain begins to drizzle, and a crackling, loud snap of thunder shakes the sky as Rygan drops his pen. He recalls how thunder makes Elise feel about her mother, especially with what had happened earlier with Nora. He knew he needed to be by her side. "Screw everything else," he muttered, standing up. He only had one mission ahead. Elise hadn't been able to do anything else since meeting with Nora. Even in the tub, she had been lost in thought, brooding anxiously until the water had cooled, prompting her to finally get out and wear her night robe. But as the sky darkened, she felt a tad worse, and her uneasiness increased when she heard the crack of thunder. Now she couldn't sleep. She paced up and down her room, biting her nails in nervousness, but stopped when she heard the creep of someone's footsteps stop by her door. "It's me," Rygan notes before Elise practically marches to the door in fast strides, opening it for him to come in. "Rygan, what are you?" "I couldn't stay away," he mutters as he envelops her in a warm embrace, her nostrils immediately filled with his calming scent that helps tone down the sounds of the heavy rain and wash out the loud noise. He then leads her to the open fireplace. He sits down by one of the chairs before bringing Elise down to settle on his lap. His hands sneak for her waist to edge her closer, till her head lay atop his and Rygan's head leaned on her chest, till he heard the sound of her pounding heart. Elise wraps her arms around him, letting his head lean atop her chest, and he drops a kiss in between her breasts. "You know, I never thought of ever going back to the Silver Knight Pack, not after everything that happened, but the sick things that Karen is doing to those people. I just can't stand it," she muttered. "This time, I won't let him get away with just a broken bone. He is going to pay for all the lives he's taken," she says with Rygan, who tightens his hold. Rygan's eyes were glazed with anger. He recalled how Elise suffered with him, especially the memories of her in the dungeon in his pack, which made the Alpha despise himself. What was the difference between him and Chiron when they both locked her up? "Rygan, I don't deserve you. I still have regrets and dreams about everything. If I had just come sooner, if I had believed you, then fuck. How am I any different?" he mutters. He then holds her hand, wrapping it around his neck. "Even if you want my life, I will gladly give it," he mutters. Elise's eyes water. There was a time when she truly despised even hearing his name, thinking he had joined Hayden and Alvira in their plans, but most of it was a misunderstanding that brought so much pain and misery. "Well, now, it's too late for that, since you've made me love you so much," she confessed. Rygan's eyes glazed with tears as he landed another kiss on the soft parting between her breasts. "I love you, and I live for only you, Elise. I don't think I can let you go, and I'll spend the rest of my life atoning for my stupidity. Thank you for giving me another chance," he mutters with a kiss to her shoulder. "Chiron will pay for everything. I will make sure the bastard goes down because I will be by your side through it all." Elise's brows raise in surprise. "You really will head to the Night Territories with me, even though we might have to go there alone?" she asked with a gentle caress to his scarred under eye. "Of course I would. It would be an honor, and I know this beautiful Luna will be best protected by a powerful personal bodyguard and concubine." "Concubine? Do you see yourself as that? You are the alpha of a pack for the moon's sake," she muttered with an amused tone. "Do you want me as a pleasure beast for you, my love? Because I will be exactly what you want," he claims with a sensual whisper and licks her nape. This time his touch travels straight to her core. Elise was feeling more daring tonight as she traced a hand from his lips down to his chest, her eyes darkened with mischief, as she whispers in his ear, "Then show me how you will please yourself and your queen. You might get a reward if you show me your best," she moaned with readiness and hunger for him. And Rygan indulged her. His eyes darkened and narrowed to her lips, biting her lower pillowy lips, which elicited another moan from her. "Your wish is my command, Luna," he mutters sensually. Elise wondered how she could get better than this, because their steamy night had just begun. Elise had woken up first. She watched him sleep. She couldn't help but trace the curve of his sharp nose down to his lips, but then she saw his lips twitch in a smile. "Are you done admiring my face yet, my love?" he mutters in a teasing yet loving tone as he opens his eyes, meeting Elise's icy blue ones. Her cheeks flamed at the fact he'd known, but she couldn't help smiling when he grabbed her arm and kissed the inside of her palm. Her eyes shone with wonder as she nestled on his chest. His presence brings calm to her mind, as she is finally able to think without much fear or worry. I've made up my mind. I am going to the Night Territories, and I want you to come with me, not just to protect me, but as my mate. Rygan's eyes gleamed with pride as he took her hand and kissed his mark on her ring finger one more time, before he took her lips into a searing kiss as he whispered, "It would be my honor, mate." Elise had made up her mind to journey back to the Silver Night Pack, her childhood home. Rygan was all on board since she asked him to accompany her. But all the more, his wolf was elated to be declared her mate. He could feel his love for her almost burst like a dam. She then left an identical mark on his. It feels like their souls were entirely entwined as she's accepted him as her mate. They head to the private oval room. Elise preferred to meet her betas in a private room where they could all talk with no interruptions, knowing that they needed to be careful, especially now. Elise sits down on a long sofa, her legs bent in. She watches Rygan walk around the large room, its walls painted a creamy dark beige that accentuates the dark green sofa and patterned armchair in the room. By another small joined room, a large table with the map of the surrounding packs lay with my plans. There was a large golden telescope that intrigued Rygan as he looked through it. "Fascinating," he muttered, being able to see into the pack's town, and the patterned sky looked so close and beautiful from it. Elsie couldn't help a smile glaze her lips. "It is a marvelous view," she muttered, but when Rygan turned to her, the Alpha saw her eyes were on him, and a smile spread on his lips as he walked over to her. "You best be careful with your words, my love, or I might just take you right now on the sofa." Her eyes glistened with amusement, yet held so much love it hurt Rygan when he recalled he was the one that caused her so much pain, enough to shroud and hide her real feelings for him, for her to feel insecure and unsure all this while. His hands sneak around her nape and plant a blissful and love-filled kiss on her forehead, pouring all his affection into it, as his palm caressed her face. "Don't worry, my love, we will get them out," he assured. "Chiron will pay for what he's done." She mutters, "I still don't understand that bastard. Why would he help us with Fitz's information? What was the catch?" Rygan wonders. "I think he wanted me to kill Dexton, to give the finishing blow instead of him, so no blame would come to him, and the Silver Night Pack would be his, and with my anger and resentment for that monster, I played right into his manipulative game. No, Dexton's death was justified for what he did to your mother and you. You were fearless and strong for doing it, darling, and I love you every day for that, my brave, beautiful mate," he mutters with a squeeze to her hands that makes Elise's heart soar as she leans over to kiss him. But the door was opened by Jax, with Mikkel and Brady behind him, who froze. "We're sorry. I think we interrupted." "No, come in," Elise called, and 3 of the betas trailed in, their gaze all moving to Rygan's direction and to see his possessive hold on Elise. They gave themselves discreet looks, with silent questions heavy on their tongue, but said no words as they bowed their heads to Elise. "Luna, you called for us. Is there a problem?" "Yes, as you all know, a wounded girl came to the palace in need of help yesterday," she explains as Jax nods. "Yes, Luna. The moment she was taken to the clinic, we had our spies head to the Silver Night borders to send word if what she was saying was true. And it is. You didn't have to go through all that. We would do anything to protect you, but we also had to have a bit of doubt and wanted to be careful and unsafe. It was Chiron that sent her, but we found out what she said is true," Jax informs coolly. 3 of the betas' hands were folded behind their backs and their gazes stoic, leaving Rygan impressed by how efficient and fast they were. "Then you know I cannot sit idly. I have to help these people. That is my home, my old home, but still," she corrected. She feels a firm caress on her hands. She looks to Rygan's assuring gaze. The beta trio's hard exterior crumbled, and their gaze became a bit softer, understanding how kind their Luna was, and never looking away from the suffering or torment of anyone who needed help. "Whatever you need from us, we are here to protect and serve you with our hearts, Luna," they swear with a hand to their chest. "Thank you," she replied with a kind smile. She knew she hadn't leaned on them for help much after Hayden's death, but they were all sworn to protect her as their Luna. So what do you want us to prepare? An army into Calhan's Pack, Luna? Brady's brows furrowed in question. No, he will see us coming from a mile away and would likely kill all the hostages. I just need a small group. I need you three and Rygan. Then we will send for reinforcements in 3 days, she says to the beta. I will leave Abby in charge. She is a trusted elder and will be sure to keep our whereabouts a secret till we have completed the mission of freeing those innocent prisoners from Calhan's clutches, she called with a calmed rage. Elise could only imagine the pain they were going through in Calhan's torture cells. She was going to make Calhan pay for all the deaths that he's caused. She looks at the trio and her mate, all ready to fight with and for her. As she gives the words, "We leave by dawn." With Elise's plans in order, they spend the whole day strategizing with Abby, who becomes the elder regent at Elise's request, just until they get back. Elise takes one last look at her son, who is sleeping soundly, as she kisses his head goodbye before she turns to Abby. Thank you so much. We won't be gone for long. Do what you must, my dear. That monster cannot keep on winning, Abby tells her. And with one last look to her son Ethan, promising their return, before she heads to prepare. By dawn, they are dressed in tailored dark clothes with cloaks to cover their faces. Her betas all wore black shadow wolf leather, ready for combat if needed under their cloaks. Afraid, pretty boy? Mikal snickers at Brady, who shoves him as his eyes roll. You wish, Hale, he called with a smile while Jax shook his head at his friend's antics, covering his head with the cloaks as they reached the gates. With Jax's signal, they then left the walls undetected. They settled with the woods instead of transportation to draw less attention to themselves. Rygan is more familiar with the land since we'll be using the Black Moon territory to cross borders to the Night Packs, so we will follow him, Elise instructs. Yes, Luna. The males bow with a grunt. Their gazes were still cold and uncertain about the Alpha King's intentions with their Luna. Call it weariness. But they've all heard stories of Rygan's raw and brutal alpha strength that set the betas on edge. And all the more, he was Hayden's competition. And even in death, they still wanted to be loyal to their friend's tragic love even though he was no more. They blended into the shadows, making sure to stay out of sight and off the road at all times. It was normally a half-day's journey to the Night Territories if they took the main bridge, but they were being stealthy not to be found out. They found a small back-road inn at dusk, motioning to stay together and not bring attention to themselves. The air grew cold as winter was a few weeks away, so Elise and Rygan huddled together as they waited for Jax to go inquire about the place. He comes back out, his eyes calm as he turns to Elise. I've acquired 2 rooms for you and Alpha Rygan. No, we will be staying together in one, Elise noted. The betas kept quiet and bowed to her orders. Very well, he muttered as they all entered the inn. The place was scarcely empty due to it being inhabited by the territories accustomed to visitors. But with the need Calhan had made, there was no movement. Brady gets the tab for their food, as warm beef stew were served to them for dinner, as an old man dropped a jug of water and a plate of roasted duck. It's very rare to see folks visit these parts, especially with what's going on in the Night Territories, the old man with an eye patch notes. Where you headed? His thick accent echoed. Nowhere that concerns you, Rygan grunts. The man tries to be sneaky and looks under their cloaks to see their faces, but Mikal snarls. I suggest you run along to serve other waiting customers, he warned with a friendly smile, though his tone was threatening. The old man whispered an apology before they all dug into their food. Its taste was mild, but the heat from the meal did the work to warm their cold bodies. They eat fast and head up to their rooms. Be careful and alert because we are in Night Territories already, Rygan sends to them, and the beta's gaze turns to the alpha as they all nod in accordance. Well, leave in a few hours, Elise mutters as she and Rygan depart to the room opposite the betas. Rygan quickly reaches for the fireplace, lighting a match and warming the place up. Your betas look at me like I'd eat you alive. I mean, I would, but... He muttered with a shrug. Elise blushed to notice the flirtatious undertone beneath his annoyance as she took off her cold cloak. They just need some time to adjust to the idea that I'm with you, that's all, she mutters as Rygan swoops in and kisses her lips. Whether they do or not, it doesn't change how I feel for you. I am yours and you are mine, he calls, pulling her to the small twin bed and kissing atop her button nose. But for now, we need rest before the real deal begins, he mutters as they then lay on the bed, legs wrapped around each other like vines. His hand pats her back as their eyes grow heavy and they fall into a light sleep. The night was short, as they were up before first light. They needed no attention to themselves since they were entering dangerous territory. They stopped to remap their path as they decide to finally head to the main roads. They figured since dusk was about to set, no one would use the bridge because the back roads would add another day's journey. Why don't we rest, Luna? Can you drop the formality for a second? And no, I'm not tired. We are almost at the bridge, she muttered, but her words die down when they hear footsteps approaching. Blend in, she muttered to them. They fall back into the shadow of the dark woods, quickly masking their faces with their dark cloaks to cover their bodies. They spot a carriage approaching. A big carriage, but with a built-in cage. Elsie's eyes widen when she sees the familiar cage and Dark Knight insignia. It is the same type that was used to transport her to Chiron. Dark Knight wolves. Rygan sends down the bond as he recognizes the uniform. His gaze darkens, and so does Elise. All the memories of the taunts and how she was caged and paraded like an animal come rushing back. And now young women and men were chained up and being transported to Chiron, their gashes and wounds on their bodies wounded from whips the soldiers carried. Elise's nose flared as she watched one of the guards reach into the cage, trying to touch under a young girl's skirt, and when she skittered back, he grabbed her hair and banged her head against the metal frame of the cage. "Little bitch," he called as the Dark Knight soldier snickered. "Don't worry, we'll show her what true cock tastes like on the next stop, and we will take turns." Elise could watch no longer as she came out of the shadows with one word to her males. "Kill them," she instructed. The carriage stops when they see someone has blocked their paths, as one spits out in irritation. "Who the fuck are you? Do you know whose package you're stopping?" "Ach?" One of the guards groaned as a silver dagger was pierced through his heart from Brady's blade. Her betas were in attack mode, with Rygan leading the small cavalry. They rushed to the scene with Rygan's mighty claws ripped another male's throat. The 12 other guards watched in shock before they all attacked, but they were no match for Elise and the 4 males as they broke through the force's attack. Laying waste to the enemy, she rushed to the cage. The captives stared wide-eyed in shock and fear as Elise raised the dark cover around them. Her body slightly sagged with relief that she arrived in time. With her cloak covering her face and 4 large men towering over her, she must seem like a threat to them, as she shows a kind, assuring smile to their panicked faces. It immediately calmed them down as a tear escaped her face. "Don't worry, we're here to help, and you're safe now." Cries of relief spread as she watched their once fearful faces grow into tears and ease. Her eyes scanned the marks and wounds even on a young child no more than the age of 10. Elise's wrath grows by the seconds as she sets their chains free. That monster was making these innocent people slaves, doing what he did to her. No, even worse. She was going to make Chiron pay. The raid had been successful, yet Elise couldn't believe how badly in shape these prisoners were. The tortured cuts on their skin from being whipped were undoubtedly similar to the ones on Nora's body. Elise feels another wave of rage flow through her. She watches as Brady releases the chains of the people as they climb out of the cage. "Thank you so much," they cried out in relief. "Where are you?" She called for her mate, who had gone into the woods with Jackson McCall. "We are almost done burying the bodies," he informed. She looked back at them, to the bruises and unsure gazes, afraid to come close, just like her when she was tormented by Karen before. Elise moved forward, starting from a young boy not less than 13 years old. She laid her hands on his skin, and for a moment his eyes widened before they squeezed shut in panic, afraid she was going to hit him, not till he felt that warm sensation as his wounds began to close rapidly. She healed as many as she could in the crowd of over a dozen captives. Even as she felt dizzy, she still healed them. Rygan had come out of the woods to see Elise helping the injured, but he noticed how her body rocked and swayed. He noticed in time before Elise's eyes had rolled backward and she lost her footing. But Rygan was faster, catching his mate in his arms as he whispered, "I got you," before he looked back at the worried crowd. "Is she all right?" "She is just tired. That's all. We need to get back to the Silver Knight Pack. It isn't safe right now," he mutters to the three betas. They give the signal for the captives to enter the carriage, with Brady and Mikal shifting into their wolves before Jax helps strap them into the front of the carriage, before he too then turns into a wolf to guard the back. "El, can you hear me?" he whispers to Elise, her eyes widening as she pushes herself from his hold. "I can still help these people." "Shh, I know you can, but right now you need rest. I know for a fact you barely slept in that inn and you were on edge, so you can't stress yourself. I just need you to lead us to the Silver Knight Pack," he called, caressing her face. She nodded in understanding. Rygan steadies her on her feet before he takes off his clothes, giving Elise a warm kiss on the forehead before he shifts into his mighty wolf. She watched as he leaned forward. Showing his back to her, Elise climbs on his back, holding on to his fur, and with one last signal to the rest of the wolves, Rygan races down the narrow road with the betas and Silver Knight members behind them. It felt like all memories of this place were rushing back in again as Elise began to recall the familiar roads, the days when her father would lock her in, and Lorraine helped sneak her out as they visited across the Silver Knight town. Eating silver cakes and Lorraine talking about her dreams, but Elise never had a dream. She was only brainwashed by her father that her marriage would be her biggest fulfillment in life and the only thing she was good for. And she had believed it, believed that she was born to only serve Chiron and nothing more. Yet fate had a funny way of showing her there was more to the world than the four walls of the pack. She sees the familiar gates, all now in ruin. They head into the ruined city, and a gasp leaves Elise's lips as she sees the ruin of great houses. Yes, the silent pack was small, but it was a beautiful ancient city. The stones used were so gray it was almost silver when the moon cascaded on its surface, deeming the pack its name. The people prided themselves on their homes, but now it was all burned down. Mikal scouts the place for any Dark Knight soldiers, but there was none. It was like a graveyard, but then Rygan caught a whiff of a scent from a small door. "I sense multiple people hiding there, El," he noted to Elise, who dropped from his back. She walks through the silent town already in a ruined hall, with half the building on the ground, but in the shadows is a hidden door on the floor. With a short signal from Rygan, Elise reaches forward and pulls the door open. Shouts of horror and fear echo from inside as over 20 people hide in this small room. "Please don't kill us. We have no people left. Your alpha has taken all the young ones already," an older female cried, her head bent and her arms over her body as if ready to be beaten. Elise's heart broke at the scene. No, it isn't like that. I am not part of the Dark Knight soldiers. We are here to help," she assures. They raise their heads skeptically and they peer up to look at her. Their eyes widen in surprise when someone recognizes her. "It's Elise, the beta daughter." "Elise?" One gasped. "What?" Another said. "How?" They cried as they all stumbled out the door. Rygan and the others were already shifted back and into their clothes, and they watched in awe and shock as the people in the carriage dropped out with tears of relief and joy. They all ran, hugging each other in disbelief, thinking they would never see them after the soldiers came for them hours ago. "How are you here? How did you know about this?" "Nora came to me for help. I didn't know it was this bad." Nora is still alive. Thank the moon that sweet child made it to you. Thank you so much. Oh, we were so scared that the soldiers had come back. After Beta Dexton's death, the soldiers stormed into the pack, killing and imprisoning our people," she cried. Elise listens to the rest of the story as she feels queasy and sick knowing how many lives they've lost. Her stomach churns from the sick things Chiron had done. The old lady alone had lost her 2 sons and grandchildren, while her daughters have been taken to the Dark Knight Pack. "I'm sorry, excuse me," she mutters, leaving the circle. She feels like she can't breathe, and it isn't long till she hears footsteps as Rygan comes to find her. She slams into him, hugging him so tight as tears begin to run down her face. "That monster, she mutters, and Rygan holds her closer, hissing her temples. He's practically erased these people, she croaks out. Rygan says nothing but comforts her till she feels her breath calm. He will pay, that I promise. He will pay for what he did to us, what he did to these people, and especially what he did to you, he muttered. Walk with me? She muttered as Rygan reached for her hand and entwined it with his. They took a trip up the steps of one of the only standing buildings, the old ancestral mating ground, the very place this all started, the place she was rejected. They walked into the building, and her grip on Ryan's had become more firm as she stole her nerves to walk into the place. A place that riddled her with so many bad memories. The old stained glass roof is now shattered in as the place was left abandoned and bare. This was the place where I was supposed to have my mating ceremony, the day my ex-father and Chiron humiliated me, she mutters with a stony tone. She looked to the small door by her left, recalling how her mother was dragged, how the sound of her mother's neck snapping echoed around the space, and how Chiron watched and laughed at her face. He flinched at the thought as her eyes closed to that painful memory. He will never torment another person ever again after we are done with him, that I promise, he mutters to Elise with a kiss on her forehead. Elise bites back tears with a nod, leaning into Rygan's hold. He had then swept her off her feet into a bridal pose. He walked with her off the only surviving gardens close to the ancestral hall. The gazebo was clean enough for him to place her on, and he noticed someone had taken care of the area before the attack as he leaned forward and dropped Elise to the soft sofa. You need rest, Elle. You need your strength. You are so strong, Elle. You helped those people in just a few hours, but you shouldn't neglect yourself, mate, he called with a caress to her cheeks. She then drags Rygan to the couch, leaning her head on his chest and listening to his heartbeat. It was like a lullaby that drew her to sleep. She had awakened a few minutes, hours, or an eternity later, yet it didn't matter. She sees she is alone on SOF as she sits up. Rygan? Outside love, but you need to see this. They won't stop. They are anxious to see you, he called as Elise quickly headed out of the room. She is quite shocked to meet all the pack members waiting for her, but instead, they are on their knees, their heads bowed to the floors. What is going on here? Please, Luna, we are begging you. Please save our children from the hands of Alpha Chiron, please. They plead with Elise. Stand up, all of you. I had already decided I was going to help you, but you all need to decide your fates right now. I cannot save the Silverlight Pack because there isn't a pack to save anymore. She starts. Whispers of confusion pass around. We don't understand what you mean, Luna, they say in panic. Elise then locks eyes with Rygan, who nods for her to continue. What I mean is that, by birthright, this is my home and you are my people, but this place has been destroyed. If you all are open to it, then Calhan City is open to all of you. Brady, my beta, will lead you all safely back to the pack if you all want to go. We do. We are tired of this place, but what about our captured families, Luna? What will happen to them? They can't just be prisoners in Chiron's pack forever. I have a plan, but I need you all to be safe, so I need you all to trust me, she says. Murmurs pass through the crowd, yet no one objects as they all bow, thanking her. And Elise knew what to do. Her plan for revenge was going to start now. It was midnight when guards at the Dark Knight gates spotted a carriage slowly pulled to the gates. The guards came to see 3 soldiers dressed in uniform, but with faces covered in cloaks. What took you all so long? They began to fight, so we had to knock them out, the cloaked guard points out, but it was Jax in disguise. They looked to the carriage to see someone chained and covered, as they didn't bother to look at the rest. They were dumb not to see the people in the carriage were hay-covered in clothes made to look like more people were in the carriage, but was only Elise, and they were cleared in by the guards. They couldn't believe the reckless plan by Makal worked. It seemed insane when brought up to infiltrate the enemy's territories through the front door, and it worked. Now they were in the Dark Knight Pack. Elise's gaze hardened as her eyes were on the familiar mansion ahead, the same one she was taken into as Chiron's prisoner. Just recalling it, it made her body burn for revenge for Chiron Gerwolf, and soon enough she had about to taste sweet revenge. And his whole empire will be destroyed. They were as stealthy as assassins, blending into the darkness, quietly infiltrating the dark night pack without raising an alarm. They knew they had to move fast before anyone could detect something was amiss with the new slaves that were brought in. The minute they reached a secluded spot in Karen's inner palace, Elise hopped out of the carriage, with Rygan helping her get the chain off. The guards were less active, but Elise knew they needed to be careful. "Are you all right?" Mikal asked Elise. She nodded as she looked around the pack. She couldn't help but feel her throat constrict as she glanced at the familiar walls made to keep her in. The walls that held her down like a prized offering for Chiron. She felt a cool touch on her arm that brought her back to reality, and she saw Rygan's gaze on her. "That bastard can never lock us up again," he assured her. She then peered back at both of her betas, waiting for orders. "You both are among the best stealth wolves I know. Jax, I want you and Rygan to find Chiron and the other enslaved Silver Night wolves that would be used as servants, while Mikal, you will be coming with me," she instructed. "Yes, Luna," Jax and Mikal chorused. Elise turned to her mate, who had been quiet. She caressed his face. "What is it, my love?" His eyes were filled with reluctance and worry as he looked back at her. She could see the love and care in them before he huffed out a breath and confessed. "My wolf is on edge to keep you safe, especially since we are in this wretched pack with that bastard." "I'm sorry, I can't help it," he muttered with a grunt. A ghost of a smile showed on Elise's lips before she stood on her tiptoes, a hand on Rygan's nape as she joined their lips together, with both her betas looking away. "I will be safe, you know I will, and besides, I'm not alone. I just need you to trust me on this," he pleaded, and Rygan nodded, joining their foreheads together, their breaths slowing into one beat. "I'll be waiting," she channeled, before she and Mikal headed straight to the prison with her in the lead. As Elise recalled the way to the dungeons, they honed in on their shadow skills, carefully getting rid of the deltas that stood guard. Mikal quickly handed Elise the keys to the cell. She opened the door to the cells and was met with terrified faces as some young boys had tried to protect the females. "Don't come any closer," one called with a snarl. Even as the heavy chains pulled them back down, they still tried to fight back. Elise pulled the cloak off her head. "Hey, shh! It's only me," she called with a quick whisper. The crowd calmed in confusion while some of them gasped as their eyes widened in realization. "Elise? How?" "I'm here to help. No time to explain while I get you out of here," she whispered in haste. As she began unlocking their chains, a young boy began to cry. "This isn't all of us. They took my sister. I can't leave without her," he bawled, and another person nodded. "They took my mate. They still need to be saved. We cannot leave them there," he whispered with a plea to Elise. He seemed to be the oldest here. A little shy over 18, Elise saw the apprehension in their gazes before she looked to Michael, who had been standing guard. "What is your name?" "Nathan." "Okay, Nathan, I need you to guard them for me. I will leave you in the care of my beta, but I need you to be brave and strong, all right? I will get them back, I promise," she assured Nathan, who nodded. His eyes gleamed with gratitude. Elise left the cell after she handed the keys to Nathan to keep on freeing the rest. "You can't be serious, Luna," Mikal said, his eyes darkened with irritation. "I have sworn to protect you," he argued. "And now I'm giving you the order to protect them. I will be all right, but they are young and don't have a fighting chance if caught, so I'll need you here. So I'll look for the girls, please, Mikal," she pleaded. With a silent curse, he agreed, begging for Elise to channel him if in trouble. After that, Elise headed straight to the side manor for concubines to reside. From the prisoner's words, the girls should be kept in there. She trailed quietly through the dark hallways and past the guards. She heard footsteps coming closer, and she began to panic. She tried a door, but it was locked from within. Any moment she would be caught, and she was in full panic for a way out. She already pulled a stance, ready to fight, but not until she heard a door open behind her. She felt a hand on her wrist. She whirled around, about to attack, but stopped when she saw the familiar face that belonged to her childhood maid and only friend, Lorraine. Lorraine quickly pulled her into the room, locking it before the guards could see Elise, and she was saved just in record time as the guards passed the floor. She let out a breath of relief as she looked at Lorraine. "Elise, how are you here?" Lorraine asked, her eyes flashing in shock and worry. Elise backed away from the door, her gaze not on Lorraine as she muttered, "Nora told me about what Calhan did." She looked back at Lorraine veiled and trembled with tears, but stood frozen in shock as Lorraine started crying. "And what does next?" "Nora is alive? Oh, the moon! I'm so happy!" Lorraine called elated as she brought her veil down, but Elise wasn't frozen because of her tears, but because Lorraine's hair had changed. She was once a dirty blonde, but now her hair was an unnatural strawberry red almost like hers, leaving Elise's brow creasing in confusion. "The other girls would like to see you," Lorraine muttered. She then dragged Elise to another room, a bigger room that housed more than 15 girls, and Elise had the shock of her life to see all of them were now redheads, whether real or dyed, and all their hair was the same color as hers. It was eerily creepy and unnatural. "What in the moon's name?" Elise whispered in shock. All the girls looked at her with gazes of awe and relief on their faces when Lorraine explained who else was, but they knew she was more surprised, so Lorraine took Elise's hands in hers and squeezed them, seeing how distraught Elise looked. "What has Calhan done to you?" she whispered. She couldn't believe how obsessed he was with her. Calhan truly was manic. "Calhan forced us to dye our hair. He threatened to kill us if we didn't, and he used us as his maids and took pleasure from our bodies when he saw fit," she explained with a sniffle. I'm so sorry. You did nothing wrong. You came to save us. This isn't your fault, but that sick, perverted monster." They heard a chiming bell interrupt as Lorraine's eyes widened in panic. "We will soon be called to his chambers in a few minutes. You have to hide," she told Elise as the girls began to put on their veiled masks, since Calhan does not like seeing their faces. Elise's eyes widened with an idea. "I have a plan, but I need to follow you in. Calhan will pay for what he has done, I promise," she assured the girls. She gave Elise an identical dress to theirs that they handed over to Elise. It was a pale blue silk gown with open cuts by the middle of her bust and upper thighs, an explicit dress made from Calhan's perversion. She wore her mask with her eyes lasered in and focused as the guards came in. She held her breath as the girls had begun to file out to Calhan's quarters. Elise was ready to face him and make him regret everything he had done to these powerful people. But for now, she needed to get close enough to give him the final blow. That bastard would never know what's coming. Elise had left Rygan with her beta Jax, while she and Mikal went ahead. There was clear tension in the air between the two males, but this was a mission. They were supposed to set all their differences apart, right? They infiltrated the main palace of Calhan's home, the hallways bringing back horrific memories that Rygan hated to recall, the days when he was chained up like an animal, flogged, or forced to service those females. He knew he had to focus, and first of all, was to blend into the shadows. Then they struck, laying waste to Calhan's guards during the secret siege. They made sure not to be caught, and with Rygan leading them both, he made sure not to get caught, not until they reached Calhan's chambers and killed the bastard. "I had that. I could have killed him off," Jax muttered the moment after Rygan had spotted a guard with a silver spear and killed him before he had the chance to attack Jax. He snarled at the Alpha, whose eyebrows raised in irritation, questioning if the Beta wanted a challenge. "Yet I just saved your life. At least act like it," he retorted. "I didn't ask you to. You think I haven't noticed the way you've been acting? Spill, why the hell you've been hostile to me, Jax? What is your problem?" Rygan muttered with a snarl to the Beta, but as quiet as Jax was, he was the most stubborn in his group. "I only answer to my Luna and no one else," he argued. But now they were alone, and Rygan was tired of his bullshit. He had been trying to keep a distance from the male that Elise respected, but it was getting ridiculous because of his behavior. From the dark stairs filled with unreadable questions to how Jax acted hostile when Elise wasn't around, he wanted Jax to finally say the reason why he was acting so indifferent towards him. He knew his mate cared about the Beta, so beating the answer out of him was out of the question for now. "Oh, I certainly do need an answer. We are working together right now, and I need you to act as if you care about this mission. So tell me what your problem is with me this instant," he drawled. "Because you are happy," he hissed out. Because you are happy with Luna Elise, while my best friend is gone, he loved her. He risked his life for her, and I cannot blame her for his death because I know my friend well enough to know that he would shield Elise with his body and life over and over again. He continues, so forgive me for not giving you the good old Calhan welcome, because even though Brady and Michael might have accepted this, I still haven't, he drawled out with a huff. Rygan's hands lunged at Jax's collar, holding the male and slamming him to the wall, his eyes grim with a silent yet deadly stare at Jax. I do not care what you think of me. I do not have to prove myself to you, and without a doubt, I will be forever thankful for Hayden's sacrifice and will be forever sorry to Elle, and for our whole lives together. I'll make sure she is worshipped like the queen she is, so hate me for it. I don't care, he snarled, loosening his hands from Jax's collar. Their breaths were harsh and grim from the tension as Jax pulled away. He wanted to be angry, wanted to rage and blame them. But how could he? There was no way fated mates could be separated, and Rygan genuinely loved his Luna. Yet he couldn't help recall how Elise looked the first time they met her, how reluctant she was to even talk or trust them. It took months for them to gain her trust. They had wondered what she had been through to be so closed off. But now it just seemed so easy with Rygan. Looking at Rygan, he knew the Alpha was more than serious about her. Maybe their bond was something that he could never understand, because he hadn't felt that with anyone else yet. I'm sorry. I know I've been hard to get along with, and I know this isn't the Tim ego acting like this. So let's work together, Ryan, he called with his arms raised for a handshake and a truce. Just as Rygan stood his hands, they nodded their heads in agreement to their truce, and just then, they heard the sound of two guards approaching, immediately concealing their scents as they blended into the dark path of the palace pillar. Did you hear? One of the guards muttered as they stood next to the steps. About Alpha Karen's plan? That man is a mad genius, I tell you. More like a madman, the other Delta chuckled. All this to prove a point to his jilted bride. I thought he abandoned her in the first place. Why does he want her back so badly now? Who cares? We get the glory of defeating the Silver Knight Pack, and soon enough we will infiltrate that Black Moon Pack and kill those bastards. I'm pretty sure I can take their Alpha myself. I'd like to meet the bastard myself and show him what I'm made of, he bragged. The other males snickered. Both Rygan and Jax had heard enough as they rose out of their hidden spot. Why don't you turn around and tell him yourself? Jax muttered to both guards as they both whirled around. Their eyes blew wide from confusion to horror as Rygan speared out his claws and went right for the male's jugular, killing him instantly with Jax striking the other guard, slamming him to the wall and grappling his neck. Tell us where Chiron is, he muttered with a deadly growl. The guard was far too cowardly and filled with horror as he pointed to the stairs. He is in his chambers on the first floor. Please don't kill me, please. Crack! Jax then snapped his neck as he turned back to Rygan, his eyes glazed with adrenaline and bloodlust. They knew they needed to move fast and get Chiron and save the other slaves from him. Let's go get that bastard, Rygan muttered with Jax right behind him, their eyes blazing and ready for a battle with that monster, Chiron. But what they didn't know was that Elise was among the slaves they were about to save, and they were soon about to get the shock of their lives as they raced to his chambers. The moment right after Elise finished changing into the dress and veil, concealing her scent, guards barged into the room, their eyes glazed with menacing authority. Get in line, girls. The Alpha needs you in his chambers, the guard ordered as the girls skittered to their positions. Elise trailed with the girls in a straight line, huddled with guards at their sides as they were all filtered into the next room. Thankfully, with the veiled mask, no one could recognize her face, a perfect disguise. But the moment she stepped into the oval-spaced room, her eyes widened. She was met with mortification from the scene in front of her. The girls were almost nude, only wearing see-through lingerie. The room was filled with smoke, more like opium drugs from the smoking pipe that Chiron was using. He looked like a man who used drugs to solicit his sick fantasies with all the redhead females, and he had a sick realization of the fact that they were all supposed to be her. The thought of that alone almost had Elise spear out her claws and lunge as they filed into the room, but it was too risky since guards were still with them. It took a while as Elise gazed back at the large doors to see the guards were gone, and the doors were now locked again. As Elise looked around, she could see the pure fear in their gazes. There was no redeeming this bastard because Calhan was more than a sick monster. Elise felt that prickly pinch behind her eyes as she tried to hold back the tears, especially when she thought about what all these poor girls were going through. He saw them as nothing but servants and slaves to enact his sick fantasies with. Elise felt that rumbling wrath as she watched Calhan, who sat with a smug look on his face. Elise looked to the other girls, who shivered in terror as they stood praying they weren't called. They were all afraid that they were going to be his next target. For a moment, Elise froze when she saw Calhan searching the crowds. Could it be possible that he knew who she was already? No, it can't be, Elise thought. For a moment, she'd watched as his eyes filtered against the crowd until his gaze landed on where she stood. She watched as his arm raised to point in her direction. Elise could barely think. It felt like the noise of the room had zoned out as her eyes blazed in worry that she had been caught. "You," he muttered, "crawl to me." Her orders. But to Elise's surprise, the girl next to her had quickly gotten on her hands and knees, slowly making her way to Calhan, whose lips curled in a wicked grin. "Why do you look so freaking terrified after I've taken care of you? Given you everything you might need, Elle. What more do you want before I can have you completely mine? Why don't you tell me you love me?" He muttered, hallucinating Elise's face to the female, who quivered in fear. Now Elise could no longer hide the peering hate in her system as she watched Calhan. He truly was an irredeemable monster. "If it pleases you, my king, I love you," the girl muttered. "Fucking liar! Lie to me one more time and I will have you thrown in the cell," he muttered before he raised his hands and snapped it. "Someone get me my bottle of scotch," he muttered as an order. Elise saw that as a chance to get close to him, so she reached for the bottle of wine and served it. For a moment, Calhan paid her no mind as he faced back to the innocent, frail female. Not until Elise bent to pour him a cup did he catch a short whiff of that lavender scent that set his wolf on edge as he whirled back to her. "You?" he muttered the moment his gaze landed on Elise. Luna froze as she looked down, not wanting her identity to be blown. "Look at me when I'm talking to you," he ordered. "Come forward right this instant and look at me," he ordered her. Elise took small, tentative steps forward. She peered through her lashes to see his disgusting and lusty gaze, immediately full of intrigue on his face as he looked at her. She couldn't help recalling her mating ceremony with him, how much disdain he had looked at her with when he found out she had a defective wolf, to this now obsessed man who used sick fantasies to sate his needs. She was barely 5 feet away from the alpha, who was so high on wolf opium that he could barely see the attack coming, and in lightning speed, Elise had tackled him till Calhan's body slammed to the floor. The alpha's eyes widened in shock at the sudden attack. Elise had spared out her claws with her hand wrapped around his neck and pulled the veil from her face. "Miss me?" she taunted with a snarl. Behind her, the whole room was in uproar and surprise as the girls gasped at what Elise had just done. They couldn't believe that she had tackled such a powerful, large man. "If it isn't Elise Alderman, my bride that got away," he muttered with a smirk that caused a crawling disgust down her body. "Shut the hell up, you monster. How could you do this to these poor girls? You rid them of their homes and families and destroy their lives just like you did mine. You are nothing but a monster. You are worse than scum," Elise spat. She watched in disgust as the alpha began to chuckle as his eyes turned dark. "Remember, this time, you are the one that came into my pack, and this time I'm not letting you without getting mated to me, especially since you are a widow now." She didn't let him finish his sentence as she landed a jarring punch to Calhan's face, causing the alpha's nose to bleed. Calhan groaned, his eyes raging like mad as he lunged for her, arching his canine as he reached for a blind spot, punching her in the stomach before he holds on to Elise's waist, turning her over and slamming her to the ground. He tries to attack her, but she maneuvers her way out of his hold with one solid kick to his chest, causing the Alpha to groan, and just as Elise is about to attack, she feels a chain grapple her hand. She turns to see Fitz, Chiron's assassin, behind her, with a smirk on his face. "Sorry, boss's orders," he mutters as he drags Elise with the silver again. This gives Chiron an opening to land a hit on her face. "Fucking bitch! All I ever wanted for you was to submit to me. Can't you see your life would have been better? Can't you see that you and I would have taken over the world together?" He rages. "You should know it was stupid to attack me in my quarters, not when I have so many guards outside," he called with a smirk. Elise watched as the door opened. She was ready to fight anyone against her, but her eyes widened in surprise when it wasn't Chiron's royal guards that came in, but Rygan and Jax. A look of relief spread on her face as she looked back at Chiron. "Guess your guards just got outmatched," she muttered as he slammed the back of her head into the assassin's face, causing the male to groan and stumble backward. Jax had then come in like the blazing wind. He then took the chain, wrapping it around the man's neck, as the assassin was then bound to his knees in Jax's deadly hold. Rygan was on Chiron before the male could get a word out. He was quickly overpowered by her mate as she stomped hard on Chiron's knee, causing his knee to shatter as the Alpha screamed as his knees hit the ground. It leaves Chiron barking out in pain as he and his assassin are now kneeling in front of Elise, both of them trapped. The look on Chiron's face was almost so oval that she cursed under his breath. "I should have known the reason why you gave me those coordinates was that you wanted to get rid of the three of us since you could not have me to yourself," she starts. "But now it's over. You, Chiron Gerwolf, have committed crimes and genocide of an innocent pack, and your crimes are to be imprisoned in the Black Mountain for eternity. You think you have the right to give me that command. You are nothing but a woman, a female, and will never submit to you. Words." Chiron screams the moment Elise pushes a dagger into his only good eye, now leaving him blind as a guttural scream leaves the male. "This is what you put all those girls through. Sick, twisted fantasies wanted to see me so much, but now you will never see me again," Elise snarls as she pulls his eyes out. Rygan stared in awe at his mate like he hadn't just plucked a man's eyes out. Chiron screamed in agony when his second and only good eye was ripped out by Elise. She was ruthless with no mercy, watching him squirm on the floor with all the girls watching. Most were in awe of what she had just done, while some were still terrified. Rygan stood in marvel and pride at his mate. She looked to Lorraine, whose gaze was met with shuddering relief. "You are all safe now. I assure you, you will be back home soon," she muttered to the girls, who began to cry and hug each other. Only tears of freedom filled their hearts as they cried. Elise recalled her talk with Rygan back at the Silver Knight Pack. For them to join the packs together, she was ready to take them in, and Rygan was too. A new world that they could have. A world filled with peace where even a wolfless fledgling can be treated as normal. "You will never be able to torment another woman ever again," she snarls. "Do you think you will all leave this place alive?" Chiron snarled. "You and all those girls are mine. You were mine first. I will make sure that you will be trapped here forever." Chiron howled like a madman. The doors burst open as guards trailed into the room. Their gaze fell on Elise, Rygan, and Jax as they surrounded them. The Deltas had weapons, and the shifters were ready to attack them. "Surrender now!" they screamed at Elise, who looked back at Rygan. He sent an assuring message down the bond. Elise then looked at the guards, her eyes calm, making the night guards feel uneasy about the situation. Why wasn't she panicking? "Drop your weapons now, and you might be given the chance to keep your life. The whole pack has been surrounded by my shadow wolves. Now all your defenses are down already, so if you don't want to see useless bloodshed, I suggest you do that before my mate decides there will be no mercy for you all." She warned the soldiers, and they all looked to Rygan, whose eyes were dark and gleaming with a death promise. They knew instantly any sudden attack would lead to death. His stare alone caused the guards to shiver and made some of them take a step back. "I don't want to die," one of the guards stutters out as he drops his weapons. A silver spear he slammed to the ground, and others quickly follow. Even though Chiron couldn't see, he could very much hear his men surrendering. Dread and humiliation morphed on his face as he turned to them. No, no, no. What the hell are you all doing? I am your king, and I demand you to raise your weapons and fight for me. The Alpha screamed, scrambling blindly. They all looked down at the man they once feared. Now Calhan was nothing but a pathetic blind man who crawled desperately. They looked back at Rygan, whose hands were crossed with a stern gaze at them. There was no way to help him. Not when the black beast was involved. Bend the knee and show allegiance and loyalty to the Luna, and your lives will be spared. Rygan called with a dark snarl that had all the soldiers' knees hitting the ground in mere seconds. Ye, you cowards! Calhan howls again. Fitz, do something, he called to the assassin. I and my brother have been at your beck and call since childhood, doing your bidding. Yes, my brother was killed because of the black beast, but those orders to go into the woods and die for you, yet you did not care. He chuckled with anger. I don't want to live in a world where I have to be tortured and deprived of my sanity to please you, and I will not serve you anymore. I'd rather be locked in the dark dungeons than do that, he spat to Calhan. Now the Dark Knight Alpha felt like he was going insane. No one was on his side. How do you feel? Elise's voice rang through his torment. How do you feel to lose everything in just an instant, to be rejected by everyone you thought was by your side? This is your punishment, you bastard, and you will live with regret and fear in the afterlife, knowing I'm the last person you ever saw. No, no, you all cannot do this to me. You cannot do this. You are nothing but a mere woman who didn't submit to me. How dare you? I am Alpha King, he snarled. Calhan rose from his knees, lunging for where Elise stood, as he blindly clawed for her. But before he could reach where she stood, he felt a sharp slice to his neck, causing the Alpha to pause, and with trembling hands he raised his fingers to trace the metal scant of blood that gushed down his hands, and to the realization Rygan had clawed his neck open. Calhan then comes to a horrific reality, that his neck had been sliced open. Calhan could only sputter out blood as his knees hit the ground, and another burst of blood spills from his lips as he reaches his hands forward, blindly searching for Elise. "El!" His voice sounded painful and horrid as he tried to speak. Rygan didn't stop there, as the Alpha took Calhan's neck, crushing the bones in till he heard a fatal snap to the Alpha's neck. The life immediately left his body, and Calhan fell flat to the ground. The soldiers and guards could only watch astounded by their Alpha King's demise, knowing it was full death to whoever tried to go against the black beast. "I've been waiting a long time to do that," Ryan muttered, a satisfied snarl and dark gaze to his mate, one to prove his loyalty and what he'll do over again for her. He then takes fast strides to where Elise stood, pushing her chin up till their gazes locked. He could see the jarring relief on her face, that they were finally free from their first tormentor. "And I've been waiting all day to do this, mate," he calls as he swoops in for a victory kiss, pouring his love for Elise into every single kiss till he feels her body shudder in response. "I love you so much, sweetheart. We deserve peace and happiness." He channels to her. "From here on out, it's you and me. We'll change the world, make it a better place." "I love you, Rygan, for as long as I live," she replies to her mate. For the first time in a long time, Elise could finally see a future for both of them. They knew it was hard work ahead, but they would gladly face everything. Together, the feeling of victory had never felt so deserving as this. Calhan was dead, and the prisoners were now free. They watched as the girls rejoiced, and Lorraine, with the other females, thanked Rygan and Elise for coming to their rescue. With all the Dark Knight wolves surrendering, it was clear they'd won this battle without a bloody war, and now it was time to care for the wounded. Elise used her powers, healing the people she could, so they could be ready for the journey to the Calhan Pack. She feels the weight of relief on her shoulders that sagged, watching all the innocent prisoners taken out of the cells, families and lovers reuniting, and ready to head back to their home, and she was sure Lorraine was more than eager to go see Nora. Her heart pangs when she recalls the state of the Silver Knight Pack. There was nothing left there unless they rebuilt. It would take a while before buildings would stand. "I cannot thank you enough, Luna. I don't know what to say," Lorraine called again as the crowd bowed in gratitude to Elise and her wolves. I know you are all glad to be out, and I am thankful to the moon goddess that you are safe. I am sorry I didn't learn of this sooner, and all the more I wanted to tell you that Silver Night is no more, she announced to the crowds, who gasped. She feels Rygan's hand entwined with hers, Rygan, who gives an assuring squeeze to her hands as she sends a quiet thank you down the bond. But my pack and Alpha Rygan's pack have opened our lands to you, and my pack has more than enough for your refuge and a home, as you are my people too. And I am more than happy enough to have you in my home, he calls to the people. We are very thankful, Luna, and we humbly accept your invitation to the Calhan Pack. Lorraine spoke with everyone agreeing. A breath of relief left her as she looked at Jax, who was so proud of his queen and her decision to help these people. My trusted betas will lead you through the journey to the Calhan Pack, she assures the crowd. They begin to head out of Karen's palace, with night wolves who gawk at the scene, far too afraid to do anything, especially after being surrounded. Look at all this. You did this, mate. You made this all possible, and I am so proud of you, my love. Ryan praised with a kiss to her knuckles. She felt her heart grow light with love for this man. What do you say? We get out of here and head back to the Black Moon Pack to announce our plans? He asks Elise, who nods in response. She returned his answer with a smile, and that was all he needed. Rygan shifts to his wolf, his mighty wolf form, leaving gasps of shock and admiration on everyone's lips, all in awe of the mighty beast. Rygan then bent down, letting his mate climb on his back. With all the instructions made to Jax and Michael, she races off with her mate, back to the pack she hadn't been in over 3 years, the Black Moon Pack. Rygan raced for hours before Elise begged him to rest when they reached the secluded and protected Black Moon territory. They camped out in the woods, both too tired to do anything but cuddle against each other. Even though Rygan would as much like to take off the clothes on his mate's body and make love to her under the stars, they both slept in each other's arms instead, and by morning continued the journey. The gates were opened with bells ringing and announcing that Rygan was back in the pack. His return was met with the crowd, all not expecting their alpha in wolf form or a visitor on his back. Alpha Rygan is back, but who's that with him? They questioned with whispers. Their eyes widened. They all recognized who he came back with was none other than Elise. The whole crowd's cheers had died down, their gazes now ridden with guilt as they faced the Luna. Elise hopped down her mate's back, a little skeptical as she wondered what they were all thinking as they saw her. Nothing could prepare as the whole crowd bowed and kneeled to her presence. What are you? We are so sorry, Luna Elise. We misjudged you, only believed what we wanted to feel was right, and made you suffer all those years ago and loved the lies of the people who thought were right, even as they lied to our faces. And even after the way we acted, you still saved our people. You saved my family. Thank you so much. Elise watched the apologetic and regretful look on their faces as they all watched her. Elise couldn't hate them, not when they were lied to. They wanted to believe that there was good in the people they grew up with and knew their entire lives. Please stand, she mutters. I can never blame you when you were blindsided by the truth, and I saved those people because they needed saving. I don't care if they were from the Black Moon Pack, so don't feel guilty anymore, she tells them. She feels a nudge to her shoulder and a lick to her cheeks from her mate, with Rygan showing his affection and gratitude. Thank you, Luna. Thank you so much, they prayed to her as she moved past the crowds with Rygan's mighty wolf walking behind her. Once again, maybe I am so proud to be your mate, my love. The people adore you. Rygan sends down the bond as they make their way to the moon house. The white marble steps bring so many memories back as the large doors opened up as they both entered the mansion. I crossed past the quiet foyer and up the steps till Elise found herself walking through the familiar corridor that led to her old chambers. She paused at the door for a few seconds before she stepped into the room. This was the one room I banned anyone from entering, Rygan says. It was a clean, serene space with everything repaired and replicated the same, but she couldn't help but recall the last time she was here and the fight that ensued with that monster Karen, how he tried to take her, how he lied, deceived, and played with her mind. He's gone now. He can never torment you ever again. Ryan's voice echoed as she shifted back to his human form, reminding her that they were finally free from their tormentors, and now they could rule tighter in peace. He wrapped his hands around her waist, kissing her nape and cheeks in a quiet assurance as both of them stood still, taking in each other's scent. Rygan turned Elise around, his hands caressing her face. "My sweet, beautiful mate," he whispered, about to join their lips together when the doors barged open. "If it's not my favorite pair," Tasman called with a grin as he spread his arms open. Elise's lips stretched into a smile as she ran into Tasman's arms. "Taz!" Elise exclaims as she hugs the beta, who circles her around the room, while Rygan huffs out breathy laughter at his friend's antics. "We missed you so much, Red. Really, I'm so proud of what you accomplished, and that fucker can suck it in the grave with the rest of those bastards," he muttered as he dropped her back down. "And what about Vienna?" "Right here." A heavily pregnant Vienna walked into the room. "Sorry, I was just catching my breath when this dummy left me." "Ugh," she called when Elise jumped on her best friend, who hugged back. "You came," and hugged her tighter. "Always. And someone else has been dying to see you," she explains to who Elise turned to the door in confusion as Bellamy and Hannah walked into the room. Vienna had told her that Bellamy became very distant after news of her death and blamed herself for not being able to help. Bellamy's eyes already welled up with tears as she ran forward to hug Elise. "Oh moons, it truly is you," Bellamy muttered while Hannah cried by her side as Elise hugged the both of them. A reunion so beautiful as the four females hugged each other, happy to be reunited again. As much as this reunion is very much needed, Ryan had sent word telepathically to me to round up the elders to your request, and right now they are all waiting for you, Luna. Tasman urged Elise as Rygan nodded. Though they were still dirty from the travel, Rygan had opted for a shirt and pants before they walked to the meeting. With Rygan as Alpha, Elise as Luna, and Vienna and Taz as the king's advisor and right-hand man, the elders all stood and bowed to their presence as they both entered. They decided after announcing the death of the Night Pack Alpha and all the sick, twisted things he's done. "So what is your decision now, Luna?" One of the elders spoke. "The people are lost, and the whole realm is in disarray after what Karen had done, and he was permanently removed from his seat and from the damage he had caused. Where do we even start?" Another elder chimed in. Ryan looked at his mate, who addressed the elders as they all turned to her. "That is why we have decided to unite the 4 packs," she announced to the orders as their eyes widened in response to the news. "You don't mean—" "Yes, we do. The Night and Silver Night Pack have no leaders. They have all been killed by Chiron, who was given the ultimate punishment of death after enslaving innocents and committing mass genocide. They need order and help. I and my mate will gladly give it," Rygan says. "And whoever wants to be against it and my queen should speak now," he snarled out. The whole hall gave quiet. No one could go against such a planned-out and selfless act. The elders knew the whole pack was in good hands, as no one voted against it. Vienna watched with a smile etched on her face like a proud big sister, seeing Elise become this amazing, strong woman and leader. The meeting ends as Rygan stands up. "Since we have all agreed to the merging of the packs, then I and mate need our rest from our journey." Elise hadn't expected to be scooped up so effortlessly by her mate. She lets out a surprised yelp, biting her lips to contain her smile. "Prick!" She sends down the bond, which makes the Alpha smile in return, a clear announcement for the elders to quickly make themselves scarce, as Vienna gives her friend a knowing smile and a promise to catch up later before she leaves with her mate Taz. "I cannot wait to ravish you with all my love," Rygan called with a darkened stare at her pink, luscious lips, ready to taste her fully as Elise's lips stretched into a smile as he wrapped his hand around her waist and whispered with a sensual promise. "Show me what you have in mind, mate." "Were you that eager to have me to yourself, my dear mate?" Elise teased as he carried her out of the meeting room. Rygan wasted no time in eagerly joining their lips together in a serene kiss as they walked down the hall to his chambers. "You have no idea. When it comes to you, I can barely think anymore, Elle," he muttered with another kiss to her earlobe. "As much as I'd like that, I really want to shower off days' worth of dirt from my body, she muttered as Ryan snickered. What's the rush? You know I'm going to get you all dirty again, darling, he muttered darkly into her ear. He then bit the soft shell of her lobe, eliciting another moan from her lips. Moons. This man was a temptation, and she had no way to fight it, but she moved forward, giving a painful bite to his cheek. Feisty, he muttered under his breath with a squeeze to her waist. Elise locked eyes with her mate and felt her lips stretch into a sated smile before muttering, "Tea that was." "Incredible, you are exquisite, mate," he muttered against her. He watched Elise take his marked hand and lips a kiss to his fingers. It was so intimate and loving, and his wolf howled with joy. "I love you, I love you, I love you," he muttered over and over again with each kiss to her cheeks, nape, and collarbone. He stared in awe and love for his mate, who said nothing, yet her eyes showed so much emotion. He knew they were going to be okay no matter what, and they were bound together for eternity, a promise their souls made. With the moons and the heavens as their witnesses, their fates would eternally be entwined. Forever. Well, that's what he thought, because why was it so hard to see his mate these days? Rygan was having a problem lately. Yes, everything was going good, yet he couldn't help but feel unsettled, especially when it felt like an eternity since he'd seen his mate. He might be exaggerating a bit on the not seeing part, but it was because he and Elise had been so busy that he could barely concentrate these days, especially with the rebuilding and anticipation of the 4 packs. They were very busy running back and forth to the 4 packs. But all the more he missed his mate. Most of the time they met for a few minutes in their shared bedroom. Either he was about to leave, or she was. It was quite torturous for the alpha, as they only had a short time to talk, or for quickies throughout the whole ordeal. With short kisses through the hallway because of how tired they were, a sacrifice they both had to make to rebuild the new pack that they would lead. But he missed her taste on his tongue. Fuck. He missed her. His mate. It had been a month now, and he felt like he was going mad. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the bounce of a ball to his chest, and he looked out to see the culprit was none other than his son, who giggled from his antics. After they conquered the night pack and formed peace with the other pack to merge, Elise instructed Ethan to be brought to the Black Moon pack. But Rygan had insisted bringing his own son back, which he did. The people were immediately enamored with him as they all saw the uncanny resemblance with their alpha, and Ethan immediately took a liking to the pack, who all adored him and treated him like the prince he was. There were times when he would ask for Kayla. Even with what he'd been through, he was still worried for the little girl who now lived with her grandmother, Adeline. The elder was removed from her official title as an elder for her daughter's crime, and she was now living a quiet life with Kayla. But the bond between Rygan and his son had grown stronger with each day. The alpha felt blessed to have both his mate and child by his side, one he would never take for granted. "Ha, you weren't looking. I won, Dad," he screamed happily, and Rygan couldn't help but smile. Yes, his daydream had caused him a point in the Ethan, but he loved seeing his little boy smile. "You got me good," he called with his arms up in surrender. "Never did I think I'd see the day that Rygan Andres gets whooped by a 3-year-old, but what are the odds?" Tasman's voice echoed from the door of the courtyard as the beta commander grinned sheepishly at his friend and alpha. "Still, you can't win against me," he teased back at Taz, who pushed himself off the wall, giving his friend and alpha a middle finger before handing out papers for Rygan to look over. "It's the blueprints for the Moon City, the progress of us moving smoothly," he called, handing over the paper. Tasman had just been back from the Moon City. A place after much consideration was chosen as the new capital for the true new pack from a unanimous agreement, and in a few months, they'd all move there. "Hey, kiddo," Taz muttered as he kneeled to Ethan's eye level and gave him an affectionate pat on the head. "Hi, Uncle Taz. You may not believe this, but I brought a little something from my travels for you. Candy from the South, the best in the market," he tells Ethan, whose eyes widen with gleaming excitement. "No way! Thank you, Uncle Taz." "You best go freshen up before I eat them," he calls with a wink. They both watch his little legs go as Hannah, who is waiting by the door, grabs his hand. "Let's go, Hannah, candy, candy," he called as she pulled her into the moon house. "Now what's got your pants up in a twist?" "Huh," Rygan calls absent-mindedly as his friend punches his arm. "I know you. What's wrong? You seemed pretty out of it. What? Are you waiting for your mate to pull you out of your misery?" He called as Rygan snarled at his friend, but then it immediately clicks to the beta on why the alpha seemed so grumpy. No way. Vienna is going to laugh so hard here. I tell her the most powerful beast in the realm is sulking because he misses his mate. "Don't worry, she will be back from the Calhan Pack soon," he snickered to Rygan, who raised his middle finger, causing the beta to erupt in another fit of laughter. "My mate has been too busy. She barely rests, and we barely see each other. She wants to shoulder everything. I know we have our responsibilities, but I can't help it. My wolf has been more needy these days. It happens to the best of us. I missed Vienna even though it was just a few days, and I can't wait to see her, so you both should talk it out." Their talk in the courtyard was cut short when Bellamy ran in. Her eyes panicked as both males were already alert. As their gazes were stern, "Where do I sit? An attack? An accident? Is it the rogues?" They both questioned Bellamy as she tried to catch her breath before she shook her head. No, it's worse. It's Vienna. Her water broke, and she has gone into labor," Bellamy says quickly. Rygan barely had time to react as Taz raced out of the courtyard to the clinic, with Rygan behind him. As they get inside, Rygan is shocked to see Elise was there, having no idea when she arrived. He studied with his mate, who had dark circles under her eyes, but she was more worried about her friend. When did you get here?" Rygan called in disbelief. "I just got here. One moment we were talking, and then, Vienna, it's okay," she muttered to her friend, who had grabbed Tasman's hand and Elise in her other hand. The healer screamed as she began to push the baby out. "Come on, baby, you can do it." Tasman's encouraged with a kiss to her sweaty forehead. Vienna pushed on with another scream, as Elise and everyone else held their breath. The room falls into silence, and the next moment the sound of a baby's cries fills the whole room with tears of relief for the new parents. Their daughters had just been born. The cries of the baby filled the room as everyone gathered around to stare at the beautiful angel, as Vienna had just given birth to a daughter. For the years that Rygan had known his best friend, he had seen him cry only a handful of times, and on most occasions he had brushed them off with a laugh. But this time, Taz's eyes were filled with tears until his cheek was wet from crying. The new parents both watched as Elise helped clean up the baby, wrapping her in a soft blanket before handing her over to Vienna, who cried the moment she felt her baby coo and cry. It was such an extraordinary moment that brought tears to everyone's faces. Taz broke down immediately, feeling his daughter's hand wrapped around his index finger. He then gave a kiss to his mate and child's foreheads. "My darling Valerie," he muttered, holding onto his child's hands delicately. Elise's heart melted at the sight, but she saw this as the right time to leave the room and let the parents process and bask in the peaceful moment with their new child. She went out to see Rygan waiting for her with open arms that she easily slid into. She let out a sigh of relief as he let her fatigue give in. "I'm so proud of you," he muttered to Elise as he hugged her tighter. Rygan then lowered them both onto a chair, with his mate perched comfortably on his lap while both their hands were wrapped around each other. For a moment, Elise wondered what he meant. She felt his warm lips drop a kiss to her forehead. "I know you tell me to try to forget the past, and I should be happy that I have an amazing relationship with you and Ethan, but I still feel the regret looming sometimes," he muttered. "And yet you were so strong, doing that on your own, giving birth, even though every memory with me must have hurt. I'm eternally grateful for you being so strong, my love," he called to Elise. She felt the back of her throat sting, but she didn't want to cry. She only felt a sense of relief at being in his arms. "At first, I despised the thought of you for a while. I hated that I was doing that all alone, but I had a pretty good foundation of friends, and I had Hayden." Elise couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart as she recalled he was no longer here. She felt his hold on her tighten as he dropped another kiss to her nape and cheeks. Elise then slightly pulled away from him, just until their faces were inches apart. She then raised her hands to caress his cheeks. But it's not like that now. I am with you, and I love you. And yes, it might have taken years for you and Ethan to reunite, but you are a good father. Those words meant so much to Rygan. He joined their foreheads together until they were inches apart and their breaths mingled. I love you, he muttered with a kiss to her lips. The kiss felt like a drug to Elise. She felt dropped in a dream state from his touch. Rygan could see how sleepy she was. She leaned her head on his shoulders before he sent a quick message to them. Elle needs to rest, so I'll be taking her home. Congratulations again to you both. He called before he swept up his mate in a bridal style and took her home. She barely shifted while in his arms, and with the alpha walking with her, he knew she's been putting her heart into rebuilding the pack after they'd all been merged. The people loved her, and all the 4 packs respected her as Luna and him as Alpha, but most of them were still apprehensive of him because of the stories they've heard of him being a ruthless beast. But they were all coming around, and soon enough, their goals and dreams for the werewolf realm would soon be fulfilled. Rygan takes her to their chambers, gently laying her on the bed. When Elise shook out from sleep, her drowsy eyelids slightly opened as their eyes met. What? She drew out. I'm here, my love, he muttered as he took off her clothes. Since she was still wearing clothes fresh from her travels, which he took off, quickly running her a warm bath where he smoothly cleaned her body before he carried her back to the chambers, replacing her towel with one of his shirts that Elise had permanently stolen to be hers. He heard her let out a groan, noting she was too tired as he laid her down. Sorry, love, he muttered again with another kiss before he laid her on the bed. Elise instinctively reached for him as they wrapped their limbs around each other. He then pushed his nose to her nape, taking a whiff of her calming, sweet scent that always put him at ease, and for a reason, felt different. And in no time, Rygan was pulled to sleep. Rygan woke up a few minutes after sunrise, reaching his hand blindly for his mate, only to find her side of the sheets empty. His eyes fully opened as he shot up from the bed. Elle? There was no response, so he combed his hair from his eyes. Fuck, he muttered, a part of him agitated not finding her in bed from how hard she'd been working for weeks now. He wanted to pamper his mate, to kiss to her all morning. He got out of bed, washed up quickly, and headed out of the room, going to see her in the study. The maid had told him they saw their Luna head out to the clinic earlier, so he headed there for the day. To his surprise, he saw Elise attending and treating the sick patients and people who were there for a visit. Rygan watched at the door, half annoyed yet so proud of her resilience. He watched as her next patient left, and Elise sighed out as her body sagged from fatigue. Next patient, please, she requested, but Rygan had already locked the door and leaned on it, watching the small frame of his mate's back. You are not taking anyone else, he muttered with a dark tone filled with finality, tweaked with annoyance. It caused Elise to turn, shocked to see her mate. Rygan, what the hell? But Rygan wasn't happy, especially when he saw the heavy dark bags under her eyes and how weak she looked. I'm supposed to be asking you that. Just look at you, Elle. You can barely stand. Vienna had a lot of people to check up on before her baby came earlier than we expected, so I decided to come help at the clinic. It's not a big deal. Normally it won't be, but you've barely slept, my love. I'm worried, he called. Elise then stood up from her seat to walk towards him. Look, I'm fine. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but... She paused in her steps as she felt a sick sensation, and the room spun in her gaze, one that her mate noticed. Rygan, I don't feel so good. Ugh, she muttered as she staggered back. Her mate watched in horror as he quickly reached for her the moment her body slumped and her body gave out. Elise had just fainted. The moment she opened her eyes, she knew she was in a trance when she saw her wolf. This time she sat daintily on the grass with her large head perched on Elise's legs. Good to see you again, Elise muttered. You need to take care of yourself. The princess will be mad at you. What do you mean? You will understand soon enough. I've kept you here long enough, and your mate already feels agitated till we meet again. She called with a lick to Elise's face, and Elise's eyes shot open instantly. She felt the heavy pang of pain in her head as she opened her eyes to see Rygan right beside her, holding her hand. "Rygan?" she muttered to her mate, who fully sat up, placing a deep kiss on her forehead as he let out a sigh of relief. "Thank the moons," he muttered before the door opened, and a familiar junior healer, May, came in, giving a short greeting before she carefully checked Elise's pulse. "I don't understand. What happened?" she asked May. "Is it because I skipped breakfast? I was feeling sick after I smelled the seafood stew, so I didn't just have an appetite to eat it. It's nothing wrong, right?" she asked nervously, looking back at May and then to her alpha, who squeezed her hand. "It's something unexpected," May said, her lips splitting into a grin. "Congratulations, Luna Elise," she muttered to the pair with a beaming smile on her face. "You're pregnant." Elise was pregnant. She could barely think and barely breathe as the news came through, but this time she felt no fear but so much joy that she turned to her mate, whose eyes were already glistening with tears, before she turned back to May. "Congratulations, Luna. I'm so happy for you both," May said excitedly, bowing before she heads for the door and leaves the couple alone. Elise felt her face wet with tears. She reached a hand to her tummy, softly caressing it and turning to look at her mate. "My love, you're pregnant, you're pregnant," he repeated before he dove in for a hug and kiss that Elise reciprocated with tearful joy and laughter. Now she realized what her wolf had meant when she talked about a princess. "Our girl is going to be perfect," she muttered to Rygan's surprise, leaving the alpha's eyes to widen in response to her words while he caressed his mate's cheeks. Admiring her star-dusted freckled cheeks now wet with tears before their gaze locked and his brows furrowed in confusion. "How did?" "My wolf, she told me. I mean, kind of. But now I know what she meant," she explained to her mate, Rygan's lips stretched into a smile as he leaned forward and kissed her. They had gone home after the news from the clinic. It wasn't even up to an hour, and Rygan had turned into an overprotective male because his mate was pregnant. He snarled at any male, even if it was male servants that passed them, scaring them all instantly. Elise had to bite back her laughter and apologize to the males who fell victim to the alpha's snarl until they reached their chamber. Rygan picked her up, slowly whirling his mate around in the air as Elise laughed, holding on tight and hugging her alpha. "You are a gem, my love, and you and the baby are a gift to me. I love you. Thank you so much," he muttered with a kiss to her lips, one that deepened with ease, but they were soon interrupted by a knock on the door. "I'm sorry, Luna, but your son wants to see you," the maid called quickly as Ethan ran into the room and into Elise's awaiting arms. "Mom," he exclaimed. Elise looked like she was about to cry. She felt so bad that she had neglected her son the moment she arrived back. "I'm so sorry, my love. I missed you so much," she called with a kiss to her son's cheeks. "I heard you weren't feeling well. Are you okay now, Mom?" "I was so worried, Mom," he sniffled out with a caress to Elise's cheeks. Rygan felt his heart melt at what his son had done. The alpha then came closer to them, and Elise let out a yell when he picked both of them up and twirled them around. "I love you both so much," he called with a kiss to both their cheeks, making Ethan smile, arching into Rygan's open arms, tightly embracing his father before he looked back at his mom, who stared at both her mate and son with so much love her heart could burst. "I wasn't sick, baby. It's because I'm carrying your baby sister," she explained calmly to Ethan. The excitement in his gaze grew, and he looked at his mother, wide-eyed with growing excitement. "Really? I'm going to have a baby sister? Yay! That means I can play with her and teach her to catch a ball." He hopped in Rygan's hold excitedly. Elise smiled before heading to the bed, sitting down with a sigh, feeling a drain in her strength. "And Mom needed to rest, but she needs both of us for strength," Ethan called. Rygan was a sucker for his request, as he took him and laid him beside Elise, who wrapped her hand around him, placing kisses on the boy's face, which had him giggling happily. Rygan then joined them, causing the bed to dip. He crawled forward and laid on his side, facing his mate, who smiled warmly at him, the beautiful family that he swore to protect with his life. It wasn't long till they all fell into a deep sleep, with his hands wrapped around her waist, as the calming darkness covered them. Elise wakes up from sleep a few hours later. She peels an eye open to see that she is alone on the bed. She pushes herself off the covers, blinking away the bright rays of light from her eyes. She stretched out before she called for her mate. "Rygan?" There was no answer. She stood up from the bed and headed to the bathroom, washing her face and cleaning up before she came back out, this time calling out for him telepathically. "Rygan, where are you?" "I will be back soon, my love. Hang tight," he sends down the bond. Elise sees this as an opportunity to go back to bed. It was the nurse's orders to rest in bed at least for a full day because she had tired herself out with work. But what could she do? The people were counting on her and Rygan. Most days she felt sorry for her mate, and they couldn't spend much time with each other as before. Her wolf scolded her too, knowing they both yearned to be close to him. She lounged lazily on the bed, lulled in and out of sleep for a few minutes before she heard the door open. To her surprise and amusement, she saw Rygan juggling with a large tray of food and books in his other hand. "There's the bedhead I missed," he said with a fond smile. Elise tried to pat her fiery red hair down, watching with a smile as her mate balanced the tray in front of her. "Where is Ethan?" "He was more than excited for his match with the other kids that he kicked me awake, so don't worry, I made sure to be careful not to wake you up. We had our bonding time in the tub before I dressed him up," he said with a kiss to her cheek before he poured juice in a cup. "Thank you. You didn't have to do this. I would have come to the dining table." "This is nothing," he cut off with a kiss to her lips. She gladly indulged, taking her sweet time to taste her mate. Moons she missed, having lazy and cozy mornings like this. She quickly dug into the hearty breakfast that had her almost moaning from its savory and sweet flavors. She loved how Rygan was attentive enough to rid the plate of any seafood smell that could make her feel queasy and sick. "And also, don't get mad," he muttered with a mischievous gaze as Elise paused her second serving of bacon and stared at him. "What did you do?" she asked her mate. "I had an emergency meeting with the council and Jax, who you came with. I've put him in charge of the Moon City until further notice, and I assure you won't be tied down. You can still work on it, but your travel will be halved because I want you and the child to be okay and rest better." How could she even get mad at him when he was doing this all for her? She rolled her eyes, yet couldn't stop herself from smiling. She reached forward, giving a playful nip to his neck, causing the male to hiss in pain yet pleasure. "That's your punishment." "That was more like a reward, my love," he muttered. His voice darkened. Elise saw him peer at her with a sultry desire, his gaze staring down at the loose robe around her chest. "And with all the time you have with me now and your touch I've craved all this while, you might just have to punish me longer," he said with a kiss to her nape, and the middle of her breast made Elise shudder with desire. He took the tray away with a whisper in her ears. "Breakfast is over. Now I will gladly give you your dessert, my love, one that will fill you up for a long, long time," he called with a dark, sensual promise, sneaking a hand under her robe, making Elise's core clench and ache with desire. He was ready to worship and take his mate. She knew this morning was about to end, and she couldn't wait. They wake up sometime in the afternoon, both filled with excitement as they quickly freshen up, and they head out to Tasman's home to share the good news with them and also check on the baby. They reach Tasman's guarded mansion, the beta happy to see them, while on the other hand, Rygan looked so on edge and overprotective that Taz quickly threw a worried side-eye to Elise, worried as to why her mate seemed weird. But all males were like that. They were all protective when their mate was pregnant. They barely let any other male get close. When their mate and offspring were involved, especially during the first months, the new parents looked between themselves and back to Elise, eager for the news, and Elise immediately announced to both new parents about her pregnancy. "The reason your friend is so jumpy and protective is that I'm pregnant. I'm having another baby," she announced, leaving Taz jumping in the celebration, while Vienna smiled ear to ear, though the healer was still seated breastfeeding the baby. The pure joy was evident in the healer's gaze. Elise would never have believed this kind of happiness was possible. She hugged Vienna and then kissed baby Valerie's head, promising the baby a best friend. On the way, both males looked at their cherished mates with smiles on their faces, with so much love in them. Who would have thought her life would be different after the day she met Rygan in that dark cell? Now every day was worth living, and she couldn't wait for their future together. She peered up at Rygan, who looked at her like she held the whole sky in her hands. "I love you, Elise, till my last breath," he sends down the bond. "And I love you, Rygan," she answers back, cleaning off the tears on her face as he stares at her family. There was still more to do in the coming future, but for the present, she was grateful for it and excited for what was to come. The end. Side story. Jax's POV. There was a time when anyone could try to tell me true love was real, and I'd fall for it. And all the more, having a fated mate was unheard of. A love was so strong like my parents who died in each other's arms during the war 20 years ago. I couldn't fathom what kind of love would bring someone to their knees and, all the more, die for their partner. I and my best friends have always joked about never falling in love so desperately for anyone. Yet my best friend Hayden was an exception. None of us ever expected. He was a goner for Elise the moment he met her. I could see why he loved her, though it took time for her to trust us. I could see the ease in her eyes and the walls crumbled when Hayden was there, but it was never as intense as what my friend felt. Hayden, who loved Elle with all his heart and died for that said love, broke me beyond words when I heard the news of his death from Holden. None of us could believe it, not until we had carried his corpse and dressed him up for his burial. I thought Elise would never love again, or hoped she wouldn't. Little did I know that her fated mate was the greatest kind of love anyone could have, and to be honest, I felt angry. No, more like jealous of her. I was jealous of the fact that I had never experienced that kind of love and desire for someone, and I thought I never would feel something like that. Yet they all changed when I set my eyes on her. It felt like all the questions and doubts that I'd been desperately searching for my whole life were answered when I saw her. I didn't know her name, but the bottle of strawberry red hair did so little to hide her beauty. I watched her talk with my Luna, giving all her gratitude towards her and thanking Nora. That's when I realized who she was. This was Nora's elder sister, Lorraine. I could not take my eyes off her. I watched as I saw her shiver from the thin see-through clothes. She was more than uncomfortable. I don't know what pushed out the courage in me, making me walk forward. My wolf pried to get closer and pushed forward in interest to the female before us. I cleared my throat, watching while she whirled slowly around to face me. If I thought from afar she was a beauty, I was far more awe-stricken and frozen in place when she faced me. My eyes trailed around her tall, goddess-like yet lean figure who hugged around her curves. Her hands wrapped chest to keep herself warm as she peered at me with those innocent eyes from under her lashes and moons. This was dangerous. Fuck. "Hello," her quiet yet breathy voice spoke, her eyes gleaming in question as she watched me, waiting for me to respond. It took a few seconds before I recalled what I was standing here for. I quickly pull off the cloak around my body and cover her quivering frame. I could see a slight look of apprehension. Then, surprise, I slowly wrap it around her, fastening the ropes before I take a step back. "Here, you will need this for the journey," I muttered to her. It was barely audible. Hear a quiet thank you before I faced the call of my Luna, who asked for me, a call I quickly appreciated. After Elise had given instructions to me and McCall before she lived with her mate in his pack, we both got started in directing the captives into rows and rows of comfortable carriages before we assigned our shadow wolves to watch over the night pack. Then we started the journey. Even as we did, I caught myself looking at the widow of the closed car where Lorraine sat. I continued staring till I felt a light punch to my shoulder and turned to see McCall with a smug and knowing look on his face. He'd caught on to my stare. Damn it, he knows. "Never have I seen you be enthralled by one female Jax. Damn, she is really beautiful," he whispered in my ears. I don't know whether he meant it or was trying to tease me, and from the corner of my eyes, I feel her watching us. I answer him back with a grunt. "Get off me, dumbass," I mutter, hearing McCall snicker before he finally backs off. Moons. How could a woman I just met hours ago have such a hold on me? I shake my head, pushing back away the thought to focus on the journey back to the pack. We used the main bridge for our travels, cutting the journey short as we arrived almost at midnight, with Abby, the pack, ready to give us a warm welcome, since Brady made it home first with the Silverlight refugees he came with. He had relayed the plan to Abby. The reunion for the small pack was bittersweet as they hugged each other. Some cried for their losses, while others were intrigued about the new place they would call home. We directed the wounded into the clinic to get fixed up, while we assigned the Silver Night Wolves temporary resident, which McCall's handled, while I and Brady headed to the clinic. Yet again, I found my gaze trailing after Lorraine, who met Abby, watched as they walked into Nora's room, and a few minutes later, they came out. I was close enough to hear her concerns about her sister, one that Abby answered with kindness, explaining Nora's extreme fatigue and how she was asleep. I had no idea what possessed me to walk up to her, not caring for Brady's questioning gaze at the back of my head. I just knew I couldn't bring myself to touch her, not yet, especially when my wolf was eager to be so close. I couldn't let him lose control. "I can stay with her all night, Elder Abby, please." Lorraine pleads. Her honey-sweet voice sounded so desperate that it did something to me. "You need to rest, child. The journey has been long, and I don't want you passing out too. I will be here, and your sister will be safe," she assured. "You can trust Abby, I assure you." I tell her. I can see the gratitude in her gaze as her shoulders sag down in relief from my words before Brady calls me back, his brows raised in question. "What is this I see?" "Nothing, you asshole," I mutter, but I know both my best friends were on to me. I couldn't hide it if I tried my hardest to. "It's very obvious, it's more than nothing." That's what I said. Michael dropped in as the three of us talked in a small circle. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the fact that they were on to me. "It is nothing." Jax, dear?" I hear Abby's voice interrupt as we all turn to the sweet elder, my gaze already alert to whatever she needs. "Well, this isn't about me. I know the girls have been through a lot, and there are no more vacant houses, especially since I'm taking care of the more wounded girls. I asked Lorraine who she'd stay with, and she asked for you," she explains, shocking me. "What?" I mutter. The moment I looked up, my gaze locked with Lorraine's, who immediately turned away, clearly shy of her choice. I could hear the snickering and taunts of my friends get louder, with Brady nudging me with a smirk on both their faces. "Nothing, huh?" he teased me. But I had no comeback because I was far too deep with her before I already knew it. And hell, my patience is being tested to be alone with her. How much temptation could my wolf take? Fuck. The walk back to Jax's home was quiet and more awkward than he anticipated, but mostly since he was trying hard not to stare at Lorraine while they walked to his cabin. His wolf was barely in control. His desire to touch her and know what she tasted like underneath all her clothes was more than tempting, but right now he could barely see her face under the cloak. I don't think I thanked you for this." "You did," he cut in quickly. And for a short moment their gaze locked. He could see a blush on her cheek spread before she turned away. Why did she choose me? He couldn't help wondering. He barely recalled opening the doors to his home with Lorraine trailing in after him. "And don't worry too much about your sister. She is in great hands, and Abby will take care of her. But now you need to take care of yourself. You need rest," he adds. "Thank you." "Jax, my name is Jax Cullen." He tells her he could see interest glistening in her gaze, with Lorraine responding with a nod. "And I'm Lorraine Mayfield," she muttered, watching as Jax reached for a light switch, turning all the lights on and leaving her in awe. She admired his cabin, the dark brown walls a warm contrast to the black curtains. They were in the living room, and she peered around her, spotting the open, floored kitchen and then stairs that led to 2 rooms upstairs. Her reaction was awe and shock, especially since a lot of things like this weren't allowed or seen in the Silver Night Pack because of Dexton's wicked rule to keep them all in the dark about the new world for years. "Come with me," Jax mutters, leading her up the steps that Lorraine quietly followed. He passes the first room, which was his, before he leads her to the room just opposite his. "This will be your room," he calls, opening the door to the creamy and beige room with a connecting bathroom. He opens the bathroom, waiting as Lorraine enters, looking enthralled by the whole space. "This is the shower. You can use it to clean yourself up. Wait, let me get you a towel, he calls, quickly exiting the bathroom. He heads to one of the drawers, slipping out a fresh towel. Ah! He hears Lorraine scream from the bathroom, leaving the beta racing back into the bathroom in worry when he comes across the cloak, soaked and wet on the floor, and Lorraine wet from head to toe and struggling to turn the shower off. Jax quickly stepped in, turning the very cold shower off. Are you okay? His voice faded off because turning around was his biggest mistake and torture of his life. He peered down to see that not only was her thin dress now soaked with water, everything was on display, and Jax felt his wolf thrash to the surface to take her. I'm sorry. I think I should have told you the right button first before leaving you in here, he muttered, covering her with a towel. Jax had expected to get screamed at, but he hadn't expected the cute giggle from Lorraine, then peers down to see genuine amusement in her eyes as their gazes locked with each other. I'm pretty stupid, huh? You aren't stupid, but you are right about the pretty part, he utters before he can stop himself. Her smile contorts into one with surprise. Jax feels he's gone too far, too deep, as the beta pulls back away from her. The left for cold and the right for hot, I'll, leave you to it, he muttered, closing the door behind him. Better control yourself, you bastard pervert, he muttered to himself. Now that he was showering, he had little time to think. She needed clothes and food. He could whip something up for her in minutes, but the problem now was the clothes. He had no female clothes here, so he rushed to his room looking for the smallest thing in his closet to give to her. He heads to the door, giving a slight knock before his hands. A shy gaze peers out of the door. Here, come down when you're done. I'll whip something up for you to eat, he calls, passing her the clothes, and with another shut to the door, he steps out. Moons, why the hell was he so nervous like a pup that just had his first crush? He showered quickly before heading downstairs, taking the faster option of frying and making some savory fries while the steak cooked. It wasn't long till he heard the door to Lorraine's room open and the sound of uncertain feet paddle down the steps. There you are. Jax's words freeze when he comes face to face with Lorraine, fully cleaned and showered. Gone was the temporary bottle-dyed red hair, now a dirty blonde lock with greenish-blue eyes. It fit perfectly to her polite, soft lips and button nose, and she had the most doll-like eyes that could pierce you into a trance. She left Jax speechless, especially when the beta looked down to see her legs bare and naked, and when he realized in his nervous attempt to get her clothes, he forgot pants. But Lorraine seemed unbothered by it. Maybe since his shirt was so big it reached the lower part of their thighs. Her damp hair was combed up slightly to the left, showing off the soft feature of her high cheekbones. Take a seat, he pushed himself to speak, hoping he wouldn't sound like a weirdo. Lorraine quickly took a seat on the kitchen stool, her hands pacing early on the island, watching as Jax quickly dished fries on a plate for her, her mouth watering in anticipation as she takes a piece and bites into it. This tastes divine. Thank you. That's just the starter, he then calls with a kind smile before he turns back to the stove, taking the steak off it and plating it with much-needed sauces before he passes the plate on the kitchen island. And Lorraine dives into the hearty meal with a big smile and appetite, one that makes Jax feel satisfied, yet pissed that Chiron could lock such an angel up. She should have just ended that asshole herself. He knew he wanted to protect her. His wolf felt an attachment to her. There is still more meat if you want more, he muttered as he instinctively reached forward when he saw a smear of sauce by her lips and wiped it off, licking it before he could fully think of what he'd done. The beta froze, catching himself in shock at what he'd just said and done. The night was still young, and there was more to come, and he wondered how much longer his wolf could stay patient while being close to her. The beta scolds himself with a curse, mortified that he said something so obscene. But when he peered at Lorraine, looking at how innocent her gaze was, she hadn't understood the complication of the words he said. He was thankful, but still mortified. Jax then quickly settled himself on the island table as they both munched on their food. He quietly watched the female, satisfied as Lorraine ate with a full appetite. A deep, primal part of him was happy that he cooked for her. But the reason she could eat so well was that Jax assured her that Nora would be fine with Abby and was in great care. That calmed her. She felt so happy and relieved in this moment that she finally let her scent waft across the room. It made the beta visibly stiffen. Her jasmine scent wafted across the room, making the beta wolf alert and thrash around, yearning to be closer. That's when he realized why her scent was so sweet and alluring. "You are an Omega?" he called in surprise, and for a moment he saw panic and terror on Lorraine's face, like she was afraid to be hurt. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll control it." "No, that's not what I meant," Jax explained, swiftly placing a hand atop hers and giving it a light squeeze. The beta could see her face instantly melt in relief and her souring scent turning back to sweet. "You don't have to hide from me, Lorraine. I would never do anything to you." "I know. I trust you. I still feel skeptical, especially after what Kieran did." She shuddered from uttering his name. "I was careful enough to keep my scent at bay, especially with what Omegas go through when they are found, and worse, when you have no high position to protect yourself. I mean, I was Elise's maid and had nothing to my name." "You are more than that. You are brave and beautiful. And you don't know how much my wolf yearns for you." Jax wanted to say that last part so badly, but he wondered how much he'd terrify her to show how he was already obsessed and desired her so much. He couldn't put someone who'd just escaped a master like Chiron into an uncomfortable position. He clears his throat before he lets her hand go, a hand that Lorraine drew back and touched as she could still feel the warmth from his skin. "You must feel tired. Why don't you go up? And tomorrow I'll take you to the clinic to see Nora," he drawled out, taking their plates to the sink. Before quickly washing them up, he heard the paddle of her footsteps head to the stairs and a pregnant pause in the air. He felt like he couldn't breathe. He wondered what she was thinking, and then he heard a quiet, "Good night, Jax, and thank you," she muttered before heading up. "Fuck," he cursed under his breath. Lorraine Mayfield was like a drug he couldn't keep away from. The sink groaned from how much he held onto it, showing how much of himself he was restrained, especially to that jasmine scent that wafted around his home. Moons think he needs another shower to calm him down. After he's done with cleaning, the beta heads upstairs, momentarily stopping by Lorraine's door. Even as his wolf pushed at him to open it, he turned away and walked into his room, climbing into his bed and forcing himself to sleep. But what the hell was he thinking? He should have known sleep wouldn't come so easily, especially when the woman of his dreams was just next door. He closes his eyes, tossing and turning in his bed. At first, he thinks it's his imagination, and now he is hearing whimpers. But then the cries got louder. His eyes shot open the moment he knew that wasn't his imagination, but real, and the cries were coming from Lorraine's room. He jumps out of the bed, not caring to put on a shirt, and he dives for her door. He opens the door, only to be met with a scene that breaks his heart. It is Lorraine, thrashing and rolling on the bed as she cries in her sleep. She was having a bad, bad nightmare. No, please let me go, let me go," she screamed. Jax lunged for the bed and his hand reached her shoulder to shake her awake. Her skin was warm and clammy, and he could see the stress etched on her face with her brows creased in a worrying line while she cried. Lorraine, wake up! It's a dream, Lorraine!" he calls out, shaking her awake, her eyes hot up, with the image taking a breath like she's been dunked underwater without a way to breathe. Jax quickly reached for her, palming her face and caressing it. "Look at me, it's just a dream. I'm with you. You're safe now." "Jax?" Chiron he wanted. "Shh! Look at me. He isn't here. I'm here with you. You're safe. Just focus on my voice," he muttered. For a moment, their eyes locked, and they could barely hear or see anything else apart from each other. The beta is left surprised by what Lorraine does next, as nothing prepares him for it. Lorraine dives first, pressing her lips against his, leaving Jax's eyes widening in response. Lorraine pulls back in horror when she sees how taken aback the beta looked, especially how frozen he looked. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I know you don't like me, but..." He shut her up with a deeper kiss, his hands grabbed for her blonde hair, pushing it till their lips meshed and a moan pulled out from her lips. "Are you sure you want this? Because I don't think I can't stop." Jax, please, she whimpers out, humping against him. I want you to touch me. Make me forget everything. Please, Jax. He responds to her request with another kiss as he lays her down on the bed. The night was far from over, and he was ready to have all of her, ready to make her forget whatever horrible things he had witnessed when she was in that place. His wolf was eager to pounce, and he immediately gave in to his desires. He wanted this Omega for himself. The kiss was intoxicating. There was no end to Jax's desperate need for more. He wanted her more than he could ever fathom. It felt like every control he had snapped when he heard her soft voice pleading to be touched. He knew he couldn't fight it any longer. She felt sated from her release, yet so drowsy, she watched Jax get off the bed, heading towards the bathroom to get a clean, warm rag. She was far too heavy and tired to keep awake. Jax came back to the room, cleaning her up. His wolf still yearned to be close, so he didn't fight his instincts this time, climbing into the bed and covering them both. He wrapped his arms around her as they both fell asleep. The shuffle of the bedsheet woke Jax up a few hours later, leaving the bed momentarily confused. When he opened his eyes to feel the spot beside him was empty, he pushed out of bed to see Lorraine nervously sitting by the foot of the bed. "Why are you so far away?" He croaked out. Lorraine couldn't stop the nervous bite to her lips as she swallowed a breath before she looked up at him, her eyes uncertain. Did you like it last night? Did I do good?" She questioned, and Jax felt his heart ache, knowing this was what Lorraine was taught back in Calhan's Pack. He couldn't let her think like that, couldn't let this go on. "No, Lorraine, listen," he called, reaching to touch her hand, but the Omega had shriveled back, her eyes filled with disappointment and all her courage gone. Jax knew he'd made a big mistake. "No, Lorraine, that's not what I meant." "No, save it. I don't want to hear it. Please leave," she muttered, racing to the bathroom and locking the door before Jax could say anything else. She turned on the shower to drown out her tears before her legs wobbled, and she slid down the door to the floor and let her tears fall. "Lorraine, that isn't what I meant. I want to show you how I truly feel." "Jax, please," she begged the beta again. There was a beat of silence before she heard the bedroom door close, and then she let out a heartbreaking cry. "Who would want you when you are Chiron's broken toy?" She asked herself, tears blurring her vision. She felt like she wasn't worth his love or affection, and took his words wrongly. Only if she knew that Jax was already irrevocably in love with her. Jax knew he had made an awful mistake by saying those words and not being straightforward. The beta felt like a wreck the moment he saw how Lorraine's face had crumbled. He had misspoken, and now she must have thought he only saw her as nothing more than a fling. He tried to explain himself, but the damage had been done. He quickly obeyed her wish to be left alone. There would be enough time to talk to her, and he would make sure to tell her his true feelings. Right now, she needed space, which gave him enough time to think too. The beta rushed outside to clear his head and get them breakfast since there wasn't anything left in his kitchen. He dropped by the baker's shop for a fresh set of their renowned pie, with the pack members greeting him good morning. Jax halted in his steps when his eyes caught a beautiful pastel blue sundress in a shop, and a certain blonde immediately filled his mind. He headed in, even though he had no idea what he was doing, and bought many dresses for her with the shop madam's help. He had so much money and little to do with it anyway, and he couldn't have her leaving his house with large pants that could fall at any moment from her skinny frame. The moment he was done, he headed back home, dropping everything he had gotten on the kitchen island before he heard fast paddles of feet hurrying down the steps. It was Lorraine. In her hurry to reach down the steps, Lorraine had quickly missed a step and fell, but a quick pair of arms caught and cushioned her fall, leaving the beta more than surprised when she didn't let go. Instead, she hugged him. "Hey, where were you?" she called with her voice muffled on his chest, squeezing tighter to his side. "I didn't ask you to leave the house. I just needed to think, so why did you leave?" "Shh, Lorraine," Jax immediately called to the Omega, who still hadn't looked up at him. He reached forward, tipping her head till their gazes met. "I did not leave you, and I never will," he muttered. And at that moment, Lorraine's stomach grumbled, causing the Omega to blush. Jax let out a smile. That's exactly why I went out to get us some breakfast, he muttered before he pulled them both up from the floor. From her damp hair, he could see she was freshly showered, but her pink cheeks and ears gave away that she was embarrassed from acting out. Yet Jax found that so endearing. The beta then reached forward, kissing her soft cheek, his gesture causing a surprised gasp to leave her lips. She stared at the beta, confused as to why he did that. Sit, he ordered, one she quickly nodded to as they headed to the island, taking the pie and a plate of bacon, ham, and eggs. He could see the pout on her cheeks, but she ate every last bite, though she never looked up from her plate the entire time, too afraid to face him. Listen, about today, you misunderstood me. I never said that. I enjoyed it. Fuck, I more than enjoyed myself, Lorraine. But you misread me, love. I loved it so much, Lorraine. The sex was everything better than I could imagine, he muttered, coming close to her till they were inches apart. Do you know how much you drive me crazy? You have no... But he could hardly finish his words after a loud knock on the door, one he immediately answered. His stern gaze melted and now formed in relief. He turned to look at Lorraine, who still sat by the island table trying to calm her pounding heart. What is it? Abby sent word. Nora is awake, and she is looking for you, he muttered with relief. Lorraine could barely contain her happiness. She jumped forward and right into Jax's arm, with the beta's hand wrapped tightly around her, while her legs straddled his waist. The hug was so intimate and warm, setting both their wolves heated. Their gaze locked, and Jax cleared his throat, with Lorraine jumping back down with a distance while her cheek flamed. Sorry. I got a bit carried away again, didn't I? She muttered, but Jax shook his head at her response. He then headed behind the island table, bringing out the bags of clothes. Lorraine's face widened in awe. You have every right to be happy about your sister's condition. She must be waiting, he called, handing her a bag. Jax, you didn't need to. I wanted to, so please wear them. I'll bring the rest upstairs. Come on, darling, let us not keep your sister waiting, he muttered with a wink that made her heart skip a beat. Lorraine was dressed in record time. She wore the beautiful dress that fit her curves, its frilly long-sleeve heads the perfect cut that fit seamlessly to her body. The moment she came down the steps, Jax was in awe. He barely scolded his wolf to back down, but could he stop the temptation? Especially when his Omega looked like a walking gem. His Omega. They quickly headed to the clinic. Abby was waiting for them at the room's door. Lorraine had quickly moved forward and held the elder's hand, thanking her profusely. She is eager to see you, the elder muttered, moving out of the way. Lorraine stood in front of the white door, her nerves getting the best of her. She looked back to Jax, stretching out a hand which the beta quickly took. The scene surprised Abby, who watched their hands entwined as they both headed into the room. Nora faced the window, gazing outside, a way to busy herself in the meantime. But the moment she felt someone else in the room, she stiffened and then turned, her once bleak eyes immediately filled with light when she saw the familiar face of her sister. Jax could feel how much Lorraine was shaking, with a squeeze of assurance to her hand before she ran off to her sister. Nora! She cried out, slamming into her sister. Both hugged and wailed bitterly from their separation, knowing what they both went through because of Karen. You're alive, Lorraine. And you're too. I thought they killed you. I'm so glad. How are you here? Did Elise? Yes, Nora, Elise came for all of us. She saved us, and her betas did too. This is Jax, she called with a soft smile towards Jax, who watched in awe of his Omega, how strong she was even as she had been through so much. His heart panged, knowing what she had been through. Thank you so much, Beta Jax. I'm glad you have fully healed, Nora. The Luna will be glad to know you've woken up, so I will leave you both to it, he uttered with a bow and one last look to Lorraine before he left. The sisters hugged once more, while Lorraine filled her in with what happened with the rest of the pack, and Elise helped them. They were overcome with relief and gratitude that some of their pack members could be saved. Soon enough, Lorraine had begun to cut apples and feed her sister, Nora, who watched Lorraine cutting apples with a blush on her cheeks as she talked about Jax. Her sister couldn't help but notice how mushy Lorraine looked when she spoke about the beta. Something is going on with you and that beta, isn't there? She asked, causing the knife to clatter to the ground, and her sister spun to her so fast she almost had whiplash. What? I don't know what you mean. Lori. Was it obvious that I like him? Your eyes are shining with hearts any time you utter his name, Lorraine, she called with another munch, watching how shy her sister had become from just the utterance of Jax's name. And I can see he feels the same. He doesn't, she argued with a bitter bite to her lips. From the way he looks at you, sis, that man has feelings for you, and I am so happy you found someone like this. Oh, what do I do, Nora? I've never felt like this for anyone before. I really want him, Moons. It's very normal. It's normal to feel things, and you do. You know what? I'll be fine here. But you need to be honest about how you feel and go talk to him, she tells her sister, who leaps up and hugs Nora, who hugs her back with so much love for her sister. What are you waiting for, sis? She called as she cleaned the tears on Lorraine's face. Go and get your man. Jax's povee. After seeing Lorraine in that state, I never wanted to see her cry again. I knew there was no going back with my wolf already obsessed with her every call. I was hers before she even completely knew it. It isn't long till I reach the station where I'm needed. Immediately seeing the hunched frame of my two friends, they both peer up at me with smug, knowing looks on their faces, and mischievous smirks I could spot even from a mile away. Damn, we know she's yours. Dude, chill out, Michael mutters first. We can practically scent her on your skin, he calls with arms up in surrender. Good, I say, surprising them both. They must have expected me to try and deny it. But I wanted everyone to know she was mine, and I couldn't keep myself from her anymore, not when my wolf was already so drawn to her. I've lost to her, Moons. I'm so in love with her. She is everything I could ever dream of. Fuck, I mutter, still in disbelief at how I've been truly enamored by Lorraine. I was irrevocably hers, even if she doesn't want me. I was hers wholly. Jax, this is amazing. I cannot believe you finally found your partner. I mean, I can, but you both are so perfect for each other. I'm so happy for you, man, Michael called with a pat on his shoulders. Brady, on the other hand, jumped into Jax's arms. You both are perfect for each other. The moon goddess chose well for you, brother, he called with a tap on my shoulders. It was bittersweet knowing we were missing one more person, the person who would have teased me through hell and back, till we had all then burst out in laughter, Hayden. But I knew he was watching and proud of our decisions and how we saved the Slivenite pack. We were then interrupted by one of the young deltas who bowed to us, informing us of suspicious movement of rogues around the night territories. Our Luna had left us in charge and trusted our judgment. We couldn't fail her or let her down. We needed to protect our pack people, especially now I had someone special to protect. The rogues never saw us coming. We attacked with stealth as shadow wolves were trained. They were no match for my men, as we captured the rogues, who immediately surrendered and swore allegiance to our Luna. We aimed to make peace with all realms, making it a little less dangerous for the innocents who just want a normal life, one that Elise envisioned. After the raid, we headed back to the pack. We were all filthy and tired from the raid, and I needed a shower, yet my feet took me to the clinic first. I see Nora, who tells me that Lorraine was back at the cabin and waiting for me. For the first time in a long time, I felt my nerves eat me. What if she wanted to leave? Did she not feel the connection we have? Fuck, I needed her here. My thoughts spiraled till I reached for the door. Lorraine, I called the quiet apartment. I felt filthy enough, taking off my shirt as I climbed up the steps, and I was surprised to see her in my room, sitting on my bed and looking so sexy with an innocent grace about her. She gives me a small smile, which I return. Hi, I heard you went out to scout the pack territories. Yeah, we had a problem with rogues. I, took the liberty of running a bath for you. I'm pretty perfect at that. It was kind of my job back at Chiron's, so... She called with an awkward scratch to her nape. I knew she was trying to help. I walked forward, bending to take her lips. Not a short kiss, one she leaned into a surprise. Thank you. I need it. Wait for me, okay? I tell Lorraine, who nods with anticipation and a smile on her face, that she was so ethereal. How could I leave her here? On second thought, my hands feel sore, and I need someone to help me wash the dirt out. Can you? I see the blush spread on her cheeks as she slowly nods to me. Fuck, she was so tempting, but I bite back on that need for her as I head for the bathroom with Lorraine right behind me. The moment I reach for my pants, she shyly turns around and faces the wall instead. My wolf wanted her to see everything, but didn't want to rush my shy little Omega just yet. I pulled my pants off and got into the tub. I couldn't help the groan of satisfaction slip out. She was right about having the talent for preparing the perfect bath. I'm all in the water, darling. You can turn, I tell her. It gives me pleasure to tease her and see her small shoulders flinch before she turns. Walking to the bath, I watched her sit on the edge of the tub before she ushered peppermint oils into my hair and began washing. I could see she was reacting, from the obvious blush to her cheeks and the shy way she tried not to stare at my torso as she washed my hair, but I knew I needed to clear up any other misunderstanding before I take her. About last night, I start the moment she rinses my hair. I grab her hand, kissing the insides of her soft wrist. That was the best night of my life, Lorraine. I'm sorry I didn't explain it better, I say curtly. I could see the doubt in her eyes. What if you get turned off me? What if? I didn't let her finish, dragging her fully clothed into the water till she was fully dunked in and straddled on my lap. Don't you get it? I love you, Lorraine. There can be no one else but you. I love you, I mutter, placing another kiss on her lips, cheeks, and wet eyes as she had begun to cry. So can I be selfish? Can I only want you for myself? Because I want you so freaking much, Jax. I've never felt like this. I need you so much or I'll go insane, she mutters to me. Then, my darling, let me show you the love I have to offer. Let me fill that need in you, I called, kissing her sweet cherry lips again, this time reaching to take off her already wet dress. I was ready to give my all for my beautiful mate, ready to make sure she felt treasured. Forever. It all felt so natural, so right, falling into each other's arms like they'd known one another for a lifetime, and with each kiss, Jax felt more completed by his Omega. You have no idea how much I love you, how much you drive me wild, Lorraine, he muttered with a kiss to her bare shoulder. He quickly unzipped the gown, pushing it off her. The beta watched wide-eyed with desire at how confident his Omega had gotten in that moment. The room was hazed in a comfortable silence as they lay. Lorraine never took her eyes off Jax. He was like a dream to her. This all felt too good to be true. Penny for your thoughts, my love? I'm afraid. She started with a bite to her lips. I'm afraid that I'll wake up and all this won't be real, and I might find myself in those chambers with that monster. Shh, sweetheart, that bastard is dead and gone, and he can never harm you anymore. Jax muttered with a soft caress to her face, one that she leaned into before he gave her a hiss. I love you. And so do I, she whispered back before he pulled her into an embrace, resting her head on his chest and arms wrapped around her, giving her all the assurance she needed that this would never change, and she was finally home. 6 months later, the Moon City was cast out in full celebration, with all the pack now peacefully living in the capital. The union was a success, one that Jax was too proud of, especially since Rygan had left him in charge after the news of his Luna's pregnancy was known. He'd taken it upon himself to take on her workload and lead the reconstruction of the city that could house thousands of wolves and make it a success. But that wasn't the case of the celebration. It was Luna's day of coronation, where they were both crowned king and queen of the Shadow Moon Pack. The 4 packs formed as one. They were all dressed for the ceremony, with thousands of guests and pack members gathered in the hall, waiting for their king and queen to arrive. Love, we need to get to our seats, Lorraine called in a hushed whisper to her mate. Jax gave a short yet loving smile to his mate before she took his hands in hers and led them up to the aisle seat by the front. Jax gave a curt nod to Taz and Vienna before he took his seat next to his friends. The doors of the halls opened up, with all rinsing in the presence of the most powerful couple in the realm, with everyone staring in awe and admiration. And with everyone's cheers and applause, Rygan and Elise were blessed and coronated as the ruling Alpha and Luna, a choice no one could ever live up to. They both deserved this happiness and peace. As Jax watched them, watching the love that had both made their dreams into reality, from this son to the beautiful baby bump, his Luna was carrying under her ivory silk gown, to the cheers and gratitude of the people. He knew this was the paradise they envisioned. Jax felt a light squeeze on his hands as Lorraine kissed his lips with an "I love you" that melted his heart all over again. With the love of his life, his friends, and his family by his side, what more could he ask for? Thank you for reading Jax's story. The next chapter will be the concluding epilogue of the main story. Epilogue. The lonely, dark halls of the Black Mountains cell were Alvira's only companions throughout the passing days. She could barely keep track of the time, day, or month. It was hell on earth, a punishment for crimes that made her feel insane, and she deserved every bit of it, especially after what she did to Alana. Some days she felt like the dark halls were haunted by her sister and Kaide's ghost, her only companions pushing her to the edge of insanity. "Just look at her," one of the guards spoke, spooked as they watched Alvira sitting quietly, composed in a way that was eerie at times, making the hair on their skin stand up. Her dark brunette hair was matted and scattered in knots, hiding her face. Her nails were tattered from incessant biting, a habit she had developed. She didn't bother responding to the guards' whispers. In the first months she'd been there, she raised hell until her throat bled, screaming to be freed, but she knew there wouldn't be a chance. Who would ever think she was the wife of the great Alpha King? "I heard her crimes were so heinous," the male guard muttered. "Whatever she did is not our business, so come on, we have to prepare for the visit," he said to the other guard. That word surprisingly brought a reaction out of her as she sat up from the tiny window, her eyes, once empty, now showing a bit of emotion and excitement as she remembered who was coming. Her daughter. "Visit? Yes, my sweet Kayla is coming. She is going to come very soon," she muttered with an excited grin, a reward for helping Elise during the trial. And now she was given time to see Kayla. She didn't resist when two female deltas walked in, carrying her to the next confined room, where they bathed and cleaned her. "Clean my skin with care, peasants. Can't you see my little girl will arrive soon? I need to look spotless," she hissed at them. She only knew these visits happened once a year, and she had seen her daughter 3 times already, so this was the 4th year. She dressed in a black woolly gown and asked, "What kind of poor fabric is this? Do you know who I am? The first wife and mate of Rygan Andras." But the guards said nothing. She was then led out of the room and into a smaller space with a dimly lit room and 2 chairs. This was the only room with a stark contrast to the rest of the prison, but Alvira was still separated by silver bars from the visitor. Alvira waited with a tap of her feet, arranging the folds of her dress before the door opened. Her eyes lit up when she saw Kayla, who walked in, slightly bigger than the year before. "Hi, Mom." "Hi, my darling sweet girl. Happy birthday," she muttered. She knew she couldn't hug her daughter. That wasn't possible. She was surprised to see Kayla looking happy, especially since the last time she came with news that her grandmother, Elder Adeline, had passed away. "Are they treating you well? I'm sure that monster Elise had tried to get her grimy hands on you, and I'm sure they aren't." "They are, Mama," she pointed out, surprising Alvira, who stared at her daughter. "Da Alpha Rygan and Luna Elise have been so kind to me. She even baked me a cake. I've been living with her for the past year, and I'm good friends with Ethan. Now we play catch with Valerie and Rylie." "What did you just say?" Alvira hissed. "I thought I told you not to call that man Dad or ever get close to that witch. She is evil. She will take everything and everyone you have ever loved. If you don't act smart, that witch will kill you. I need you to break up their family. Have fun?" She scoffed in wicked disbelief and disappointment at her daughter Kayla, who flinched at each word. "Mom, you're scaring me. Just shut up and listen to me. Look at me. Those people don't care about you. They put me here, so don't you ever think they will ever love you." "That's enough." Elise's voice boomed from the door as she rushed into the room. Her eyes blazed with fury. "Don't you say another word in front of her," Elise muttered as she bent down, caressing Kayla's head before she muttered quietly. "Wait for me outside, okay?" she said kindly. "Don't you freaking listen to her!" She slammed angrily on the wall as her daughter flinched again before she walked out of the room with a tear-stricken face. "Oh, now you're acting so kind and admirable, Queen, like you weren't seconded into killing me in front of my child that day." Stop acting like you didn't deserve it, Elise muttered coldly the moment the door closed, and she took a seat. With her legs crossed elegantly, her aura screamed of power and royalty. You have poisoned my daughter with lies against me, and what horrible things you said to her to make her afraid of me, you witch. Nothing. I said nothing at all, Alvira. You are doing all that by yourself. You are hurting your daughter. I want Kayla to grow up without these dark lies you've filled her with all the years she's come to visit you, so I'm putting an end to these visits. Alvira's eyes widened in horror. What? You cannot do that. I made a bargain with Rygan. Bring my alpha here right now. He cannot abandon me and his daughter. Elise blew out a breath before she stood up and walked closer to the demarcating cell. She could see Alvira's gaze torched with hate. He allowed 3 years, and this will be the last time. I want Kayla to grow up not having the sins and burdens of her father and mother. You were both poisoning her, and now you are still. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Bring my daughter back here. Bring my Kayla, you witch. You of all people should not be close to her. Do you feel tormented after what you did to Ethan? Does it feel like torture to see your worst enemy taking care of your kid? Then good. Whatever makes your life more miserable for the sins you caused, I will be glad to watch, but our children will not bear the weight of our sins, that I promise you. She called as she backed away from the cell. So if you'd excuse us, we have a dinner to attend. She called, leaving Alvira, who began to wail, knowing this was true hell to never see her daughter, and Elise will be with her now. Elise walked out of the dungeon, her eyes immediately glancing at Kayla, who was kicking the dirt, her eyes solemn from what had ensued. Hi, she muttered to the little girl. Mom isn't happy with me. Am I a bad child? No, you are not. She will have her time to deal with the change, but you need to be happy. Today is your birthday and Riley's, she muttered. She could see a bit of sparkle shine back in Kayla's eyes. So I get to eat the cake. Yes, a whole decker if you hold my hand. Deal, the girl muttered, placing her hands on Elise, who squeezed back before her head away from the black prison, a place she never hoped to visit again. Where have you guys been? Her daughter, Rylie, and Vienna's daughter, Valerie, chorused as Elise walked into the dining room with her and Kayla dressed up. She bent to kiss both girls' cheeks. Out, and I have seen you both help yourselves to the cupcakes, she called, cleaning off crumbs on Valerie's cheeks, noting her daughter was more sneaky in hiding all evidence. She then heard her best friend chuckle, with Elise looking up to see Taz's face was also covered with crumbs, a cake thief like his daughter, while Kayla had given up her seat with Ethan, who watched amused yet quiet, much like his father Rygan. And though the alpha sat with such poise and power, yet his eyes were filled with so much love and admiration seeing his mate with the kids, but his gaze still had worry etched in them, knowing where she just came from. She then stands up, rounding the table and kissing him. Hello, love. You okay? I will be, now you're here. She responds through the bond as her alpha takes her hands, kissing them deeply, a gesture that calms her. Okay, before you get all mushy on us, this is a kids' party first, and you're late, so you get to sit alone with the elders in the next meeting and listen to all their complaints. Taz jokes, breaking the small tension in Elise's shoulders. She lets out a breathy laugh. The door then opens once more with Jax and his mate Lorraine, whose baby bump showed heavily while the 2 other betas trailed in with a bow. Their inner circle, and now the highest-ranked wolves in the whole realm, all sat in the room after the cake candles were blown for Kayla and Rylie. It didn't take long for the kids to get bored and run out to the courtyard, on which the adults monitored clearly from the windows as they conversed. Elise watched around the table with joy in her heart, watching as her friends conversed with jokes and hilarious stories with drinks to be shared in high spirits, and to the peaceful laughter of their kids, Elise could ask for nothing more than this. A life that she was grateful for, and she could ask for nothing else but this, her family, her friends, and her love for her mate. Thankful for all of it. Thank you all for reading. If you want to see a sequel with the kids, please share your thoughts in the comments.